from Dallas attempted to penetrate restricted airspace for exclusive video, the pilot was intercepted by two black AMH-6M Littlebirds. The mounted machine guns and snipers on platforms on either side of the fuselage were enough to turn him around. Other rotary-wing aircraft with high-power loudspeakers instructed residents to stay in their homes. If anyone in the house experienced flu-like symptoms, they were to wave a white shirt from a window, roof, or front yard. An ambulance would be dispatched to transport the infected individual to the field hospital. Those who took to their cars or trucks in an attempt to escape the containment barrier were met with a show of force and, in some cases, warning shots from .50 caliber machine guns. The first complete containment of a U.S. city in the 21st century had been accomplished. Chapter 34. U.S. 50 West, Maryland. The Land Cruiser's old, yellow plastic headlight coverings had been replaced with clear lenses and modern LED bulbs that cast a bright, whitish-blue light across the dark road ahead. The truck barreled down US 50 West toward the CIA safe house in Maryland that Reece currently called home. With the country on the verge of another lockdown due to the emerging threat of a new pandemic, coupled with the peculiar death of the first target on the kill list, Reece's mission was on hold. The president wanted him to stand down while they got a handle on the situation. "This is just too eerie," Katie said from the passenger seat. "There are hardly any other cars on the road. It's a Friday night. We are not even in a mandatory lockdown here. There have been no cases in D.C., Virginia, or Maryland." "COVID made us all gun-shy and ultra-sensitive to any sort of virus," Reece said. "Even though the outbreak seems to be isolated in Denver and Richardson, locking down en masse has become the norm. What does your friend Haley at the CDC have to say?" "You can ask her yourself. She's going to stop by for a drink tonight. She wants to talk with me about a story. She's at the forefront of this and hasn't slept since the first cases appeared. Just like the president said, it appears that it's a new strain of Ebola originating in Angola. They are still looking for the index case, but it looks like one of the people who died in the Angola outbreak a few weeks ago infected a traveler who then boarded a plane to the U.S. We've never had a strain of hemorrhagic fever go airborne, so this is something new." Depending on traffic, the drive from D.C. to the house on the Severn River was between 20 minutes and an hour. Reece had picked Katie up at the Washington Bureau, where she was part of a panel on the constitutionality of government-mandated lockdowns and using active-duty troops to quarantine cities without congressional approval in violation of the Posse Comitatus Act. The president's actions in Richardson and Denver had brought up serious legal issues about the power of the federal government in dealing with pandemics. It was her last live show of the work week, and Katie was not scheduled to appear again until Sunday morning. They planned to pick up a pizza from Neo's before it closed and enjoy a lazy Saturday morning together in a house in one of the nicest neighborhoods in the country. Maybe they would even get out on the Chesapeake in the agency sailboat docked across the lawn. "What the fuck was that?" Woody asked as their minivan swerved slightly to the right. "Asshole," Crimmins said. "What?" "Not you, asshole, these other assholes," Crimmins said, nodding ahead toward the two vehicles that had just sped past them. "Oh," Woody said from his captain's chair in the back seat, where he continued to monitor the Land Cruiser. "When the fuck are we going to do something other than monitor this guy? This shit is boring. I signed up for the action. So far, all we've done is follow him around the country and sit outside while he bangs his chick." "Our mission is to surveil him, record his movements, take notes, and send reports to higher. That's it. If you want something more, I can tell Sawyer you are unhappy with the assignment. I am sure he will have absolutely no trouble replacing you." "Fuck you, Crimmins. I'm good. Just missed the stand." Crimmins shook his head as he watched the van and the mid-90s Chrysler speed out of sight. "What do you want on your pizza?" Katie asked, pulling her phone from her purse. "What do you think?" "Neo's, right? How about a Great White or Florentine?" "Florentine it is. How are we on wine?" "Luckily, we already worked our way through the CIA's stash." "A truly horrid experience." Katie confirmed. Ha, that it was. Vic told me the last person they had sequestered in there was a Venezuelan intelligence officer who had an affinity for $2 Chuck. I had Rafe raid Jonathan's wine cellar for us. It only took 2 reminders that I saved his life in Russia. He shipped out a box of assorted selections, which should get us through the night. He included a few from Beckstoffer. Don't tease me, Reece, she said, giving him a mischievous look. As she hit the number for Neo's on her phone, Reece looked at her and smiled. The diamond he'd given her at Landini Brothers still graced her neck. She hadn't taken it off. As soon as it's done, Katie, as soon as I finish what I started, then it will be time for us. Reece's eyes caught a reflection in the rearview mirror, and he intuitively inched farther to the edge of the right-hand lane. Probably nothing. Relax, Reece. Only someone rushing to get home from D.C. just like you. As Katie placed their pizza order, Reece switched his attention from the rear view to the side view mirror. It was tough to tell in the dark, but the approaching vehicle looked like a sedan, the dim yellow lights giving it away as an older model. Reece glanced in the rearview mirror again, noting a larger vehicle following it a few car lengths behind. The violent impact to the left rear section of the Land Cruiser sent the off-road vehicle into an immediate spin. Katie dropped her phone, desperately grasping the dashboard and reaching for the handle on her door. Reece attempted to countersteer out of the spin when the sedan accelerated and hit them between the driver's and rear driver's side doors. The large all-terrain tires caught the pavement and sent the Toyota into a sideways roll. Reece's head smashed into the side window as it disintegrated in an explosion of glass fragments. Katie's screams mixing with the violent impacts of steel and glass meeting road. The car rolled again, cartwheeled to the right, and plunged down the embankment. Chapter 35. Whoa! Woody yelled from the back, where he monitored the tracking device. What? The fucking thing just went off the road! Speak English, what's happening? I don't know. He was driving along and the tracker just flew off the road. Could he have found it earlier and thrown it out the window now? Crimmins asked. Maybe. Let's find out. You want the rifle? Just stay cool. Crimmins and Woody had been monitoring from a few miles back so as not to spook their prey. They hadn't thought about what to do if their target had an accident. As hard as it is, try not to do anything stupid, Crimmins told his partner. We are going to roll up, assess the situation, and make a report. Is it still pinging in the same location? Yeah, it hasn't moved. From the satellite map, I think it's down in a ravine or something 2 miles ahead. As much as he wanted to find out what was happening, Crimmins maintained the speed limit as he approached. Pass me the nods, he said to Woody, who passed up a bump helmet with PVS-31s attached. Woody watched the night vision-capable monitors as Crimmins switched off the headlights and activated the IR beams, which allowed him to see clearly through the white phosphor image-intensifying tubes of the nods. Wish I had those in the Badlands, Woody said. Just think of all the mooge I could have slain. Shut up and tell me what you see. Woody turned back to the monitors and zoomed in on the area ahead as Crimmins pulled to the side of the road. 2 vehicles on the shoulder, 1 van and 1 sedan, lights on. I count 4. No, make that 5 mams, Crimmins said, using the military term for military-aged male. They're looking down what appears to be a ravine or gully of some sort. Think he went off the road? Shit, I don't know. Maybe he crashed. Wait, Crimmins said. Guns. Crimmins adjusted his nods to more clearly focus on the people standing outside their vehicles. What's your count? Crimmins asked. I see 2 handguns and 3 long guns. Correction, 6 mams, 2 handguns and 4 long guns. What the fuck is going on? Keep watching, Crimmins ordered. I'm calling it in. This was not a contingency they had planned for. Crimmins had 1 AR in the back and he and Woody each had pistols. What the hell? This goddamn van is like a clown car. They just keep piling out. I now count 11. Shit, most of them have long guns. Hard to get an accurate count. They are all looking off the right-hand side of the road. 11 armed men in Maryland following James Reece? What the fuck is happening? These dudes are going to poach our kill. What do you want me to do? I want you to shut up and let me think. Charlie, 2 of them, the 2 with pistols, are moving down the embankment. Whoever they are going to fucking kill him. Chapter 36. James! James! It wasn't Katie's screams that roused him from unconsciousness, it was the gunshot. Upside down, suspended by his seatbelt, Reece re-entered the world of the living. In pre-deployment workups, SEAL platoons were put through helo-dunker training at Miramar, in which a simulated helicopter fuselage hanging from a specially designed crane over a deep pool was dropped into the water and spun upside down. They were taught to unhook their restraints, find a reference point, and then pull themselves to safety. That was all well and good until they were then given blacked-out goggles to simulate a nighttime crash. Reece's takeaway had been that if they survived and were not knocked unconscious in a helo crash in the middle of the ocean at night, with mere seconds to unhook and find a window in which to escape, most of them were not going to make it. With his left eye swollen shut and caked with blood, his right eye focused on a gun. Katie was screaming and thrashing in her seat, pinning the weapon to the dash with both hands. Even in the ambient light, he could tell it was a Glock 17. A second shot tore through the steering column. Katie! There was no time to process what just happened. They were upside down, in the dark, still restrained in their seats, trapped in the wreck, with at least one person trying to execute them. Reece lunged forward to grab the pistol Katie so desperately grappled with in the passenger seat, but his seatbelt prevented him from reaching it. Just a few inches shy. The gun fired again, sending a round in front of Reece's face. Just one more second, Katie. Reece reached behind the passenger seat, felt for the corner of the Greyman Tactical rigid Molly panel. Reference point. He stretched farther and unhooked the bungee, holding his Winkler Sayok tomahawk securely in place. His hands choked up around the familiar wood just under the axe head and ripped it from its sheath. Time to kill. Reece punched the spike on the axe head into the inside wrist of the man holding the gun, aggressively corkscrewing through the tendons. Screaming in both agony and surprise, the hitman dropped the pistol, which fell through the broken windshield and slipped out of reach. Don't let him go, Reece. Reece lunged across the center console and trapped the would-be assassin's hand to the dash. He then pushed the hawk into his leg, forcing his hand to the base of the shaft, and then used it to extend his reach. Thrusting it past Katie and hooking the curved butt of the axe head around the neck of their assailant, he pulled him into the vehicle through the broken window. Changing tactics, the hitman crawled over Katie, whose fists pounded on the aggressor as she continued to curse and scream. Reece choked up on the axe head, grabbing a handful of the man's hair and pushing his head against the dashboard, firing short, powerful punches with the front point into his attacker's face. Each blow crushed more of his temporal bone, penetrating deeper through the skull and into brain matter. The man rolled past the dash and onto the vehicle's headliner. James! James! Katie's screams pulled him from his rage-induced psychosis. Ears ringing from the gunshots in the confined space of the vehicle, Reece turned his attention to the new threat. He heard shouting, in Farsi, feet sliding down the rock and dirt-strewn embankment above, and the unmistakable sound of incoming gunfire. Get off the X. Still upside down and restrained in his seat, Reece switched the axe to his left hand and arched his back, drawing his SIG X compact from appendix carry. His good eye found the red dot, and he destroyed the target in his optic, which in this case were the knees and lower thighs of a fast-approaching threat. The man fell face-first, screaming into the dirt. As he attempted to push himself up, Reece took a second to get steady and put a 9mm round into his face. Reorienting himself, Reece reached down and sliced through the seatbelt where it attached to the frame. He then quickly cut through his lap belt, freeing himself from the safety harness and unceremoniously falling on top of the man he'd just killed. Hearing more shouting in Farsi over the distinct sound of incoming gunfire, Reece adjusted to the circumstances. On his side, in an awkward half-crimp position atop the dead man's body, Reece identified the muzzle flash of a rifle behind a tree halfway up the slope and sent 5 rounds in response. Katie, are you okay? What? Reece spun around, his face inches from Katie's. Let's go, he said, slicing through her seatbelt and attempting to soften her fall. More rounds cracked above them. Get ready, Reece said, twisting around on his back, lying as flat as possible to give him the angle he needed to shoot uphill from the upside-down cab of the Land Cruiser. His working eye focused on the optic, and he pressed the trigger, sending 3 bullets into the chest of a man running down the slope with a rifle toward the overturned Land Cruiser. Get out on your side, he yelled to Katie. Get out now! Experience had taught him that vehicles had a tendency to turn into bullet sponges in gunfights. Reece had no idea about the numbers and skill level of the opposition. The fact that they had rifles but had instead led with men using pistols to make sure their marks were dead gave Reece a data point. Had Katie not grabbed the gun when he stuck it inside to finish them off, they would both be dead. A professional would have used the distance and executed them without sticking the muzzle into the vehicle. Pros would have led with the rifles. That information told Reece he was probably not dealing with a professional hit team. Crawling over her dead attacker, Katie felt a shard of glass slice into her upper leg as she dug her fingers into the damp ground and pulled herself through the broken passenger side window. Reece pivoted on the dead body and crawled after her, emerging into the night. He quickly put himself between Katie and the wheel well and engine block, taking stock of their injuries and the situation. "Are you hurt?" Reece asked, quickly giving Katie a once-over before sliding the axe into the back of his belt. He performed a tactical reload, ensuring the pistol was at full capacity and stowing his partially used magazine for future use. Even in the darkness, he could tell Katie was shaken. Blood matted her hair to the side of her face and was already starting to clot around her nose. He felt safe in concluding that the hit team did not have night vision. If they did, he and Katie would be full of holes and the assaulters would be pouring effective fire into the overturned vehicle. "James, your face," Katie said. "It's okay. Do you have your Glock?" "No, I was in D.C. "Shit." Reece knelt back down and leaned into the vehicle. He rolled the body to the side and stood back up, holding the dead man's pistol. He released the magazine and pressed down on the top round to ensure that the gunman hadn't expended his last couple of rounds in the struggle. He reinserted the magazine and performed a one-handed press check, feeling for the chambered round in the darkness. "This 17 works just like your 19, Reece said, handing Katie the pistol. "Now, just like we practiced with Ox, we are going to move across the open space behind us and hardpoint in that building." Katie turned her head and saw a brick building up a low hill behind them. Gunshots and yelling in Farsi brought their attention back to their attackers. "Cover and move," Reece said, repeating what Ox had taught them when training in team tactics. "Cover and move," Katie affirmed, nodding. Her frantic screams while trapped and struggling for her life in the overturned cruiser had been replaced with an air of resolve. "When I start firing, sprint to that set of trees at the base of the hill." They both knew that a moving target was a lot harder to hit than a stationary one. "Go," Reece barked. Leaning out from behind the vehicle in a low kneel, Reece started sending rounds at the muzzle flashes of the enemy shooters. As soon as he heard Katie's Glock go to work, he spun and took off at a sprint across the open grass, throwing himself behind a tree next to Katie. "Follow me," Reece said in a hushed voice. They had broken contact. It was time to go black and not give their attackers anything to shoot at. Moving from cover to cover, tree to tree, Reece and Katie maneuvered into the unknown. Chapter 37. "What did he say?" Woody asked. "He said to continue monitoring and ensure we are getting video," Crimmins responded. "Are we just supposed to let these guys kill him?" "We're supposed to follow orders. If you'd done that, you'd still be a cop." "Fuck off. Are we recording?" Woody turned his attention back to the main terminal in front of him. "Yeah, boss. It's recording in both FLIR and IR. We'll have some good footage, at least, of the two guys still standing around the vehicles." "Good. Don't fuck this up. If you can keep your mouth shut and do your job, I'll put in a good word for you with Sawyer. He might even move you back to an overseas detail where you can get your kill on." "Fuck, yeah. We'll have good video, don't you worry. Be a shame if they whack that blondie. Sucks we never got to install that video camera in her condo." "Stay focused," Crimmins ordered. "Think they'll see us?" Woody asked. "Don't think so. We are far enough back, even though these optics make it seem like we are right there. If they start coming this way, we'll get out of here." Crimmins turned his attention back down the road toward the two vehicles, his IR headlights illuminating them in the night. "Who the fuck are these guys?" "Moving," Reece hissed, grabbing Katie's hand and placing it on the back of his belt. She latched on, remembering the training they had done together with Ox to prepare for a scenario in which they had to defend themselves from multiple armed attackers. Her job was to watch the 6 o'clock position as Reece concentrated on the terrain ahead. They moved together across the dimly lit parking lot of a 2-story brick warehouse. Always improve your fighting position. Reece didn't know how many assailants they faced. He had put down 3 and needed to hardpoint in an advantageous position. His iPhone had been in the cup holder and Katie had dropped hers on initial impact. His encrypted cryptol was in his backpack in the back seat. All were somewhere in the wreck, on the street or the embankment. No comms. Reece trained his pistol ahead, keeping it just below his line of sight. Where his one good eye went, the pistol went. Reaching the side of the warehouse, Reece noticed an exterior stairwell. He paused at the base of the stairs to take stock of their situation. His left eye was completely swollen shut, and he felt the pressure building on that side of his head. Katie was limping, and the right side of her face was caked in blood. They both needed medical attention, but they were breathing, ambulatory, and determined. Win the fight. "We're going up," Reece said. "We've got to find a phone and hardpoint until the cavalry arrives. I'll cover. See if that door is open." Katie's eyes reflected the light from a lamppost that cast a dim glow over the parking area. The horror she'd experienced in the overturned vehicle and the mission of moving through the darkness were beginning to give way to shock. Reece had to get her upstairs and take a look at her leg. "We're going to be okay, Katie. Check that door," he said, turning back to the tree line. He could hear her moving up the stairs behind him. "You can't lose her. Not now, Reece. Focus." "It's locked," Katie whispered downward as loudly as she dared. "Shit." "Coming up," Reece responded. "Hold on the tree line." Katie forced herself to kneel, pointing the Glock in the direction of the last known threat as Reece raced up the stairs. She moved her left hand to the top of her pant leg and turned her palm to see it wet with blood. Reece examined the door and lock, holstered his SIG with practiced precision, and reached to the back of his belt for the axe. Inward opening door, master lock. The base of this particular tomahawk was not designed for breaching, so Reece jammed the back spike on the head of the axe into the latch of the padlock, prying it violently to the side and popping the lock free. 5 rounds from Katie's pistol caused him to spin back around in time to see a man with an AR-type rifle scamper back into the tree line. Fuck. Reece steadied himself on the landing railing and drove a mule kick into the exterior door. It flew open, exposing a small office with an interior open door in the back right corner. He redrew his pistol and cleared the room as best he could without a light, not wanting to hit a light switch that would backlight them. "Clear." "Katie, move," Reece said, training his weapon on the open interior door and expecting her to move past him. "Katie." He looked back and saw her struggling to her feet. Shit. Reece turned and helped her up. Not knowing the extent of her injuries, he reached down and picked her up in a fireman's carry over his shoulder, left arm around the back of her legs, SIG in his right hand, up and at the ready. He kicked the door closed behind them and moved into the room. "You have got to win the fight, Reece." "Yeah, but if she dies, it doesn't matter." Reece pushed one room deeper, clearing it from left to right. This room was bigger, with a number of cubicles set up in its center. A couch was against the wall to his left by a water cooler and countertop with a sink and microwave. It looked like a poor substitute for a break room. Reece dropped Katie onto the couch. "Where are you hurt?" "I think just my leg, James. Don't worry about me. Find a phone." Reece ripped the rapid medical tourniquet from under his belt. During the medical portion of their training at the farm, his class had been taught to carry low-visibility tourniquets in certain situations. Hidden by the outer belt, the thin elastic band attached on itself with a locking mechanism in the front. Reece assessed the wound as best he could in the hazy light, creeping through the dirty windows. If it was a femoral bleed, Katie would already be dead. The wound probably didn't require a tourniquet, but efficiency was of the essence. He would normally have packed the wound with gauze before throwing on the tourniquet, but the aid bag was in his truck, so he ripped off his plaid button-up and quickly cut a strip of fabric to stuff into the cut. For now, his makeshift bandage and the tourniquet would have to do. "You'll be fine, Katie. It's not bad," he said as he locked the tourniquet in place on her upper leg. "What's going on, James?" Katie asked, unable to control her reporter's instinct to ask questions. "Who are they?" "I heard Farsi. We'll figure it out. Right now I need you to hold on the door. Anyone comes through, start shooting. I'm going to find a phone and call 911. As Reece turned to find a phone, a shadow fell across the open door from their initial entry room. Reece put his finger to his lips and stepped back to the side of the door. The man led with the muzzle of his AR. Mistake. Reece grabbed the barrel, trapping it to the man's body. While pulling his SIG back into the position of retention angled just above his right hip, he fired 3 rapid rounds into the attacker's midsection. Reece moved his pistol up for a headshot, but it snagged on his opponent's shirt, his momentum continuing to carry him forward. Reece pressed the trigger again, sending a 147-grain spear gold dot hollow point into the man's heart. Reece didn't need to re-engage with another shot to know that firing into clothing at contact distance had caused a malfunction. He felt it. At such a close range, clothing, bone, and skin could work their way into the mechanism, preventing the weapon from going back into battery with the following round. He also knew there was another attacker right on his heels. Throwing the lead assaulter into the doorframe, Reece checked the next intruder's gun to the side, smashing his now inert pistol into the face of a man who did not expect to be in a hand-to-hand fighting situation when he had a rifle. As the assailant put his hands up to instinctually block his face from the onslaught, he also turned his back. Reece snaked his left arm around his opponent's neck, putting in the initial move of a rear-naked choke. Instead of sliding his left hand into the crook of his right inside elbow to sink in the submission, Reece tapped the base of his magazine on his right leg. He then angled it so the rear sight would catch on his belt, racking it downward in a violent motion to clear the stoppage. He could tell by feel that it hadn't helped. Work the problem. Instead of losing time clearing a Type 2 malfunction, Reece went for his secondary weapon, which in this case was his Winkler tomahawk at the back of his belt. Katie's Glock exploded behind him, firing 8 times in quick succession. What the fuck? Katie! Reece's hand found his hawk, freeing it from his belt line. He spun it so the sharp front spike was facing him, then sliced it across the abdomen of the man he was locked with in a primal dance of death. He sliced back and forth 3 times, feeling the sharp implement working its way deeper and deeper into the bowels. Releasing his chokehold, Reece sank the man to his knees, spun the hawk, and implanted the axe blade through the top of his attacker's head. He turned to Katie, who still had her Glock trained on the doorway, then to a third man lying on the floor. Reece knelt next to his pistol. He laid the hawk on the floor, ejected the magazine from the SIG, and racked the slide 3 times, clearing whatever clothing or body parts had fouled it. He reinserted the magazine, racked the slide again to chamber a round, and then performed a press check before once again picking up the tomahawk. How many assassins did they send? Not professionals, but professional enough. Reece moved to the closest body and bent to pick up the AR. His attempt at a battlefield pickup was interrupted by the sound of footsteps running up the outside metal staircase. Reece reacted. How many? Doesn't matter. They tried to kill Katie. I am going to kill them all. Rushing back toward the staircase, Reece met the first aggressor with a shot that caught him just below the nose and sent him crumbling to the deck. Reece was overcommitting to the problem, but he was on autopilot, set to rage. Visions of his dead wife and daughter forever imprinted on his soul drove him forward. His tomahawk caught the rifle of the number 2 man and checked it toward the ground. The violent impact of bodies and weapons clashing together in battle caused the intruder to shoot several rounds into the ground. With the AR trapped, Reece fired 3 rounds into the man's stomach. He then changed angles and sent 3 more into his upper chest. Bringing the pistol up in an unconventional position, he fired 1 last round into his face. Slide lock. Shit. Another threat entering the room. Reece dropped his pistol and charged at the third person in the element, impaling his hawk into the upper arm of the new threat and forcing him back onto the second deck landing. Control the gun, Reece. The assailant's finger contracted around the trigger and sent a fully automatic burst into the building, into Katie's room. Reece sliced down the man's arm with the ancient weapon until it met the metal of the AR. With the axe pressing on the rifle, Reece pulled the man toward him and then slammed him into the outside wall, using the blade of the axe to scrape down through the hand controlling the trigger. In a primal panic, the assailant pushed off the wall and sent them both careening into the outside railing. Running the blade of the axe back up the man's arm, Reece pushed it behind his neck, grabbing either side of the axe and putting his head in a clinch. Reece fired several knees into his opponent's groin and midsection, dropping him to the grated landing. Releasing his grip with his left hand and freeing the axe from behind the man's neck, Reece raised it above his head and delivered a massive blow to the side of his face. His assailant's head fell forward, and Reece ripped the blade free, slamming it into the back of his neck, severing the spinal cord and sending the lifeless body onto the grate. Knowing that too many warriors throughout history had been killed by people they thought were dead, one final blow ensured the man would never move again. Reece's eyes went to the stairs, the parking lot, and then to the tree line. If there were more in this element, they would be shooting. Or they are calling in reinforcements. That's exactly what you should be doing. Katie. Reece charged back into the building. Katie! Katie! She sat on the couch, Glock still trained on the man she had killed. The cocktail of epinephrine and cortisol coursing through her body from the fight was starting to subside. It's okay, Katie, Reece said, kneeling in front of her. Are you hit? Katie blinked her eyes as they came to focus on the man before her. I'm going to find a phone. You are doing great. Keep holding on the door, but use this, he said, reaching down and retrieving an AR. He released the magazine, checked it for rounds, reinserted it, gave it a quick tug, and then press-checked the chamber, feeling for the round, before letting go of the charging handle and hitting the forward assist. He handed it to Katie. Reece holstered his pistol and slid his axe into the back of his belt. He then unslung another AR from a dead assailant and ensured it was loaded with a round in the chamber, before moving to a desk and picking up a phone. No dial tone. He checked a second, and then a third. Nothing. Well, looks like whatever this business was, it is shut down. The phones aren't working. Reece checked the 3 dead bodies for phones and wallets. Clean. He then moved into the front room and checked the others before returning to Katie. No cell phones, no identifying information. Katie had regained her composure and Reece helped her to her feet. How does it feel? Can you walk on it? He asked. Yes. It's not bad. I can do it. Think those gunshots will bring police? Probably. But they could also bring reinforcements for the bad guys, Reece said, gesturing to the bodies. I don't know what this is all about. But now is the time to get someplace safe. Let's get back to the road. Your car is totaled. True, but I've heard Toyota made more than one, he said with a smile, knowing the power of humor on the battlefield. These fuckers had at least one vehicle, and judging by the numbers here, I think they had a follow car with hitters. I didn't find car keys, so I'd bet they left at least one person back at the road. Katie nodded. How do you do it, James? What's that? This, Katie said, looking over the trail of bodies that littered the 2 rooms of the second-floor office. Reece paused. It's time to go, Katie. Just like we practiced. Are you ready? Katie knew this was not the time to attempt to analyze the psyche of the man she loved. Could she live with someone so attuned with death? That was a question for another day. Right now, they needed to survive this one. On me, Katie. Reece made his way across the office to the opposite side exit door. Outward opening. Kicking it open, he pied the door, using angles to clear as much of the outside space as possible. Internally, Reece shook off Katie's question. This wasn't the time. He knew the answer. He'd always known. They maneuvered swiftly down the stairs, rifles up, searching for threats, then moved across the parking lot and into the darkness. Chapter 38. Dude, that's gunfire, brah, Woody said from his captain's chair in the back of the minivan. I know what it is, worthless. Well, let me go mix it up out there. I need to get after it. Keep it in your pants. I'm texting Sawyer. Fuck. I'll prep the bang stick just in case. You do that, Crimmins said, tilting up his nods and starting to text. Who do you think they are? Woody asked as he opened the Pelican case and extracted a Daniel Defense M4. No idea, Crimmins responded, concentrating on his text. Can't tell for sure on the FLIR, but they look like Hodge to me. Is that so? Yeah. I used to watch them in Afghanistan. These goat fuckers are holding their guns just like the host nation force dudes we trained up. You mean the ones you watched on guard duty? Fuck off, Crimmins. All I'm saying is that they move the same. Ever heard the adage that everyone looks guilty under nods? What's that mean? Never mind, Crimmins said, finishing his text. What did he say? I just sent it. Cool your jets. Crimmins moved his nods back into place. As dumb as Woody was, he might have a point. They actually did move like the host nation forces Crimmins had worked with in the Marines, though he wasn't about to concede the point to his partner. Crimmins heard the bolt go forward on the rifle behind him as his phone buzzed. Sawyer says to just keep recording. Fuck! It could be anyone out there, Woody. Those could be cops, agency, who the hell knows? They're Hodge, bro, you know it. Maybe, Crimmins thought. Just do your job and ensure we are recording. In the meantime, hand me that rifle. Chapter 39. Reece and Katie made their way deliberately down the wooden slope with just a sliver of a moon to guide them. Reece angled west. He who flanks first wins. He paused at the base of the embankment. His land cruiser was visible about 75 yards to the east. Sorry, old girl, Reece thought. Turning his attention from the wreck, he looked up toward the road. In the darkness, it was hard to tell if anyone was in an overwatch position. Katie, stay on rear security. I'm going to go up and get us some transportation. If something happens or you see anyone but me, come back over the rise. Make your way back to the west. Use the road as a guide. Keep moving. That will keep you warm. Keep going until you find a house, then call 911 and tell them everything. Reece looked into her eyes and then down at the diamond that still hung from her neck. When she spoke, there was no panic, no fright, no uncertainty in her voice. Come back to me, James. Reece nodded and moved up the rise. Charlie, we have something here, Woody said, staring at the monitors. What is it? Crimmins asked, adjusting the focus on his nods. I think it's him. Who's him? Be more specific, Crimmins ordered, focusing in on movement closer to the minivan than he expected. It's fucking Reece. Crimmins brought his nods back into focus on a figure moving over the low guardrail between his position and the two vehicles he had been watching. Shit. Though he couldn't be sure, the figure in his nods seemed to pause and look directly at him. He can't see you, Charlie. He's just checking his flank, isn't he? Fuck, Charlie. That's James Reece, clear as day. What happened to the 9 tangos who went after him? Think he killed them all? Damn, that's one bad motherfucker. Don't fucking move, Woody. He can't see us in here. This thing is all blacked out in high speed. If he sees anything, it's the outline of an abandoned minivan. Charlie swallowed. He knew Woody was right, but something about the way the figure turned and looked right through him made him uneasy. Just keep recording, Woody. I'm on it. He's moving to the vehicles. He has what appears to be an AR. My nods are a little hazy at distance. What do you have on FLIR? Forward-looking infrared had come a long way in the past 20 years. The optics available, even on the civilian sector market, put the heat-sensing technology from the first half of the war to shame. I have one tango standing by the lead vehicle smoking a cigarette. The other guy is in the driver's seat of the van. Appears to have the heat on. The crack of a rifle shot broke the night air. Oh, shit! Woody exclaimed. He just straight up murdered that dude with the cig. Fuck, one shot. He's not even wearing a shirt. What a beast. That was fucking awesome. Just tell me you recorded it. Oh, I got it all right. This is fucking sweet. I'm gonna rub one out to this shit later. Wish I was out there stacking bodies with this dude. Keep recording. Oh, damn, Woody said, playing announcer at a UFC fight. He just shot the driver in the van through the passenger window. Fuck. Now he's leaning in. Oh, bro, he shot him again. I can see that. What's he doing now? Woody wondered out loud. He's clearing the van, now the sedan. He's walking to the first guy. Oh, shit, he just shot him in the head again. This dude is a fucking savage. He's leaning down, going through his pockets. He just picked him up. Fuck, that's some cold shit. They watched as Reece carried the dead man to the back of the van. He opened the rear door and tossed him inside. He then moved to the front driver's side door and pushed the man he'd just killed between the seats. He then got behind the wheel and reversed toward the minivan. Oh, fuck, Woody said. Let's get ready to get out of here or shoot or something. Crimmins was already on it. The vehicle was outfitted to drive with no illumination when in IR mode. No brake lights or reverse lights would give them away. The van came to a stop where Reece had climbed over the guardrail. They watched as he exited the vehicle and appeared to call down the slope. Moments later, Katie Baranek emerged. Reece helped her over the rail and put his arm around her. She walked with an obvious limp. Reece assisted her into the passenger seat and then walked back to the driver's side. He stopped again only momentarily to look back down the road to the west. Crimmins tensed in his seat, preparing to step on the gas to reverse out. Be cool. He can't see you, just be cool. He's looking right at us, Woody whispered. Probably just checking the road behind him. We are ghosts, brah. Shut up and don't say another fucking word. Reece got back in the van, and a second later, it sped off down US 50 toward Annapolis. Chapter 40. City Tavern Club, Georgetown, Washington, D.C. "You could have at least worn a tie," Thwaite said, as he joined his companion in the private third-floor room of the City Tavern Club, a private club located north of the Grand Old Ditch, otherwise known as the C&O Canal near M Street and Wisconsin Avenue in Georgetown. "Not tactically sound. Serves no purpose." Sawyer was dressed in his normal D.C. attire of slacks, button-down shirt, and navy blazer. He stayed seated and didn't offer a hand when Thwaite entered the room. He nursed what Thwaite could only assume was an expensive glass of bourbon. "Pappy 23? On my bill, I assume?" "No. Cognac tonight. Louis XIII. And yes, of course it's on your bill. I'm not a member. I doubt the former CIA officers who restored this place would be happy I'm even having a drink here." "Probably not." A waiter approached and set a Bombay Sapphire martini on the table in front of the senator, before leaving the two men alone in a private room usually reserved for functions with a minimum of 14 people. "Your usual?" "Fuck you, Eric," I ordered on the way up. The building was one of the last remaining examples of American federal-style architecture in D.C. With a history dating back to 1796, its early patrons included George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and John Adams. When a group of CIA clandestine service officers stumbled across it in the late 1950s, it was scheduled to be demolished and turned into a parking lot. The enterprising officers on the verge of retirement formed an association to save the historic building. In 1962, they reopened the restaurant as a private social club, continuing its legacy of exclusivity, catering to Washington's political and social elite, its red brick housing furniture and relics from the country's earliest days. "I wonder if Jefferson discussed the Barbary Wars in this room," Sawyer said, admiring the fixtures and flooring that dated back to the 18th century. "America's first war on terror," Thwaite said, draining half his martini in the first sip. "There you go again, Eddie. Remember, I've heard your speech before." "You could have at least waited for me in the receiving room or Jefferson Library." "One never knows how long your vital work for the people will take, Senator. Besides, we are in the private room for a reason." "Eric, the president is destroying this country. Our economy is in shambles. People across the nation are sheltering in place to avoid a virus that so far has only affected Texas and Colorado." "Are you not worried it might spread?" Sawyer asked. Thwaite finished his martini and looked for the waiter. "Yeah, I'm worried it's going to spread. The president has evoked executive powers put in place after September 11th and strengthened by each administration since, Republican and Democrat. His administration is keeping Congress and the American people in the dark. Who knows what this thing really is, though we might find out tomorrow. The president is going to address Congress in a closed-door session. It's about time. The country is tearing itself apart, and all he's done is address the nation from the Oval Office, reassuring us that the government is doing everything in its power to safeguard the American people. Meanwhile, he's got tanks and armored personnel carriers holding 2 entire cities hostage." "I'm not a constituent, Eddie, and didn't you vote for the Patriot Act?" "Fuck you, Sawyer. Those laws are in place to protect the American people." Sawyer signaled their waiter through the glass door that 2 more drinks were necessary. "I also believe you reauthorized it twice." "God damn it, Eric. We're not here to talk about my voting record. I need to know what you have on James Reece and the president." The waiter entered with 2 additional drinks. Sawyer's phone buzzed as his 3rd glass of Louis XIII was placed before him. "Would you like to know the specials?" the waiter asked. Thwaite waved him off with a dismissive hand, and he backed out of the room. "Something more important to deal with?" Thwaite asked. "Maybe," Sawyer said, returning the text and placing the phone on the table next to him. "That is the perfect segue. It's time for you to pull your weight, Senator." "Excuse me?" "You've been in Washington a long time. You are a swamp creature. You head the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Your party controls the Senate. What do you want, Sawyer? We need a FISA warrant on James Reece's secure phone. Oh, for Christ's sake. How do you know he even has one? He's not communicating with anyone at the CIA or in the executive branch with his iPhone, we know that. He's got to be communicating somehow. He knows what we know about secure comms. The president uses a cryptol. I'd be willing to bet my next government contract that Reece does too. Thwaite took a slower sip of his martini. And how do you suggest we justify it? Bring in one of your stooges. I can find someone, believe me. I've plenty to work with as leverage. We gin up a suspected Russian intelligence threat. Reece did spend 6 months in Siberia, after all, and somehow got back to the United States. Someone with ties to Russia in close contact with the president and CIA? Call it a counterintelligence operation or a national security investigation. You know all the correct buzzwords. Get me the contract to run it as an independent investigation. You want the president and James Reece? This is how we do it. Sawyer's phone buzzed again. Do you mind turning that thing off? I know it's secure, but it still makes me nervous. Sawyer diverted his attention to the phone. Sawyer! You are going to want to see this, Sawyer said, pushing his phone across to the senator. Thwaite removed his glasses from the inside pocket of his jacket and perched them on the end of his nose, blinking as he adjusted the angle of the screen to get a better view. What am I looking at? Unless my operatives are mistaken, you are looking at James Reece committing murder. Chapter 41. Annapolis, Maryland. Within an hour of their pulling into the CIA safe house on the banks of the Severn River in Annapolis, additional vehicles began to arrive. To the casual observer passing by, it would look like just a normal Friday night get-together. Had they looked closer, they would have noticed that all of the guests were male, and that not one of them seemed out of shape. As they parked and approached the entrance, a more studious observer would take note that none carried bottles of wine or plates of appetizers. They were not focused on the front door, nor did they joke or even talk as they approached the house. None of them looked directly at the home. Instead, their heads were on swivels. Closer inspection would indicate that the one on the right looked to the right, ahead, and behind, while the one on the left looked to the left, ahead, and behind. They were dressed in earth-tone clothing, and each carried a backpack. These were anything but ordinary men. Jesus, Reece! Where did you get your medical training? Logan asked to lighten the mood. Katie sat on the couch in the main room. A large kitchen was to their left, and huge windows opened onto a deck that overlooked an immense grass lawn. Lit up by lights to discourage intruders, the yard sloped gently down toward a dock with a sailboat secured next to a Boston whaler. As soon as they arrived an hour earlier, Reece had cleared the house and ensured all the doors and windows were locked and that there were no signs of forced or illicit entry before tending to Katie's wounds and throwing on a T-shirt. He makes up for his lack of medical expertise with his bedside manner, Katie joked. Both men laughed, knowing that a sense of humor is a good sign when confronting the physical and emotional trauma of battle. Big hole, big patch, small hole, small patch, Reece teased back. What else do you need to know? Logan rolled his eyes and smiled at Katie. Not sure how you put up with this guy, Logan continued as he inspected Katie's head and leg. You are going to need some stitches. Logan pointed a penlight into each of Katie's eyes. I don't think you have a concussion, which is a small miracle, but I'd still like you to refrain from having anything with caffeine and to stay away from alcohol until we are sure, he said, looking at the glass of wine next to the journalist. Katie frowned. And you, Reece, sit down and let me take a look. I'm fine. You are not fine until I say you are fine. Now sit down and let me do my job. Reece reluctantly sat and let the former Air Force PJ give him the once-over. After clearing the house, Reece had used the landline to contact Vic at the CIA. Within 20 minutes, the first car had arrived, a retired ground branch contractor living in Forest Meadows. 4 more vehicles had pulled up over the next hour. Reece knew most of them. all former operators now working for the paramilitary side of U.S. intelligence. They now stood guard around the house, sentinels of the Republic, allowing Logan to tend to Reece and Katie's wounds. While Logan examined the gash on Reece's head, a GB contractor opened the door for Vic Rodriguez. Vic crossed through the foyer and extended his hand to Katie, the spymaster outwardly suppressing the shock of seeing Katie and Reece covered in dirt, sweat, and blood. "Ms. Baranek, so good to see you again. I wish it were under better circumstances. How do you feel?" Vic was addressing Katie, but looked to Logan, who nodded reassuringly. "I think I need more wine," Katie replied. Vic chuckled. "How is he?" Vic asked Logan, knowing he would never get the truth out of the frogman. "He's going to need some stitches in his head, and he's certainly got a concussion. Other than that, he just needs a shower and possibly a shave and a haircut." The Air Force medic jested. "I'm fine, Vic." Reece winced as Logan parted his hair, inspecting the cut matted with dried blood. "You look great," Vic deadpanned. "Let's talk. Katie, will you excuse us?" "Of course. I'm going to get cleaned up," she said. Ever the gentleman, Vic offered his hand and assisted the journalist to her feet. Vic nodded to Logan and motioned for Reece to follow him to the kitchen. "What the fuck is going on, Reece?" Reece moved around the counter while Vic took a seat on a bar stool. He opened a drawer and removed a clean dish towel, which he ran under warm water before applying it to his face to remove some of the blood. "Is this room wired?" Reece asked. "It is, but it's not recording." "You sure?" "I'm sure." Reece ran the now bloody towel under the water again, watching the rose-colored water disappear down the drain. "You want a drink? After I read you in on this, you are going to need it." Chapter 42. When Reece finished, Vic closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "The President of the United States ordered assassinations on U.S. soil. Jesus Christ." "And the two dead guys are still in the van?" Vic asked. "They are. I went through their pockets, no wallets or cell phones, but it was just a cursory search on the side of the road. You might have better luck with a forensic team." "I'll coordinate it." "And if you don't mind, I have an AR in a storage drawer in the back of my truck, and my secure phone is in my pack, which was in the back seat. There are a few other things in there I probably shouldn't have had in D.C. Vic nodded. "I'll take care of it." Reece paused. "You're wondering why I didn't try to take one of those last two on the road alive, aren't you?" Vic studied his newest recruit. "It sounds like you were wondering that yourself, Reece." Reece dropped the bloody towel in the sink. "I saw the killers who took Lauren and Lucy from me in each of the men who came after us tonight. I couldn't let that happen again, Vic. I've put Katie in danger too many times. She almost died out there. She killed a man. She's acting tough, but as you know, the post-traumatic stress from events like tonight can manifest years afterward." Vic nodded knowingly. "I should have taken one. I could have." "You don't know that, Reece. You made a tactical battlefield decision to eliminate the threat. Simple as that." Both men knew it was not as simple as that. "Regardless, it's done," Reece said. "No bringing them back. Question remains, who were they, who sent them, and why? I was worried about a faction of the Bratva tracking me down, maybe even Russian SVR. This crew was clearly speaking Farsi." "Could it have something to do with anything you did in the teams?" Vic asked. "I guess it's possible, but you know how that works. You were banging targets every night, grabbing people, and bringing them back to the FOB for interrogation. A lot of guys did that." "Not a lot of guys then got caught up in the Capstone experiment and were labeled a domestic terrorist by the U.S. government, only to have their pictures splashed across cable news and social media outlets for months." "There is that," Reece agreed. "If they knew about this safe house, they would have hit you here. They could have come in by water or the road or both. Too many variables to do a VI en route from D.C. to Annapolis," Vic said, using the abbreviation for vehicle interdiction. Reece looked at the stairs that Katie had just walked up, and then back to Vic. As if reading his mind, Vic said, "Unless they were after Katie." "It's feasible. I don't know. Things are not adding up. I go after a network that helped facilitate 9/11. One of the targets in Chicago has a heart attack as I'm surveilling. I take one out in Atlanta and then get told to stand down by the president as this airborne hemorrhagic virus paralyzes the country. I come back to Northern Virginia to recalibrate and suddenly get targeted by 9 guys speaking Farsi? If what I was doing was agency-sanctioned, I'd say we have a mole in our midst, but this was not agency-sanctioned. This was me and the president. For the moment, I'm going to set aside the debate over legalities and chain of command and usurpation of authorities and the myriad laws you broke. Don't worry. We will revisit those later. Right now, I'm more concerned about foreign hit teams on U.S. soil targeting you and possibly others from Ground Branch. I have a cleanup crew coordinating with local law enforcement on scene. If any of these hitters are in the system of any Western intelligence service, we will know in a few hours. Am I interrupting anything, gentlemen? Katie asked, hitting the base of the staircase and walking toward the kitchen. She had cleaned up as best as she could. The blood that had dried on the right side of her face was gone, and she was in fresh clothes. Not at all, Ms. Baranek. Please join us, Vic said, standing and pulling out the counter chair. Please call me Katie, Mr. Rodriguez. Vic, please. Vic, Katie said. Since we are forbidden from drinking the nectar of the gods for another night, can I get anyone some decaffeinated tea? Let me, Reece said. You will probably ruin it with cream and honey, Katie said with a smile. I've got it. Vic? No, thank you. I need to coordinate with the cleanup crew and see if we can get some answers on who these guys were. You might want to wait. I called my friend Haley Garrett at the CDC to let her know I was alive. She was planning to stop by tonight to help me with a story. She's on her way over now. I tried to discourage her, but she does not dissuade easily. She also has some information she wasn't comfortable sharing on the phone. What do you mean? Vic asked. I don't have specifics, but she doesn't think this virus originated in Angola. She thinks it's a bioweapon. Chapter 43. Haley Garrett arrived 30 minutes later. Even though Katie had warned her about the additional security, she looked a little perturbed by the armed men in the driveway. The two old friends shared a warm hug. Katie, oh my God, are you okay? Haley asked, shooting daggers at Reece. Yes, I'm fine. Just some scratches. Haley, you remember James, and this is Victor Rodriguez. The two men shook hands with Haley, who studied them both the way a witness would analyze perps in a lineup from behind a two-way mirror. It's okay, Haley. Like I explained on the phone, these are two of the good guys. Haley continued to take stock of the CIA operatives. She was dressed in running shoes, jeans, and a UC Davis sweatshirt. Her black hair was tied back, and retro vintage Ray-Ban prescription eyeglasses were perched precariously atop her head. She had the stern look of someone who could win any argument simply by wearing down and outlasting her opposition. I think we should sit down for this, she said, making her decision. They moved to the spacious dining room and sat around the far end of a long rectangular table. Reece looked up and noted that the ceiling was adorned with hand-painted roses. Sub Rosa. Appropriate, Reece thought. Mr. Rodriguez, what exactly do you do for the government? Haley asked. I work for the State Department. Ah, of course, she said. Everyone in Washington knew that State Department was a euphemism for the Central Intelligence Agency. Well, in that case, you just might be the perfect person. Perfect person for what? Vic asked. Haley looked at Katie, Reece, and then back to Vic. This virus is not airborne in the way we've become conditioned to understand the term, and I doubt it originated in Angola. I also suspect it is connected to the attack on Katie and James tonight. I'm sorry, Ms. Garrett, I'm not following. Neither are my bosses at the CDC. Hysteria has gripped not just the populace, but also the scientific community. My job is to follow clues, much like a detective. So, we have a suspected index case in Angola. Almost 500 people die, but the virus burns itself out like we've seen in the past. So far, nothing unusual. Only this time, a carrier boards a plane at Quatro de Fevereiro International Airport and brings the virus to the United States. It's happened before with the virus burning out on U.S. soil, but something is different about this.
The virus has mutated. It has evolved. It's a new strain. How do we know? Because as of tonight, close to 3,000 people have died in Colorado and Texas. People who in no way could have had blood-to-blood contact. We know the Angola flight landed in Johannesburg, and then from there flights departed to JFK and Atlanta, with follow-on flights around the nation to include airports in Dallas and Denver. Therefore, it's airborne. Our worst nightmare, right?
That is my understanding, Vic said.
Then why do we not have cases in Johannesburg? Why no cases in Europe or the Middle East? In South Africa, passengers from Angola transferred to flights going to Dubai, UAE, Frankfurt, London, and Barcelona, but we only have cases in Dallas and Denver?
Maybe the carrier was not yet contagious until they got to Dallas or Denver, Reece offered.
I admit that is a possibility, but I submit that it is much more likely to be in either one specific location or to have spread to multiple areas around the world. Isolated to 2 cities is peculiar.
We see that in Africa, don't we? Vic asked. Isolated to a single village?
Yes, but typically villagers aren't traveling, which helps contain the spread, the doctor countered.
I read that the CDC officially identified it as a new strain of Ebola, Reece said.
That's true, Haley said. It looks like a new mutation of Ebola under a microscope.
A new strain that's airborne, Vic said, confirming the official account.
Yes, but airborne does not mean that it's being spread via respiratory means, she said.
Vic leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. Please, elaborate, Vic said.
Okay, let me break it down for those of you with Y chromosomes. It's possible for something to be airborne, but not necessarily spread via respiratory pathways. Think of it in terms of getting sprayed with perfume by one of those annoying salespeople at a mall. We are all old enough to remember malls, right? Well, you smelled the perfume, sometimes even tasted it, but you didn't cough the perfume onto someone else an hour or even days later. Are you saying someone wants us to think this virus is spread naturally from human to human, but it was really intentionally released to infect people?
Katie asked. A bioweapon, Reece stated. Haley looked at Reece.
That is my theory. It's only airborne in that it is spread by contact with direct aerosol droplets released by a controlled pressure device, through a mist or a cloud of droplets. After that, it can only be spread as any standard hemorrhagic virus with direct blood to mucous membrane contact. It's actually difficult to spread with limited precautions.
That's what makes it an effective bioweapon, Reece offered. If you release a virus with that kind of death rate, it does you no good if it then spreads back and infects the country that released it.
That's right. Most importantly, it is incapable of human aerosolization like COVID-19. It's the perfect bioweapon. It strikes with incredible efficiency, but its genius is that it doesn't continue to spread past those initially infected.
That would defeat its purpose, Reece said, thinking aloud. So how do we kill it?
You don't kill it. It has infected everyone it's going to infect.
Unless someone is still out there releasing it manually.
Correct.
So to stop it, we find whoever is releasing it and we stop them, Reece stated. It wasn't a question.
Yes,
Haley said slowly. She had never heard the word stop used in a way that so naturally implied kill. Can you prove it? Vic asked.
No. It's just a theory. To prove it, we would need to first know what type of virus we are dealing with, and by that I mean what specific virus we are looking at. Right now, we are working off data that suggests it is a new strain of Ebola because that is what it most closely resembles under electron magnification, and because it matches a sample from a recent outbreak in Angola. If it is, in fact, an engineered bioweapon that is not in our system, we would have nothing with which to compare it. Some of these viruses were weaponized going back to World War II. Bioweapon research from Germany and Japan was absorbed by the Soviet Union and the United States, who then built on that research to develop their own programs, all highly classified. After we knew the type of virus, we'd then need a sample of the original bioweapon to compare to a sample from Colorado or Texas.
And what does the CDC think of this hypothesis? Vic asked.
So far, it has fallen on deaf ears. We started with the premise that this outbreak originated in Angola because the mutated strain from samples in Richardson and Aurora matched the sample taken from Angola to a T. After it was identified, we, the scientific community as a whole, set out to develop an inoculation the way we did with COVID-19.
You mean making a vaccine from one of the infected patients? Reece asked.
That is, by and large, a Hollywood myth. You just can't pull antibodies off the shelf and inoculate 300 million people. It doesn't work that way. The point is, all our efforts went into developing a vaccine. No one stopped to ask why the spread rate is deviating from every other contagious disease ever documented.
Seeing that those around the table were not grasping the concept, she continued.
Usually the spread rate is inverse to the mortality rate.
That does not sound good. What exactly does it mean? Reece asked.
The faster pathogens spread, the slower they kill. That preserves the host and gives the virus a chance to spread, to survive. By contrast, this virus may have adapted to spread via respiratory droplets. Someone can pass it through a cough rather than direct blood-to-blood contact, as with your garden variety hemorrhagic virus. It's hard to infect another human when a disease is transmitted through blood. But if this virus maintains its mortality rate of 85% to 90% in its current mutation, then it is no longer a flu or H1N1 outbreak with a 0.01% mortality rate, or even COVID with a 0.1% or 0.2% mortality rate. If this outbreak continues on its current path and escapes the isolation measures in Richardson and Aurora, we are talking 280 million people dead, and that does not take into account international ramifications.
The sixth wave? Katie whispered. The sixth wave? Reece asked.
Holocene extinction,
Haley explained.
Planetary extinction of the human race. Earth has witnessed 5 previous mass extinctions. The last one was approximately 66 million years ago. Many scientists believe we are due for another.
Dr. Garrett, you do not seem as distressed about this possibility as one would expect, Vic noted.
That's because this is not that event, but we are being manipulated to believe it is for a reason that I don't yet understand.
Explain, Vic pressed.
Are any of you familiar with mathematically modeling R0?
The what? Reece asked.
R0, reproduction number. You may have heard it called R0. It's a mathematical term used to describe the intensity of an infectious disease and therefore indicate its rate of transmission. Think of it as a spread rate. 1-to-1 transmission is a 1. If it rises higher than 1-to-1, the result is what we call a logarithmic growth at uncontrolled speed. Below 1-to-1, it burns itself out.
To the blank stares of her audience, Haley continued.
A situation where, on average, each infected person spread the illness to one other single person would establish an R0 of 1.
You lost me, Reece admitted.
Simply put, Haley said, if the R0 is over 1, it's on a logarithmic escalation. That number does not change by the day. Rather, it takes weeks for curves to be established.
You are saying that Texas and Colorado deviate from the established model, Reece said, processing the data and wrapping his head around the implications.
That's right. The rate of spread in Richardson, thousands of patients all at once, would put the rate off the map. The R0 would be 20, 30, or possibly higher, but then it jumped to another location with a smaller subset. That is too high a variance within the virus. They do not mutate or adapt that quickly.
Meaning? Reece asked.
Meaning that the logarithmic growth rate would indicate the entire country should be infected by now, but we are not. Somebody, possibly a group of people, is releasing it in aerosolized doses, trying to mimic a respiratory spread contagion.
The repercussions of Haley's theory settled over the table. Vic broke the silence first. To be clear, you are saying this could be a coordinated release mirroring a respiratory spreading virus with a 90% mortality rate. A bioterrorism attack.
Yes, but it's not really all that well done, to be honest.
How so? Vic asked, leaning forward.
As I said, think of me as an infectious disease forensic investigator. I tried to find the index case in Angola. That's harder than one would think. All the bodies were incinerated to prevent the spread of the virus. However, in this country, we keep detailed medical records, and in the case of a new strain of airborne Ebola, some of the HIPAA restrictions are lifted by executive order. The CDC tracked down flight manifests from Angola and cross-referenced those with patients here in the United States. Up until this point, we've only looked at this through the public health lens because of the CDC's initial reporting from Angola. As far as I know, the CIA and the FBI have not convened a task force because, as of yet, no one has explored it from a national security angle. And based on what we have seen thus far, it seems cut and dried at face value. The virus index case is one of 457 people incinerated in Angola. But at least one carrier boards a plane and from Africa travels to the United States. What we've been concerned with up to now is tracking down and testing passengers for the disease to contain the spread, not scrutinizing their backgrounds, Katie said, thinking aloud. That's right, Haley confirmed.
I'll get detailed backgrounds on the passengers,
Vic said. From your connections at the State Department? Haley asked.
Yes, Vic confirmed.
Whoever did this made a mistake. I should have found a name on the manifests that matched a name in hospital records.
Unless the U.S. carrier is dead in their house and has not yet been identified, Reece observed.
True, but if you are a terrorist, you'd want us to tie a name on a flight to a name in a hospital and wrap it all up nicely to hand to the American public. Why wouldn't they do that? Katie asked.
OPSEC, Reece said.
Excuse me?
OPSEC. Operational Security. If we found them before they died, there is the possibility we could turn them and trace the attack back to its origin.
There is no getting around the fact that a carrier might be deceased in his or her bed and as of yet undiscovered, but it's also possible that person doesn't exist, that it was not brought in from Angola, Haley said.
There are still a lot of missing pieces here,
Vic said. Also true, but I found something else of interest, and it only came to me after Katie told me about what happened tonight and that her attackers were speaking Farsi. Which is? Katie asked. The first person admitted to Richardson Methodist Medical Center was Mahan Faramand. I did some digging. He's a second-generation Iranian-American. Interesting, Katie conceded. Is he still alive? No. Unfortunately, he was one of the first to succumb to the virus. Do you know what's even more interesting? The first group of patients in Aurora had two names that stood out. Izad Turan and Sebastian Phillips. Turan has been in the country for 25 years. Guess where he's from?
Iran, Vic stated.
What about Sebastian Phillips? Katie asked. He doesn't sound Iranian. His given name is Shahram Pahlavi. Where do you think his parents are from? Iran, Katie said, remembering the gunshots and the screaming in Farsi reverberating through the dark warehouse, now echoing through her mind. Do we know if Izad Turan and Sebastian Phillips are still alive? Reece asked. They are, Haley confirmed, at least as of 2 hours ago. Did you check all the names from Richardson? I did. Of all patients thus far, anyway. And there were 3 patients with Iranian surnames, Mahan Faramand, Reza Abed, and Hashem Shirazi.
Reece swallowed as the blood drained from his face. Reece, Vic said, are you okay? Reece stood and walked to the windows overlooking the Severn River. He felt the pull of the ocean. Take Katie and get on that boat and sail away. To where? Anywhere but here. Vic stood and moved next to Reece at the window. Reece? Vic, Reece said, the tone of his voice matching the darkness beyond the shutters. The names. What names? Faramand, Turan, and Pahlavi. What about them? Those are all last names on the 9/11 target list the president gave me. Dear God. Vic, get me a list of names from Angola. Highlight anyone with Iranian ties. Tell the president what's going on. I'm going to wake up the director. We will brief the president at the PDB. I'll get a team of agency doctors on this immediately. Vic, if Dr. Garrett is right and there is an Iranian connection to the hit tonight that is also linked to this outbreak or bio-attack, they are not going to stop. Can you get Katie somewhere safe? Of course. What are you going to do? I'm going to do what I do best. First, I need someone with an infectious disease background. Reece turned back from the window. Haley, are you up for a trip into the hot zone? James, Katie said, a tinge of nervousness in her voice. Where are you going? I want to talk to Izad Turan and Sebastian Phillips. And Vic? Yes? I'll need to borrow an agency jet. Chapter 44. Denver, Colorado. The agency Gulfstream 550 landed at Denver International Airport and taxied to a private terminal set up by the Department of Justice after 9/11 to receive government aircraft and officials needing to avoid public air travel. The fleet of taxpayer-funded private aircraft had received scrutiny in recent years after the high-visibility firing of FBI Director James Comey, who was photographed boarding an FBI G550 in Los Angeles for a flight to D.C. As with most outrages, it was short-lived, as another hot topic distracted the media the following day. Reece and Haley were met by a young CIA analyst who was the agency liaison to the FBI Denver field office. Mr. Donovan, Dr. Garrett, I'm Ken Daniel. I have your credentials and hazmat suits in the Suburban. The subjects have been moved from the hospital to 2 separate chem bioprotective shelters outside the main field hospital. As requested, they are under guard, though I have been told that was an unnecessary precaution. Why is that? Reece asked. They were some of the first patients, sir. They don't have much time left. They had already been triaged to the expectant area. Reece nodded. Expectant meant there was no hope. Usually annotated with a black badge, those in the expectant category of military triage were given pain medications and left to die, while resources were allocated to those patients who had a chance. Thanks, Ken. The guards are there to keep anyone from killing them before we can question them, Reece said. Oh, I see. Ken wiped sweat from a brow that carried a look of perpetual nervousness. He was young, thin, with a mop of blonde hair that Reece suspected drove the FBI agents in the field office nuts. What do you do for the agency, Ken? Reece asked as they made their way to the black Suburban parked on the edge of the tarmac. Analysts, sir. Collections. Do you have time overseas? Not yet, sir. I've been in Denver for the past year, mostly answering emails and trail running. How far is the hospital? About 10 minutes. Everything south of the 70 is shut down, from the Denver Zoo to Buckley Air Force Base. I'm sure you've seen the rioting. It's getting bad. I'm worried the military is going to kill more people just keeping containment than this virus would. Reece and Haley shared a look. That's why we're here, Ken, Haley said. Do the 2 people under guard have something to do with this? We are going to find out. Reece's phone buzzed. Excuse me, he said, hitting accept. He put the phone to his ear and stepped away from his colleagues. What do you have for me, Vic? Confirmation that Sebastian Phillips is Shahram Pahlavi. His parents emigrated from Europe in the mid-90s, both doctors. Settled in California and then Arizona, where Shahram was born. Prior to medical school at University of Leuven, Belgium, they were citizens of Iran. I just put them under surveillance in Phoenix. The father was on my list. Shahram would have been just a kid on 9/11. Anything else? Shahram rents an apartment near the university, but he owns a home in Denver. Tax records do not indicate any rental income from either property. I'll text you the addresses. I'm working to get local LE and FBI on those locations, but they are overtaxed right now with containment, protests, and rioting. Understood. How about Izad Turan? NSA went through his email and browsing history. It's clean. They went deep and found an old Hotmail account set up in 1999. It never sent an email. Its draft folder was accessed, but the contents deleted, and it hasn't been touched since 2001. It was so long ago that the NSA has not been able to recover or restore the deleted files. Back when using the draft folder with 2 or more people having the login information was the preferred method of communication for terrorists. What about cell phone tracking data? Turan does not appear to own a cell phone. Not that we could find, anyway. Shahram's locational data was turned off for the most part, but as you know, we can still track. That data indicates a pattern of life that centers around his apartment and campus, with occasional trips to the Rocky Mountains. What does that tell us? The report indicates that on multiple occasions he left his phone at the apartment when we have him active on university computers. So he's leaving his cell phone in his apartment. Yes. It's possible he's just forgetful, Vic conceded. It's also possible he doesn't want his phone carrier capturing locational data on the days he leaves it at home, Reece said, remembering the phone he left on his dresser in Coronado, California, as he started crossing names off his terminal list. It's feasible. Those are the days he's going to the house in Denver, Reece said. I concur. That is a valid assumption. What else do you have for us? Reece, the hitters in Maryland, they all had Iranian ties. Reece took a breath, calculating. That fits. Is Katie locked down? She's not happy about it. Ox and the boys are standing watch. Good. How'd it go with the president? Reece asked, changing topics. I can't say much on this line other than there is staunch opposition to Haley's theory. People are scared, Reece. There are drastic measures on the table. More drastic than isolating American cities and letting everyone inside die. Reece, these phones are secure, but like every electronic device, only to a point. I am going to violate procedure and tell you something that could end my career, but you need to know. I'm listening. There is an option to eradicate a virus that threatens to destroy the country. It's been used before by the Soviets and then the Russians in Africa. Reece remembered his dinner conversation with Katie in what seemed like another life. FAEs? That's right, Reece. On U.S. cities? Jesus! Not to put any additional pressure on you, but the very real fate of the nation rests on what you find out from Shahram and Turan. Reece looked back to Haley. Reece, are you still there? I'm here. Headed to the field hospital now. Call me as soon as you have anything. Roger. Reece terminated the call and walked back toward Haley and Ken, who stood waiting next to the Suburban.
What did he say?
Haley asked. He said this is all up to us. Chapter 45. On the drive to Buckley Air Force Base, Ken briefed Reece and Haley on the procedures for entering and exiting what was now referred to as a hot zone. Like Richardson, Aurora had become a prison, and it was increasingly evident to the residents that all those trapped within its borders would eventually die. Ken explained that the containment plan had called for a complete encirclement of a geographical area, with those on its borders moved 4 miles inward to create a no-man's land buffer zone, a DMZ. Those without family and friends were put up in hotels in Denver and in tents on Buckley Air Force Base. The plan had not taken into account the power of American resolve and natural disdain for authority. The weapons that had at first been pointed in to keep those in the containment area from escaping were now augmented with additional forces holding back waves of protesters and family members from outside the isolation zones who wanted to know if their relatives were alive. Skirmishes had erupted between the military and citizens trying to break out of the hot zone, and some trying to break into it. Americans had been shot and killed, and even the military had not emerged unscathed. Americans were dying on both sides of what some were starting to refer to as a civil war. Reece could only imagine the confusion of a young 18-year-old kid embalmed in a claustrophobic hazmat suit with a fogged-up gas mask, holding an iron-sighted M16 or behind a 240 Golf on the back of a Humvee, as his fellow citizens approached with guns, knives, baseball bats, skateboards, bricks, and Molotov cocktails. Ken explained that criminals had taken advantage of the chaos and were again rioting and looting shopping districts in Denver under the pretense of protesting government incursion a few miles east. Those with the means to do so had fled the state. A panic had gripped the nation. Cities across the country were descending into chaos, with rioters and looters protesting the actions in Richardson and Aurora. The virus, government response, and subsequent rioting had sent the economy into a tailspin. An enemy had breached the gates. Second and third order effects, Reece thought. As with Iraq and Afghanistan, plans that looked good on paper rarely, if ever, survived first contact with the enemy. The men and women in hazmat suits tasked with protecting the country by containing entire cities were feeling the results of those unintended consequences. They had turned their weapons against the very people whose taxes paid their salaries and provided the rifles and ammunition now being used against them. Imagine what happens if they find out this is not a naturally occurring virus, Reece thought. They are going to demand someone pay. A population, a country, someone. The Suburban pulled through 3 separate checkpoints as it made its way onto the Air Force Base, finally passing through the 6th Avenue gate. Ken parked the SUV in the large parking lot just inside the perimeter where temporary tents had been set up. It reminded Reece of the early forward operating bases from the War on Terror. A four-vehicle convoy consisting of 2 Humvees and 2 Strykers awaited them. Reece couldn't help but notice the 30mm cannons atop the Strykers and the 50s in the Humvee turrets. They were lined up, engines on, ready to roll. All personnel were suited up in tan CBRN military hazmat suits with full-face gas masks. Reece turned to Haley. "Are you sure you want to do this?"
"I'm a doctor, Reece. I study infectious diseases. This is my theory. I'm going with you."
Reece nodded. "Okay, but if anything happens, just stay behind me. Listen to what I say and do it."
"Deal. Now let me show you how to put on your suit."
Chapter 46. Leaving Buckley and entering the hot zone was akin to departing Baghdad's green zone after the al-Askari mosque bombing in 2006. It was game on. The convoy sped through the streets, abruptly switching lanes under overpasses in case they were targeted by Molotov cocktails or bricks from above. The drivers had clearly been downrange. A car defying the isolation orders was forced to the side by warning shots from the lead Humvee. Reece wondered how long those rounds would remain warnings before lighting up any person or vehicle outside their homes. The military has occupied the United States of America. They sped down State Highway 30 and turned into the Aurora Hills golf course, which had been commandeered by the military and transformed for hospital overflow. Passing through another 3 heavily armed checkpoints, they entered the grounds of what 2 weeks earlier had been a place to relax, tee off, and enjoy a day with friends. It was now a morgue. 2 huge tents with accompanying diesel generators and air filtration systems dominated the course. Refrigerated semi-tractor trailers packed the parking area. For the bodies. The vehicles came to a stop and were met by 3 soldiers in the same tan CBRN military hazmat suits worn by those in the convoy. "You ready?" Reece asked across the rear passenger seat of the Humvee. Their gas masks had been fitted with new removable filters. Reece had instinctually screwed his into the left side of the mask, which would let him bring a rifle to his right shoulder if need be. Old habits. The integrated speech diaphragms allowed them to speak to one another without shouting, a vast improvement from just a few years before. CBRN stood for chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear. The suits and gas masks were designed to protect service members from toxic industrial chemicals and chemical warfare agents, to include radioactive dust, noxious gas, and vaporized pollutants. They were an unfortunate necessity of the modern battlefield. None of those wearing them today thought they would ever don them on U.S. soil, combating American citizens.
"Let's do it. If I believed this was a respiratory spread virus, I wouldn't even let you come in with me without the required training. But this was spread in an aerosolized form like my example of the mall perfume samples."
"How sure are you?"
"I'm willing to bet both our lives on it, but nothing is 100%, Reece."
"Terrific," Reece said, exiting the vehicle to meet their escorts. "Mr. Donovan, Dr. Garrett, I'm Captain Grady," the soldier said through his gas mask. "Captain," Reece acknowledged. "This was sent for you," he said to Reece, handing over a file. "Thank you," Reece acknowledged, taking a quick scan of its contents. "Sir, ma'am, both patients were moved from Kindred Hospital to separate tents this morning. I do have some unfortunate news. Izad Turan is dead." Chapter 47. Reece and Haley entered a small tent connected to a larger chemical biological protective shelter through a self-sealing door. Part of an Army procurement program based on the requirement to treat U.S. troops infected after a chemical or biological attack overseas, the Smiths Detection CBPS Model 8E1 was designated the M8A4. Adapting to emerging threats, the program was later effectively diverted to National Guard units for use in the event of a chem-bioweapon attack on the homeland. Attached to a tan, 6-wheeled behemoth with a red cross painted on the side to identify it as a medical vehicle entitled to protections under the Geneva Conventions, the mobile, self-contained protection system was designed to provide a contamination-free working environment. The black, laminated sign on its side did not go unnoticed by either of them. Inside the first tent was a large, clear plastic and stainless steel box with dual, airtight locking doors.
"Let's hope this works,"
Haley said through her mask. "What is it?" Reece asked.
"It's a mobile level 4 biocontainment module."
"That sounds serious."
"These CBRN hazmat suits don't provide the requisite level of protection for what we will be dealing with in there."
"They're good enough for the military guys, but not for us?" Reece asked. "Typical."
"If this was a respiratory spread pathogen, which it's not, and as long as they are not directly interacting with infected patients, those mil-spec hazmat suits would work and do what they are designed for, namely protecting soldiers from anthrax, mustard gas, and sarin. They are not designed to provide protection from a level 4 pathogen, and there simply aren't enough self-contained level 4 suits to outfit everyone in the military. That's why the military is on the outside and not interacting with anyone inside the containment area. You ready to get naked?"
"Naked?"
"Just follow my lead. This first module is positively pressurized. We'll change out of this CBRN equipment and into fully self-supportive biocontainment suits with their own oxygen supply before moving into the CBPS."
"The what?"
"The Chemical Biological Protective Shelter. It's negatively pressurized."
"Why is that?" Reece asked.
"In this case, it's to keep the virus inside. Just do what I do if you want to live."
When they emerged, Reece thought they resembled astronauts. Each of them wore a small canister of oxygen on their back to pressurize the suit and allow them to breathe. Large, clear plastic face shields were incorporated into the PPE, and they were fitted with microphones for external communication. They passed under UV lights and pushed aside the heavy plastic flaps and fitted door to enter the negatively pressurized CBPS. In contrast to the desert tan exterior, the inside was stark white. It was constructed to eliminate the need for protective clothing. In contrast to the original intent, it was now being used to contain the virus itself. So anyone entering the space was required to be in full Level 4 PPE. The 400 square feet of usable treatment space held only one patient. Cots lined the interior, cots that Reece knew would soon hold more expectant bodies after Shahram Pahlavi was zipped into a body bag and moved to a refrigerated semi-truck. A guard in a Level 4 suit stood watch and exited when the pair entered, as he had been instructed. "Stay behind me," Reece ordered, more out of habit than out of any concern that their target would attempt to attack them or escape. Pahlavi was on a wheeled gurney behind another plastic covering that reminded Reece of cheap shower curtains. Reece stood outside with Dr. Garrett and took stock of the patient. An intravenous morphine drip was connected to a vein on his hand, and an electronic vital sign monitor beeped away atop a portable stand. It was evident that Shahram Pahlavi was going to die. Blood had dripped from his nose and over his mouth, mixing with the yellow vomit that had accumulated on his chin and chest. His eyes were closed, but his body shook as it used what little reserves of energy it had left to fight the fever that ravaged his body and brain. He had been covered with a blanket. As Reece and Haley watched through the opaque plastic, it slipped to the floor, exposing arms and hands purple with internal hemorrhaging. He was sweating blood. Reece was not a trained interrogator. In fact, on his list of skills, interrogation was ranked at the bottom. He'd attended an interrogation school in the SEAL teams, and his takeaway had been that he should leave tactical questioning to the professionals. It wasn't until his assignment to a CIA covert action program that he had been introduced to the darker arts of what they called enhanced interrogation, lessons he'd applied after his family had been violently taken from him. Reece shook off the memory. Those lessons in interrogation and torture were not going to work on a man about to touch the face of God. Even with Dr. Garrett's assurances, Reece was hesitant to engage. What if she's wrong? Too late. This guy is somehow connected to the virus and to the attack on Katie. Do it. Reece nodded at Haley and then entered the domain of the virus. Reece kicked the gurney. "Shahram!" He kicked it again. "Shahram!" he said louder to overcome the slight muffle of the microphone built into his suit. Shahram's eyes fluttered open, and Reece fought back the urge to recoil. The eyes had sunk into their sockets, the skin around them purple with broken capillaries, his entire body hemorrhaging from within as the virus liquefied organs in its quest to find a new host. The pathogen had its own mission: to live. Sharam closed his eyes again, his breathing shallow.
My name is Sebastian,
he whispered. Your name is Sharam Pahlavi. Your parents are from Iran. You are a terrorist and you are about to die, Reece said without the slightest hint of sympathy.
Shada,
the figure said, appearing more like a zombie than a man. There is no God but Allah. I want you to listen to me closely, Sharam, Reece continued. You do not have much time. That means you are going to have to think clearly. Reece stepped toward the machine monitoring vitals and controlling the morphine and sedative on a timed release with intravenous fluids. He turned both machines off. Cremation is forbidden in Islam, Sharam. You know that. Those who are cremated go to hell. That's what I am going to ensure happens, not just to you, but to your mother and father after I kill them. Take solace in the fact that you will see them again soon, not in paradise, but in the fires of Jahannam. Reece could sense Haley staring at him through her gas mask. He took a knee, bringing his face closer to that of his subject. Your body will not be washed in accordance with your faith, nor will it go to a mosque for Salat al-Janazah. It's going to be packed in a refrigerated box truck, along with hundreds of dead infidels that you helped kill. You will be stacked between other bodies for days, maybe months, until you are incinerated. With startling speed, Sharam spit a bloody chunk of bile into his interrogator's face. The frothy red liquid hit Reece's face shield, slowly sliding down onto his suit. Reece resisted the urge to pull back, aware he could not afford to give his target a psychological edge. Trust the suit, Reece. Reece slowly rose to his feet. He opened a manila folder and held up a photo. It was a beige home built against a red rock hill with a cactus dominating a small rock garden. Your parents' home in Scottsdale, Reece said, dropping it onto the dying man's chest. He pulled out another photo of a woman pushing a shopping cart in a strip mall outside a Whole Foods. Your mother. He dropped it onto Sharam's chest, where it stuck to the sticky vomit. He extracted another of a man getting out of his car in the driveway of the house with the cactus. Your father, Reece continued. Both will be dead in hours if you do not give me what I want. And I'll make sure to stack their bodies with non-believers. Better yet, I'll stack them with the Jewish bodies and then burn them together to ensure they spend eternity with you in hell. Reece, Haley said. Even through the mask, he could see the horror in her eyes.
La ilaha illallah,
Sharam recited. There is no God but Allah. Enjoy your final prayers, asshole. Remember, it won't be me killing your parents, it's you. Reece turned to leave, passing a stunned Dr. Garrett.
Wait.
Reece turned. What was that? He said.
I don't know all of it. Just, please, promise me you will bury me in accordance with Sharia and not harm my mother and father.
That is all up to you, Sharam. Your position in the afterlife and what happens to your parents all depends on what you tell me right now before you leave this world. You can't save yourself in this life, but you can save your mother and father.
They wanted me to build a lab.
A lab? Reece asked. Sharam closed his eyes. Who, Sharam? Your family is depending on you, Reece said, holding up the photo of his mother, now stained with blood and vomit.
I don't know. I was just told to build a lab.
A lab? Haley asked, stepping forward. What type of lab?
Virology. That's my specialty.
What kind of equipment? She asked, taking control of the interview.
Electron microscope, centrifuge culture cabinet, heat vents, UV exhaust vents.
What for? Haley asked.
For the Kidney cells. Help us help you, Sharam, she said. What kidney cells? Green monkey. From Africa. Sharam, this is important. Did you separate them into independent cell lines? And did you introduce a sample? They had clearly surpassed Reece's infectious disease knowledge. He was now a spectator, as Haley dove into the specifics. Sharam coughed, more blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Reece noticed blood beginning to drip from his ears as Haley pressed on. Sharam, we need to know, she said, her voice calm and compassionate. Think of your parents, Sharam, Reece interjected. Haley turned and gave him a stare that told him to back off. Sharam closed his eyes again. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullahi. I bear witness that there is no deity but God, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God. Reece was getting impatient. The constraints of the suit and the claustrophobia of the mask were pushing him closer to the edge. The man before him was responsible for a virus that threatened to ignite a new civil war, and more important to Reece, he was somehow connected to the assassins who had targeted him and Katie in Maryland. Stuck upside down in the overturned Land Cruiser, drawing his pistol, eye picking up the red dot, knees exploding from the impact of the bullets, headshot. Fucking talk, Sharam! Fucking talk, or I swear to God I will fillet your mom in front of your father before dismembering them both and burning their worthless bodies. Their souls will never find peace. They will haunt you in the afterlife. I fucking talk! Haley stared at Reece in disgust, then turned back to the patient. Just take a breath, Sharam. Think and tell me the nature of the sample that was introduced. Sharam's bloody eyes drifted from Haley to Reece. His vision blurred from fever and a virus that was liquefying his brain. But through the haze he studied Reece, seeing not a man but Azrael, the angel of death. His voice trailed off, more blood dripping from his nose. What? Haley asked, trying to encourage him. Marburg. Haley felt the blood draining from her face. What type of Marburg? Variant U. Dear God in heaven. Where did you get it? Gasping for breath, his body shuddered, and he retched a greenish-yellow vomit mixed with tinges of dark blood onto his pillow and chest. Where did you get it? Reece shouted, reinserting himself into the interrogation. Was it this man? Reece shoved a blurry photo in front of Sharam, a photo he'd taken in Chicago of a figure leaving the house of his first target. Before Sharam could avert his eyes, Reece saw the recognition. In the lab, Sharam. Is it in the house you bought in Denver? Sharam remained silent. Sharam, Haley said, needing more information. How does it spread? Did you aerosolize it? He gave a slight nod. Can it be passed from human to human? He paused. Your parents, Sharam, Reece barked. I don't know where it came from. How is it spread? Direct bodily fluid contact. Contaminated blood. Is it a respiratory disease? I can't be certain. It was released in aerosolized form. I don't know why. To cause this, Reece said, gesturing to the cots awaiting bodies against the green canvas walls of the tent. I don't know. Who knows? This man? Reece asked, pointing to the surveillance photo he'd taken in the Windy City. I don't know. Please. His voice was getting weaker. You are a shitty liar, Sharam. Tell me about him. Who is he? Praise be to Allah. I do not know. He lied to you, Sharam. Did he tell you that you were part of the team? That you were a warrior of Allah? Is this how a warrior of Allah dies? He killed you, Sharam. He killed you to tie up loose ends. You were always a liability, an expendable asset. This is a man you want to protect? No, Sharam murmured without conviction. Where can I find him? How did you contact him? I didn't. He came through the mosque. Please. What mosque? Please. The FBI is raiding your house now. We are going to find everything, Sharam. This is all I know. Alhamdulillah.
Praise be to God. His breath was coming in shorter gasps, eyes rolling back into their blood-filled sockets, red drops of what should have been tears trickling down his face.
Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi,
he whispered. Verily we belong to Allah, and verily to Him do we return. Reece bowed his head and whispered the istirja before flipping the morphine and vital sign monitor back on, and signaling to Haley that it was time to go. They pushed their way through the clear plastic curtains and walked toward the exit, leaving Shahram Pahlavi to die a martyr, wondering if Azrael, the angel of death, would keep his promise. Chapter 48. West Colfax, Denver, Colorado. The key was to make it look just enough like an accident to raise questions. He'd used fire once before on a houseboat in Amsterdam. That had been easier. He had started it in the engine compartment of a small boat moored alongside. This was different. If authorities suspected that the virus was not naturally occurring with an index case in Angola, then a suspicious fire in a house on the outskirts of Aurora belonging to one of the first casualties might prompt some enterprising American detective or intelligence operative to start asking questions. That, or at least it would add fuel to online conspiracy theorists who would muddy the waters enough to cause even the staunchest government supporters to question the official narrative. It would be Angola or homegrown terrorism. Even though the perpetrator was of Middle Eastern descent, he was a U.S. citizen. No nukes would rocket toward Tehran, no U.S. boots would set foot on Persian soil. An America in ruins, a reshuffling of the world order. Ali had already found anti-government conspiracy websites theorizing that the virus was concocted in a U.S. lab, as many believed had been the case with COVID-19 in Wuhan, China. Twitter was ablaze with conjecture from shock jocks and conspiracy theorists speculating that the virus was intentionally released as justification for a federal power grab. Gun confiscation was surely next, followed inevitably by re-education facilities and, for the real troublemakers, concentration and death camps. The Bill of Rights was bound for the dustbin of history. Ali loved the power of a free press. Its power was amplified when everyone had a voice. Theories without a foundation in facts or basis in reality could take flight and go viral. No barriers to entry, no editors, no fact-checking, or if there was, it couldn't be trusted. Fact-checkers had biases and agendas too, after all. The loudest voices dominated the chaos that was social media hysteria, and all of it contributed to the chaos. Suppression and censorship only fueled the flames. If the Angola angle began to look dubious, Ali was setting the conditions for another equally compelling narrative. A U.S. citizen had conducted the plan, using university assets to build a virology lab and unleash a devil upon the populace. Whichever way one leaned, the end result remained the same. The United States would continue to turn against itself, and by the time they found out the virus was not actually a respiratory spread contagion, it would be too late. 2 American cities would be destroyed and the country would never recover. Pity that Chicago would be spared, but that could not be helped now. Even the Atlanta numbers didn't support the destruction of that city, but the few cases that had surfaced reinforced the perception that this new Ebola strain spread through the air. Iran would have her revenge, and no one would be the wiser. Ali would avenge the deaths of his father and 2 brothers, killed by an American war machine that profited from Defa-e-Mogaddas, the Holy Defense, the Iran-Iraq War. Yes, Islam would be blamed if they connected Sebastian to the plot, but everyone who unleashed the virus would be gone. Investigators would hit a dead end. 2 American cities would be smoldering embers without Iran ever firing a shot. The very pinnacle of warfare. He'd tasked Sebastian with destroying the lab, better to keep his own involvement to a minimum. Ali had stayed behind to ensure it was done. He had not expected the virus to take hold of the young PhD student so quickly. No matter. Adapting to a changing environment was paramount. It was also why the warriors of Allah had an advantage over the entrenched bureaucracy of their enemy. The house was so old even the floorboards had rotted through in places. It was a prime candidate for an inferno. With so many assets allocated to investigating the fires and destruction connected to the riots and looting in downtown Denver, this incident could easily be explained away as having been started by someone building firebombs to target police. Molotov cocktails and fireworks had become popular with American insurgents in the summer of 2020. Ali even had an Antifa flag to leave behind for an arson investigator to discover in the rubble. The point was to muddy the waters with further conjecture and confusion. He just needed to dismantle the computer in case Sebastian had been careless and left electronic evidence that could possibly implicate Ali or Iran. A fire would not destroy everything that was part of the plan. There needed to be just enough evidence left behind to feed the conspiracies dominating social channels. He'd suit up, take what he needed from the basement, set the fire, and be out of the state before anyone connected the fire to the outbreak, if they ever did. The world gave the Americans too much credit. They had grown stupid and weak. A generation of fast food and instant gratification had left them soulless. He thought of all he had accomplished. He remembered the wailing of the women, the rotting meat permeating his olfactory nerves, his brother hanging by his neck, legs stained with piss and shit. He briefly thought of traveling south to kill the former Secretary of Defense in New Mexico, the man who had prolonged and armed both sides in the Holy Defense, the Iran-Iraq War, the man responsible for the death of his father and two brothers. He pushed that notion aside. Rumsfeld would be dead soon. He was an old man now. Ali wanted him to see his country burning before he descended into the fires of hell. Ali stifled a cough. Was he coming down with something? There is no way he could have contracted the virus, was there? He'd taken precautions, unlike that idiot Ustinov. All he needed to do was dismantle the computer, start a fire, and drive east for his flight back to Europe to watch America destroy itself on Al Jazeera. Ali grabbed a screwdriver from a drawer in the kitchen and was halfway down the stairs when he heard the knock on the door. Chapter 49. Interstate 70, Denver, Colorado. "What did you find out, Reece?" Vic asked over the encrypted connection. The Suburban sped down the deserted highway toward Denver. Ken was behind the wheel and Haley was in the back seat, quiet, and still fuming at Reece's behavior with Shahram. "This virus is not, I say again, not from Angola. Shahram built a virology lab in that house he bought in Denver. The man I photographed leaving my first target house in Chicago was his contact." "Do you have a name?" "No, but we are going to the Denver house now. Is SWAT or HRT on scene?" "Reece, this is an unprecedented situation. SWAT and HRT have their hands full. The country is descending into chaos. Politicians are at each other's throats. Coordinating with local authorities and even federal offices is bottlenecked. Request for SWAT was approved, but they are not yet on site. There should be a black and white on scene now, but I have not received confirmation." "Shit. Understood." "Did he verify the type of virus? Is it airborne?" "It's something called Marburg Variant U. Haley says it was originally from Africa and weaponized by the Soviet Union in the 70s. They were working on an aerosol delivery system." The Suburban's brakes locked up and Reece was thrown forward in his restraint. "What the fuck? What are you doing?" the commando shouted at their driver. "Protesters, sir. They've shut down the highway." "Damn it, keep going. Just keep it slow and try not to kill anyone." "I'm not trained for this, sir." "Keep the doors locked and slowly edge through them." "What's going on, Reece?" Vic asked. "Crowd of protesters blocking the highway." "Jesus Christ." "Vic, you have got to tell the president this is not a naturally occurring virus. We are going to upend the Denver house and find a connection to the man in Chicago. He's the key." The Suburbans slowly approached the protesters. Their voices became louder, anti-government signs, chants. Mr. Donovan?" Ken said nervously from the driver's seat. "Don't stop, just move slowly." "Vic," Reece said back into the phone, "tell the president not to order the strikes until we can confirm if this thing is airborne. If it's not, he's going to kill 500,000 people for nothing." "The president is under serious pressure from both sides of the aisle to stop the spread, to do the unthinkable." "What? I thought the final option was a closely guarded secret." "It was, but it leaked. It's not out in the public yet, but enough people are talking about it in Congress that it won't be long.
Sir?
Ken said. The Suburban was completely surrounded. Protesters pounded on the hood and windows as the large black vehicle crept forward.
I don't like this, sir.
Neither do I. Just keep going. Antifa signs repurposed from the events of the past year were held aloft by men and women in black hoodies with masks. One man climbed up over the hood and onto the top of the slow-moving vehicle, slamming his fist onto the roof and screaming obscenities. "Keep it slow," Reece said. "Just don't stop."
"Surprised you don't just plow through them,"
came Haley's voice from the passenger row.
"I don't want to hurt these people. I understand their position.
That being said, I will not let them keep us from our mission." Reece and Haley were still dressed in the CBRN suits they had changed back into as they reversed the sanitization and sterilization process on their way back through the mobile Level 4 biocontainment module. Their masks were off as soon as they were well out of the containment zone and DMZ. "What's happening, Reece?" Vic asked, the strain in his voice obvious. "Still working our way through these protesters. Get to that house. Find me something that confirms this is not airborne. Something concrete. If not, I fear the president will have no choice. If destroying these cities saves the country, possibly the world, he's got no choice. Just hold him off. Do not drop. Give me time." Even at the slow pace, Reece jolted forward in his seat when Ken slammed on the brakes again. Reece looked ahead and saw why they'd stopped. The crowd had parted. 4 armed men blocked the path, pointing shotguns and ARs directly at the front window of the Suburban. Chapter 50. Reece didn't hesitate. UDA. Observe, orient, decide, act. Weapons, enemy, threat. Reece picked up his left leg and pushed it over the center console, slamming it onto the gas pedal. At the same time as all 420 horses leapt to life, he grabbed the steering wheel. Their vehicle had become a weapon. Steel shot from the scattergun impacted the passenger side of the windshield, which spiderwebbed across the screen. 2 of the ARs barked, one missing completely, the shots going wildly high over the vehicle and protesters. The man with the second AR found his target just before the large vehicle connected with him and sent him careening to the side. The driver's side of the windshield diverted the trajectory of the bullets, but not enough. Ken's body absorbed a round that drove down into his stomach. A second hit his headrest. A third entered his shoulder and fragmented into the top of his heart. A fourth passed through his throat, spraying blood across the steering wheel, dashboard, and the left side of Reece's face. Haley screamed as the large vehicle thumped over the man with the shotgun, dragging him for a few yards down the road before the right rear tire caught his leg and spit him out. "Get down!" Reece yelled at Haley. He kept his foot on the gas, driving from the passenger seat, putting distance between them and the threat as bullets whizzed overhead and along the pavement beside them. Ken's body slumped forward in his seatbelt, body draining of blood, draining of life. Reece elbowed him back in his seat and kept him pinned in place as he put more distance between them and their attackers, the Suburban speeding up past 100 miles per hour. Reece moved his elbow from Ken's chest and attempted to apply pressure to the throat wound with his left palm, while keeping the car on the road, his hands slick with blood. He took his eyes from the highway to assess Ken's wounds. Instead of a young, freshly shaven face with an unruly mop of blonde hair, he saw a young bearded SEAL in body armor and helmet behind the wheel of a Hilux truck on a dusty road on the outskirts of a village in Afghanistan. Reece holding the wheel while attempting to stem the flow of blood spurting from his teammate's neck, just before another AK round tore his head off.
"Reece! Reece!"
Haley's screams brought him back to reality, and he swerved to keep the Suburban on the road.
"Stop the car, Reece! Stop the car!"
she shouted. Reece looked in the still intact rearview mirror and confirmed they were off the X and about 2 miles down the road from the ambush. He pulled to the side of the empty freeway and turned his attention to Ken, holding pressure on his throat and sliding a finger through the blood to plug the hole. "This thing should have a trauma kit," Reece yelled to Haley. "In the back. Find it." Haley threw open her door and ran to the back of the Suburban.
"It's locked. Hit the unlock button."
"Shit." Reece moved farther across his seat, pushing a finger from his left hand into the hole in Ken's neck, his right hand slippery with blood, searching desperately for the button on the driver's side door to release the back liftgate.
Got it.
Reece heard a beep as the rear liftgate arched skyward, Haley reaching underneath to accelerate its power-assisted movement. She appeared at the driver's side door and Reece grabbed the handle to open it.
I've got him,
Haley said, tracing Reece's fingers to the hole in Ken's neck and packing it with gauze from the kit. As Reece felt Haley replace his fingers with gauze, he pushed himself back to the passenger seat and exited the vehicle, his eyes scanning in all directions for threats as he rushed to Haley's side and helped ease Ken to the ground. Haley continued to stuff Ken's neck wound with gauze while Reece took a knee and ran his hands over Ken's body, looking for additional injuries, finding the entry wound in his shoulder and immediately applying pressure. "Another entry wound, left shoulder," he shouted.
"Reece,"
Haley said calmly. "Do we have more gauze?"
"Reece,"
she said again. This time Reece picked his head up.
"He's gone, Reece."
Reece looked back to the shoulder wound, then to the throat, and then into the eyes. Ken's face was ashen. There was no rise or fall of the chest, no beating of the heart. Reece looked at his hands, then to Haley. The left side of his face was covered with what was now drying blood. Ken's blood. He saw a young seal lying in the red Afghan dirt. The left side of his head was missing.
"Reece, he's gone,"
Haley said again, the compassion in her voice directed at the former SEAL commander. Reece shook the Afghan memory from his mind. Without another word, he stood, hoisting the young CIA analyst to his shoulder, and laid him in the back of the Suburban. "Load up. We have work to do." Chapter 51. West Colfax, Denver, Colorado. Reece pulled the Suburban to the curb a block from the target house. The street was deserted, though this was not the type of neighborhood whose residents would have second homes in Aspen or Telluride. These families were sequestered to protect themselves and their loved ones from the unseen threat of a virus with an epicenter only miles away.
"Which one is it?"
Haley asked. "That one," Reece said, pointing. "See the beige Crown Vic?"
"Yeah."
"That's an unmarked police car."
"I don't see the cop,"
Haley observed. "Neither do I. One car in the driveway." Reece continued, looking at the dark, late-model Jeep Cherokee backed up to the garage. "Can you tell what state those license plates are from?"
"New York, I think,"
Haley said, squinting through her glasses. "That's what it looks like to me, too. Maybe a rental?" Reece said aloud.
"Could be."
"Haley, I don't know what to say. We would not be here without you." Reece paused. "I need to tell you something that's highly classified. It's probably going to break into the news cycle soon anyway. I just need you to know why we're doing this."
"To find the source of this virus. I know why we are doing it."
"That's part of it. But I'm talking consequences. Haley, if the President and Congress think that a virus with an 85 to 90% mortality rate is airborne, highly contagious, and confined to 2 U.S. cities, they, or I should say, the Commander-in-Chief, has an option at his disposal to contain the spread."
"Not a vaccine. We talked about that. There isn't one yet, and you don't miraculously create one by finding a monkey or index case like in the movies."
"No, not a vaccine. A more drastic solution."
"I don't understand. There is likely evidence in this house to prove that the virus is aerosolized, that someone has to physically come into contact with the aerosolized virus. Those infected can only spread it the same way Ebola is spread, through direct blood or bodily fluid contact, not via respiratory pathways. Once we have that evidence, I get it to the CDC, and we let the American people know it's not contagious in the way they've been led to believe. We continue to treat the infected, but without the fear that a cough or sneeze will spread it. If we prove it's a bioweapon, and that it was aerosolized in an attack on Aurora and Richardson, we can move forward, rationally."
"We're on the clock, Haley, and so is the President. If we can't prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this is not being spread from person to person, the President is going to incinerate the containment zones to prevent the spread."
"What? Just like I saw in Africa?"
"What choice does he have? It's either 2 cities or 280 million people in the U.S. alone."
"We wouldn't destroy our own cities, would we?"
Haley said in utter disbelief.
"How do you even do that? Nuke our own country?" The radiation would be devastating far beyond the borders of the containment zones.
Not a nuke. A fuel-air explosive. The largest non-nuclear device in the arsenal.
How long have you known this?
Just before we questioned Shahram. Haley's eyes glistened over. Her breathing pronounced, her mind weighing the options and possibilities. I need to make one more call, and I'm going to show you how to use this thing, Reece said, holding up the Cryptol mobile phone. Then I'm going in that house. If anyone other than me comes out, tail them and call Vic. Help vector the cavalry in, but stay back. You've gotten us to this point. No one knows more about what's going on and what's at stake than you do. Haley watched in silence as Reece showed her how to use the encrypted phone to dial the CIA. Vic, run this plate. Echo Bravo Foxtrot 8473.
Stand by, Reece,
Vic said. Reece could hear him passing the information to an analyst in the background.
Vic, we lost Ken Daniel. Shot by the protesters. I'm so sorry.
Silence. Vic?
Shit.
Reece, Vic paused and took a breath. SWAT is en route to your location. I'd ask you to stay outside and wait, but I know you won't, so I'll refrain from wasting my breath. What's the status on the final option?
Just came from the director's office. She bought us until the end of this cycle of darkness, then he's launching. Congress was informed via an emergency session. They are all in mandatory lockdown on Capitol Hill, but the word will get out. They are all thinking about protecting their constituents and what happens if 90% of them die. This is going to leak, Reece. When it does, there will be mass chaos and the president will have to speed up the timeline. If those trapped in Aurora and Richardson get wind of this, there will be a mass rush on the containment barriers, and the virus will get out.
Reece closed his eyes and whispered a quick prayer.
Reece, are you there?
I'm here. Reece heard mumbling on the other end of the phone.
Okay, that car is a rental enterprise rented by an Ali Ansari through a corporate account of a company called Bioweapon out of Switzerland. Doing a deep dive on Ansari now.
Reece's mind was spinning.
Reece?
I'm here, Vic.
I don't need to tell you what happens if Ali is the connection to this virus. If he has the answers that can save Aurora and Richardson.
I know, Vic. We need him alive.
Do what you can, Reece. I'll keep the director up to date so she can relay this to the White House.
I'm giving Haley this phone so she can contact you if something happens to me. I'm going in.
Godspeed, Reece.
He hung up and looked at Haley. Her revulsion at his actions with Shahram had been replaced with a newfound respect.
Be careful, Reece. Remember, you are going into a biolab, more accurately, a virology lab, and if what Shahram told us is true, one of the deadliest pathogens in the history of the world was grown and converted into an aerosolized weapon in that house. Wear your gas mask. It might not be enough. We are dealing with too many variables and unknowns to be sure.
If I don't come back,
Reece cleared his throat.
Katie knows how I feel, but, could you,
I'll tell her, Reece.
Reece nodded, press-checked his cig, and exited into the brisk afternoon air. Chapter 52. Reece held his pistol by his right leg as he approached the target house. To anyone watching from the windows of the surrounding homes, it must have been a peculiar sight, though perhaps less so after the events that had recently engulfed the nation. A man in a tan hazmat suit with a gas mask in his left hand and pistol in his right walking down the street in broad daylight. Reece passed the Crown Vic and glanced inside. Empty. He worked his way up the driveway, clearing the Cherokee as he passed. He moved to the front door and attempted to turn the handle. Locked. Fuck! This is the last time I go anywhere without my picks. Reece was tempted to kick in the door, but if he had not yet given up the element of surprise, he wanted to maintain that tactical advantage as long as possible. His mind briefly flashed back to a compound in the Hindu Kush, then a cartel drug house in Tijuana, tomahawk in hand. Focus, Reece. He backtracked down the front steps and to a side gate to a small backyard overgrown with weeds. He reached over the top and flipped up the latch on the other side. An HVAC unit blew hot air out from a basement. Reece moved to the corner of the house and took it wide, working the angles. Tactical movement is a problem of angles. The backyard was empty but for a rusty swing set and cracked concrete pad with an old Weber charcoal grill. A chain-link fence separated it from its neighbor. A sliding glass door allowed access to the home, and Reece could see that it opened into a kitchen. He crept to the side of the glass. As he'd been taught in sniper school all those years ago, his eyes scanned near to far through the glass. Lying on the floor between the kitchen and the hallway that led to the front door was a body. Reece pushed on the sliding door. Locked. The smell of smoke reached Reece's nostrils at the same time he saw movement through the glass. The sixth sense worked both ways. A man in a level 4 biocontainment suit and mask stepped over the body and turned toward Reece. Reece's brain registered the gun moving toward him. He ducked to the side of the sliding door as 4 rounds pierced the glass and impacted the stucco wall of the adjacent home. Reece changed levels, taking a knee, and at an angle sent 2 9mm projectiles toward the shadow that sprinted across the kitchen entrance. Standing, he made his decision. The man inside was wearing a self-contained suit. Shit! Reece donned his gas mask, grabbed the small Weber grill, and sent it careening through the sliding glass door, already damaged from 6 bullet holes. Reece entered right behind the grill, glass cascading to the floor. He held on to the open door that led to a small hallway. A quick glance told him the dead body was a police officer and that his gun was missing from his holster. Reece looked to his right and noticed smoke coming from under a door. Win the fight, Reece. If this is Ali and you kill him, you have also killed 500,000 of your countrymen. Fuck! You have a terrorist in a barricaded position whom you have to capture alive. You have no body armor, no helmet, no technical or tactical advantages. You are fighting in a CBRN suit and mask with a pistol in a house on fire, possibly contaminated with a deadly pathogen, the fire-destroying evidence you need to save the country. Never pay attention to the odds. Reece turned and worked his way back into the kitchen and to a closed door off the pantry. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. The smoke is getting thicker, Reece. You can't stay in here forever. You'll stay in here as long as it takes. The door opened into a bedroom. Clear. Where are you, motherfucker? Reece felt the heat building under the floor through his suit and shoes, the inside of his mask fogging up with condensation. Think, Reece. He moved back into a small hallway, weapon up, searching, scanning, attempting to override his instinct to shoot center mass, knowing he had to somehow take his prey alive. Laundry room. Another door, possibly to the garage. Reece deliberately pushed the door open to find a garage stacked with boxes. He registered they were labeled with the names of companies in the scientific space. Don't rush to your death. Make your enemy rush to his. Reece looked at the wall and saw the button for the garage door. He hit the button and heard the door lurch upward on its tracks. Seeing sunlight leak into the dark garage, Reece moved back into the house, toward the flames. Chapter 53. The influx of air from the broken sliding glass door and the open garage door had its intended effect. The fire had heat, it had fuel, and now it had more oxygen. The old, rotting wooden floor beneath his feet began to seep gray smoke, flames visible through the floorboards. Reece positioned himself down the hallway where he had a semi-clear field of view. He would be able to see if Ali made a break for the garage, front door, or backyard. The backyard was a confined space. The front door would take a moment to open. The path to the garage was the most likely avenue of egress. The question was, who could stand the heat the longest? Sweat dripped down Reece's face. He could feel himself beginning to cook, feel the suit beginning to melt. Come on, Ali, come out. Be still, Reece. Patience. You are a sniper. Wait. Movement. There. The man in a full level 4 biocontainment suit rushed for the open garage door. Resisting the urge to shoot, Reece sprinted down the hall. Action is faster than reaction. With the mask blocking much of his peripheral vision and in the heat and smoke of the fire, Reece hit his opponent from the side just as he was about to bolt through the laundry room door to freedom. Reece struck him just above the waist with his shoulder, taking him back into the smoldering hallway. The impact snatched Ali's breath away, his hand instinctually moving the gun toward the man who had taken him to the ground. Reece heard the bullet impact the ceiling and immediately pivoted to control the weapon hand. A sharp pain in his shoulder told Reece that there was another weapon in play. Violently twisting the pistol from the terrorist's grip, Reece smashed it into Ali's mask, the self-contained unit absorbing much of the blow's impact. Instinctually, Reece trapped Ali's other hand, which held a screwdriver. Reece now had a gun in each hand that he couldn't use, weapons that were making it hard to control the screwdriver in Ali's left hand. Even when not trapped in a burning house with noxious gases filling the air, a screwdriver could be just as deadly as a blade. Still entangled on the ground, Reece shifted to control the left hand and felt Ali's right reach up to grab the air filter on his mask in an attempt to rip it from his head. Gas, fire, virus, panic. Reece pulled back and jumped to his feet, pulling his mask from Ali's grasp. He threw Ali's gun down the hall behind him and brought his gun up. "Stay down, motherfucker, don't move." Ali looked up at the man pointing the pistol at him. Shit, he knows I can't shoot him, he's the connection. Ali got to his feet, screwdriver still in hand. Flames leapt from the door at the far end of the hall. Reece threw the SIG down the hallway behind them and charged forward to take the fight to his enemy. 2 steps into his sprint, the rotting floor gave way beneath him, and his left leg broke through the floor, pulling him toward the fire below. Chapter 54. Arrested in place, Reece regained his balance in time to parry the attack by his adversary, blocking the screwdriver with his left arm and sending Ali into the hallway wall. Attempting to yank his foot from the hole, seeing flames through the disintegrating floor beneath him, he saw Ali recognize that he was trapped. The terrorist lurched toward the pistols at the end of the hall. "No fucking way, Ali." With his foot still trapped in the hole, Reece fell backward and grabbed Ali's foot with his left hand, tripping him to the ground. Reece wrapped the leg and pulled the lighter man back toward him. Understanding the strength of his attacker, Ali redirected his movement, and instead of pulling away, he turned back toward Reece with the screwdriver. The sudden change in direction freed Reece's foot, which he yanked back out of the hole, the leg of his suit melting into his flesh. Both men scrambled to their feet, struggling to breathe in the heat of their suits. Reece positioned between the man and all exits from the burning building. When backed into a corner, animals will either run or fight. Ali had nowhere to run. With astonishing speed, the screwdriver slashed for Reece's neck. Blocking it with both hands, Reece quickly reached over Ali's bicep, grabbing his forearm and putting him in a figure 4 arm lock, controlling the weapon and torquing his shoulder to the outside of his body. Reece stepped into his attacker, throwing his right foot around the back of his opponent's leg, sweeping him to the ground. The small oxygen bottle strapped to Ali's back sent a debilitating nerve pain through his spine when he hit the floor. Reece followed him down, landing on top of him with a knee on his stomach. Still controlling the arm with the screwdriver, Reece switched knees, redirecting Ali's energy and stabbing the screwdriver into the terrorist's thigh. Even through the suit, Reece could hear Ali scream in agony. Transitioning to his other knee, Reece improved his position and drove a palm strike into the back of the tool, embedding it even deeper into the muscles of Ali's leg. Writhing in pain, Ali reached up and frantically grabbed at Reece's mask. Reece parried the first hand and landed a palm strike to the face, the pressurized suit once again absorbing much of the hit. Thrashing in a primal fight for life, Ali grabbed Reece's mask with 2 hands. Virus, smoke, death, panic. Regain control, Reece. Reece trapped Ali's hands to his own mask to prevent him from pulling it off. Vision obscured by his enemy's fingers and palms, Reece's free hand went back to the screwdriver, still embedded in Ali's leg. Pulling the tool from Ali's thigh, Reece surgically indexed Ali's top hand with its side, slowly inserting the flathead between the metacarpal bones of Ali's hand, careful not to punch it through his own mask. Feeling the side of the screwdriver pressing through his gloved hand, Ali let go of Reece's mask and snatched his hand back to cover his face. Too late. Reece pinned Ali's arm under his knee, indexed the back edge of the tool on Ali's forearm, and filleted his arm to his biceps, pressing it deep into his shoulder socket. Jerking the tool up to Ali's elbow, he used his left hand to control the wrist, forcing the man to roll over onto his stomach. With his knee firmly planted on Ali's back, Reece retracted the screwdriver and dug it into Ali's other elbow, using the leverage to pull the arm out and behind the back. Fuck, I need some handcuffs. Detecting a moment of hesitation, Ali exploded out of the submission with an animalistic scream, knocking Reece off balance and shooting in on him from the floor. Still on his knees, Reece sprawled, snaking his right arm across his opponent's throat, latching onto his left biceps in an anaconda choke. Reece flattened the man out and rolled toward his left side, using the hallway wall to walk his hips into the attacker, tightening the choke. Seconds later, Reece felt Ali's last flutter of resistance as he went limp. Starved for oxygen through a filter not designed for smoke inhalation, Reece peeled himself away from Ali's unconscious body. Feeling lightheaded from the smoke and heat, Reece looked back down the hall toward the body by the front door. Not trusting how long the blood-deprived brain of his opponent would stay shut off from the world, Reece grabbed Ali's right arm, feeling it pull from its socket, and dragged him down the smoke-filled hallway. Reece knelt by the downed police officer and checked for a pulse. Nothing. He then reached around to the back of his belt for his handcuffs. It was only after he cuffed both of the terrorist's hands behind his back that he noticed the bright red, arterial blood spraying from Ali's femoral artery. Chapter 55. Not knowing exactly what to do when she saw the house start to go up in flames, Haley had called 911 to report a fire. She breathed an audible sigh when the door flew open and she saw Reece rush outside. He had a man in a biocontainment suit on his shoulders. "Shit!" she said, hitting the start button and putting the large vehicle in drive. Reece stopped at the base of the driveway, looked to Haley approaching in the black SUV, and continued across the street to get away from the heat of the growing inferno. He dropped the man unceremoniously to the ground as Haley screeched to a halt, blocking a neighbor's driveway with the Suburban. "Oh my God, Reece, are you okay?" she asked, exiting the vehicle and taking in his injuries. Reece ripped the mask from his face and sucked in the cool Colorado air. He put his hands on his knees to steady himself and then straightened back up, looking from Haley to the still unconscious form at his feet. "I'll live, I think," Reece said, rolling his shoulder from where the screwdriver had impacted and looking down at the burns on his left leg. "Get me out of this thing," he demanded, pawing at the neck seal on his suit. "Here, let me," Haley said, helping him remove what was left of his protective equipment. With the suit off, Reece was able to access the Northman blade in his pocket. He knelt and cut the plastic-attached hood and face shield off the terrorist's biosuit. "Do you have that phone?" Reece asked, holding out his hand. "Yes, right here," Haley said, handing it to him. "I also called 911 when the house started to go up." Reece glanced up and down the street. He could hear sirens in the distance. He saw neighbors now looking out at the fire from their windows and at the strangers in the street, still afraid to come outside because of the confusion surrounding the virus. "Good move," Reece said, a plan forming in his mind. "He's got an arterial bleed on his right leg. Apply pressure." Haley took Reece's hazmat suit and placed a portion of it over the terrorist's wound, pushing down with both hands in an attempt to stem the flow of blood. "He's not going to make it long if we don't stop this," she observed. "I know." Reece took multiple photos of the man the Jeep in the driveway suggested was Ali Ansari and sent them to Vic via encrypted message along with the text, "Ali Ansari, confirm." "Where's your gun?" Haley asked, melting inside. The sirens were growing louder. "Haley, we need to get out of here and back to the airport. Whatever is in that house is gone. Ali here is our only link to the virus and he's bleeding out." Haley stared at the man before her. Left pant leg shredded with what were obviously serious burns in need of attention, bloody shoulder, drenched in sweat, and possibly the only man who could prevent a disaster unprecedented in American history. "I'm in, Reece. Let's stop this thing." "Wait here." Reece dashed back across the street to the Crown Victoria, holding up his arm in a vain attempt to block the heat of the burning home. He bent down, pulled a stone from the dirt and weed-infested front lawn that bordered the driveway, and threw it through the driver's side window. He reached in, unlocked the door, and opened it. Quickly searching for the trunk release, he pulled it and ran to the rear of the vehicle. Among a few bottles of water, jumper cables, trauma bag, police windbreaker, and a black plate carrier with body armor was what Reece was looking for. A 12-gauge Remington 870. He pulled out the dependable old shotgun and pressed the action release. There was not a round in the chamber, so Reece flipped it over and checked to make sure the tube was loaded. He then grabbed the trauma kit and police windbreaker before running back across the street. "Here, put this on," he said, tossing the windbreaker to Haley, who now had her knee on the wound. Reece's phone buzzed. "Confirmation. Ali Reza Ansari, Biodyne executive, entered U.S. 1 month ago, Swiss citizen, originally from Iran." Reece shoved the phone in his pocket, then knelt and put the shotgun on the ground. He unzipped the trauma kit and pulled out a North American Rescue Combat Application tourniquet.
"The wound is too high. That might not do it," Haley said. "We are going to need to clamp it."
An ambulance turned onto the street. Reece could hear additional sirens in the distance that he assumed were fire trucks. "Haley, have you ever stolen an ambulance?" Chapter 56. Luckily, the ambulance arrived on scene before any other emergency vehicles. Haley had waved it down in her oversized police windbreaker. Reece showed the driver and paramedic his U.S. Marshal credentials and gave them a half-truth about needing to save the life of his suspect. He doubted the first responders would be understanding or supportive of what Reece was prepared to do to their patient to get the information he needed. Together they loaded the man into the back of the ambulance, and as the fire trucks turned onto the street, Reece was glad he'd grabbed the shotgun. It helps to be armed when stealing a government vehicle. "Haley," Reece yelled from the back of the ambulance where he sat with Ali Ansari duct-taped to the gurney. "Can you get us to the interstate and back to the airport?"
"I think so," she said,
speeding through the streets with sirens still on. "The police are too busy dealing with an insurrection to look for a stolen ambulance, but you never know."
"Yeah, on their list of priorities, I agree this is not at the top."
"We need to keep him alive long enough for me to ask him some questions."
"You know I'm a microbiologist, not a trauma surgeon, right?"
"I know. Turn off the sirens and park by the overpass up ahead. I'm going to need help with this. He doesn't look good." Reece cut Ali's right biosuit leg off with trauma shears as Haley pulled the ambulance to the side of the road under the overpass. She kept the vehicle running and joined Reece in back.
"Okay," she said, pulling on rubber gloves and assessing the wound, noting Reece had used the tape from the trauma kit to tie Ali's hands and legs to the gurney.
Blood pumped from the wound, covering Reece, Haley, the gurney, and floor of the ambulance.
"This vein runs under the adductor muscle and medial, and the nerve runs lateral, exposing the artery," she said to herself, thinking back to her time in the ER during rotations. "VAN, vein, artery, nerve, medial to lateral, 3 inches below the inguinal ligament."
"What does that mean?" Reece asked, unable to control the urgency in his voice.
"It means the tourniquet is not working. He's going to be dead in minutes, if not seconds."
"Shit, let's clamp it."
"Find the clamps in any IV bags. They are in here somewhere,"
she said, turning to go through the drawers and cabinets behind her. Reece did the same, rummaging through the unfamiliar space on his side. Ali's eyes fluttered open and he managed a weak moan. "Don't you worry, Ali. We are going to save your life, but only so you can answer questions."
"Found the IV bags," Haley said.
"And I think these are the clamps," Reece said, grabbing the longest tool from a drawer labeled hemostat.
"Those will work,"
Haley responded. She looked down at the wound, still spitting blood.
"I can't see or do anything through that hole. Just hold the pressure. It will take me a second to get this set up," she said.
Reece pushed back down on the wound with both hands, looking into Ali's glassy eyes. He was on the verge of unconsciousness.
"We have to stop this bleeding," she said.
Reece removed his hands from the terrorist's leg, blood continuing to pump from the body.
"Damn it," Haley said. "I can't see in there. The puncture wound is too small."
As she finished her sentence, Reece unsheathed his knife and stuck the tip in the hole, slicing up and then down Ali's leg to enlarge the wound. Ali's eyes opened wide and he gasped in pain.
"Reece, what are you doing?"
Haley shouted. "Now you can see it. Clamp it," he said, handing her the hemostat. Haley took a breath to clear her head. "Haley, this man is responsible for the deaths of thousands and is the key to saving millions more. Clamp it." Haley grabbed the hemostat from Reece and jabbed it into Ali's leg, using her free hand to manipulate the wound to give her better access. Ali's screams filled the interior of the ambulance.
"Shit," she said. "Probably clamped the nerve."
Haley repositioned herself and steadied her breathing.
"Vein, artery, nerve," she repeated as she clamped down again, bringing the arterial pump to a stop.
"Yes, nice work," Reece said.
"He needs fluids or we are going to lose him."
Haley pulled a bag of lactated Ringer's solution from a drawer along with an 18-gauge IV needle, twisting his left arm taped to the gurney in an attempt to find a vein.
Did you have to tape him up? Hard to get a stick like this. Reece slashed the tape with his fixed blade. Better. Better, Haley confirmed. Just need the right angle, she said, missing the sticks on her first 3 attempts. Jesus, where did you go to medical school? Fuck you, Reece. His veins are collapsing. There is nothing to put it in. I can't get a stick.
What about the subclavian vein? Reece asked.
And where did you go to medical school?
I saw a PJ do it in Iraq, saved my friend's life.
All right, I haven't done one since my 3rd year of med school, but let's try. Haley switched positions as Reece retaped Ali's hands to the gurney. She assessed the patient's upper chest and neck. Feeling her way around the clavicle, she placed her index finger in the sternal notch and her thumb at an angle to guide the needle. Here goes, she said, inserting it just below the clavicle and above the first rib. She was rewarded with an instant return of dark blood. Ali let out a groan. With a spurt of venous blood returning to the syringe, she hooked up the IV, wiped sweat from her forehead, and squeezed half the IV bag into the man on the gurney. Haley leaned back against the drawers in the cramped space of the ambulance. The 3 of them were covered in blood, but all were alive. You drive. I'll take it from here, Reece said. What are you going to do? She asked. Whatever I have to. Chapter 57. Ali watched, obviously still in intense pain. Breathing labored as Reece read the labels on bottles from the narcotics locker. Haley drove in silence, concentrating on getting them to the private side of the airport and back to the CIA Gulf Stream, putting up a mental barrier between herself and what was going on in the rear of the ambulance. I know you, Ali whispered. Reece turned his attention from the medical cabinet to the terrorist strapped to the gurney. Yeah, I do tend to get around. I saw your car in Chicago, and I saw you in Atlanta. You should be dead. Reece paused, considering his next move. I know you too. Dr. Ali Reza Ansari, Biodyne, originally from Iran. You know nothing, Ali said, forcing a confident smile. I have a few pieces, but I don't know everything. You are going to fill in some blanks for me. It's too late. I know. You are not going to let me live. I am just an innocent Muslim targeted by the xenophobic American intelligence community, a victim of a systemically racist government. Yeah, well, the Ministry of Truth might be on your side. Unfortunately for you, I found a bottle of succinylcholine in the fridge here. Do you know what that is? Ali's eyes widened. He was familiar with the drug. I was just sent a file with your resume. Very impressive. With a background like that, I bet you know all about succinylcholine. I don't even have to tell you what it does, Reece informed his subject. Reece knew it well. It had been a favorite of the CIA doctors assigned to his covert action unit in Iraq. They had developed techniques that left no physical marks on the body. This was one of them. The American public was familiar with waterboarding. They had never read an article or heard talking heads debate the merits or legalities of this technique. Waterboarding had nothing on what Reece was preparing to do. In case you need a refresher course, it's a muscle paralytic, meaning that it's going to paralyze every muscle in your body. You will be able to hear, see, and feel everything, but you will not be able to move. Most notably, you will not be able to breathe. Ali shifted nervously in his restraints. You cannot do this to me. I am a Swiss citizen. I demand to see an attorney and a representative at the consulate. Unfortunately, I am not with the FBI, the police, or any agency who gives a shit. Let's see if this stuff works as well as I remember. Reece held up a bag valve mask. Do you know what this is? He asked. Of course you do. You're a doctor. It's an ambu bag, an artificial respirator. Reece extracted 50 milligrams of succinylcholine from a bottle into a syringe and injected it into the IV port. Ali's eyes widened again, and he thrashed in an attempt to free his hands of the duct tape. It might take a second or two to fully take effect, Reece advised, pulling a strip of silver duct tape from the roll. 10 seconds later, Ali went limp as the drug paralyzed his body to include the organs that facilitated breathing. You won't be able to open your eyes on your own, so this will ensure you can see everything I'm doing.
Reece said, taping Ali's eyelids open. "I'd hate for you to miss out. When this first dose wears off, I'll have some questions. If you answer them to my satisfaction, I might let you live. If you don't, well, there is plenty of succinylcholine for us to keep this up. For hours, maybe even days. I can carve you up, remove fingers, toes, I might even cut your balls and dick off. You won't be able to move, but you will feel and see, that I assure you. Don't worry, though. I don't think that will be necessary. Taking your air will be all I need to do." As Ali's ability to breathe shut down completely, Reece gave him 30 seconds before leaning over and placing the self-inflating ambu bag over his nose and mouth, squeezing it to give him a life-sustaining breath.
"Reece, what are you doing back there?"
Haley asked nervously from the driver's seat. "I'm not sure you want to know."
"Jesus, Reece."
"Just drive." Reece lifted up one of Ali's fingers, confirming there was no muscle tone. The succinylcholine was working exactly as intended. Reece came off the breathing bag and watched Ali's eyes. The man was alive but had no control of his body. The very breath that sustained life now came from an infidel. Reece wiped the blood from the face of his Rolex and counted the second hands ticking away. On average, it takes 4 to 6 minutes for the brain to die of oxygen starvation. With all your blood loss, it will probably be a lot less. At the 1-minute mark, Reece gave Ali another breath. "Ali, I already know the virus is Marburg variant U. Your little helper broke like all you warriors of Allah. Tough when you were blowing up women and children or beheading prisoners, but weak little bitches when put to the test. When this dose wears off, all you need to do is tell me where it came from and if or how it transmits from human to human. I also want to know who came up with this plan and why. If we can work our way through that, we will take you to the hospital. If not, you are going to the morgue." Reece gave Ali another breath as he began to stir, the paralytic diluting enough for him to begin breathing on his own, the resolve in his eyes replaced by fear. "You are going to talk to me, Ali," Reece said, drawing a second dose from the bottle. Ali muttered something inaudible. "That's not clear enough, Ali," he said before injecting another 50 milligrams into the IV. Reece looked back at his watch. At the 3-minute mark, he gave Ali a breath, forcing precious air into the lungs and brain of a man dying in silent terror from suffocation, unable to do a thing about it. Haley turned in her seat.
"Reece, feel his forehead."
"It's hot. He's burning up."
"Shit. Malignant hyperthermia."
"What's that?" Reece asked.
"It's a side effect of multiple doses of that drug you were giving him."
Reece gave him another breath.
"Damn it, Reece. He's going to hit 107 and seize. You are going to kill him before you get what we need."
"What can I do?"
"Look in the locker for something called dantrolene."
Reece pulled the breathing bag from Ali's face and frantically searched the locker, reading labels and throwing bottles to the side. "Could it have another name?" he shouted as Haley sped down the highway.
"Possibly dantrium, dantamacrin, or dantrolene."
"Shit, I just tossed dantrium," Reece said, scrambling to the discarded bottles rolling around on the floor of the moving vehicle until he found what he was looking for.
"Got it. Good. Inject 20 milligrams into the line."
Reece pushed the drug into the IV port and gave Ali another breath as the muscle paralytic wore off. Haley leaned across the seat and jerked a Yeti cooler from the floor of the passenger side onto the seat. Opening the lid, she pulled out a sandwich and dropped it to the seat. She fished around inside with her right hand and removed a Gatorade and 2 artificial ice packs.
"Put these in his armpits and groin to help him cool down," she said, tossing them back to Reece.
Ali gasped as the ability to breathe on his own slowly returned. He had never been so utterly helpless, at the complete mercy of another. Who was this American devil? He thought of his brother hanging from the noose. Had he regretted his decision to take his own life? Had he desperately tried to loosen the rope that constricted the blood and oxygen to his brain? Ali wondered if he would shit and piss himself the way his brother had. "What are you thinking about, Ali? Ready to go another round?"
"It came from Angola."
"What was that?" Reece asked, hitting the voice recorder on his phone.
"It came from Angola, or it came from a lab here in America, grown by a radicalized U.S. citizen named Sebastian Phillips. I was only here for a job interview. That's the story that this country will believe.
Without hesitation, Reece injected 75 milligrams of the paralyzing muscle agent into the IV and watched first the seconds and then the minutes tick by on his watch. He imagined the MC-130s taking off from Hurlburt, the pilots vectoring toward their targets, dropping the Moabs on citizens of their own country. He saw Lauren and Lucy playing together at a park in Coronado, looking up at an unfamiliar whistling sound as the bomb vectored in to explode overhead. Lauren became Katie, rushing to Lucy to shield her with her own body, Lucy's curiosity turning to terror, screaming as the fuel-air explosive burned their bodies from existence.
Reece!
Screamed Haley, jolting Reece back to the present. I'm here!
He's seizing!
Haley yelled, twisting in her seat. Fuck! Reece pushed the breathing device onto Ali's face and started squeezing, forcing air in and out of his lungs. Come on, fucker, I'm not done with you yet, he said, the vision of Lauren, Lucy, and Katie seared into his consciousness. Reece slipped his fingers to the side of Ali's neck. No pulse.
Hit him with the AED,
Haley yelled. Shit!
Wait,
Haley ordered.
Give him Valium first.
Valium where? Haley turned in her seat.
Try that drawer,
she said, pointing. Got it, how much?
10 milligrams right into the IV port.
Reece drew what was close to 10 milligrams and pushed it into Ali's body through the IV. He then reached for the automated external defibrillator and attached the AED pads to Ali's chest, one on the right side just below the collarbone, and the other on the lower left side of his body below the heart. He was thankful that before his last deployment, all SEALs were required to add automated external defibrillator training to their pre-deployment workup checklists. Reece flipped the switch, bringing the machine to life, and followed the audio prompts. He hit the Analyze button. At the Stand Clear prompt, Reece leaned back as a jolt of electricity surged through Ali's chest. Nothing. Shit!
Hit him again,
Haley shouted from the front of the ambulance. Reece repeated the procedure and brought Ali back from the dead. He's got a heartbeat and he's breathing, Reece reported.
His body can't take much more, Reece.
Ali, listen to me. I can do this for days. You want to suffocate for days, I'll keep you alive as long as it takes. Reece extracted another 75 milligrams of succinylcholine, deliberately, so that Ali could process what was about to happen. The assassin saw his brother hanging from the beam in his home, looking up at him for hours until his mother had returned. The wailing of his mother.
It was a brilliant plan,
Ali whispered. What? Reece said, hitting his phone's audio recorder.
Brilliant. Even with this forced confession. Brilliant.
Whose plan, Ali?
It was my plan. Nothing can stop it now. That traitor, Monica Witt, planted the seed. Destroy your own cities. The Soviets had those plans too, you know.
Witt? The Air Force sergeant?
There is no stopping this now. I might just be telling you what you want to hear, so that your president calls off the bombing, so that the virus spreads and destroys you.
Is it a respiratory spread virus? Ali paused, considering his answer.
No, but can you trust my word?
How did it get into the United States? Ali paused and Reece injected the drug back into his system.
Almost there, Reece,
Haley reported, taking the exit for the airport. Reece counted 3 minutes and 30 seconds on his watch, then gave Ali a breath. Just give me a name, Ali. Give me a name and I'll end this. Ali's eyes darted back and forth, pure, unadulterated panic, gripping his soul, as the drug wore off and allowed him to breathe. Here's an easy one, Reece said. What did you mean when you said I should be dead? Through the confusion of the fever burning up his brain, the oxygen deprivation, and visions of his brother swinging from the rope, Ali whispered a name.
Hafez Qasem.
Ali's eyes rolled back into his head, and his body contorted against the duct tape. Shit, he's seizing again, Reece shouted.
Try the AED.
Reece turned on the machine and followed the prompts. This time the jolts did not return Ali from the dead. Reece transitioned to CPR as Haley rocketed toward the airport. After 5 minutes of chest compressions where Reece felt ribs breaking under the pressure,
He tried the AED in a last-ditch effort to revive the terrorist. "It's done, Reece." Reece fell back into the side bench seat, completely spent and exhausted. "It doesn't spread human to human. We can tell the president to call off the strikes," Haley said, turning down a street leading to the private government terminal. "What if he was lying?" "He wasn't lying, Reece."
Reece picked up his phone and sent the recording to Vic.
"I don't think it's enough." "For Christ's sake," Haley said. "What else do we need?" Reece looked at the dead body still attached to the gurney, covered in the blood, IV attached to his arm, the bottle of succinylcholine. Drugs, vaccines, bioweapons.
Reece's phone buzzed with a message from Vic. "Final option, noon tomorrow. Director is taking this information to the White House. We'll need scientific evidence to back up claims."
Reece texted back. "Hafez Qasim?" His phone buzzed a minute later.
"Iranian intelligence. Chief of station in D.C. Works from Pakistani embassy. Put a team on him," Reece typed. "Roger. RTB."
"What did he say?" Haley asked. "RTB." "RTB? Return to base," Reece said, closing his eyes and processing everything he'd learned. "Before we do pass that cooler back," he said. "It's empty." "Perfect," Reece said, pulling it into the back of the ambulance. "Park up ahead and get out of the car." "You saw me in Chicago and Atlanta. Iranian hit team in Maryland. Hafez Qasim. Iranian intelligence." Haley pulled into a parking space in the government terminal, turned off the ambulance, and got out of the vehicle, leaving Reece alone to finish the job. Part 3. Eradication. The roaring of lions, the howling of wolves, the raging of the stormy sea, and the destructive sword are portions of eternity too great for the eye of man. William Blake, Proverbs of Hell. Chapter 58. CIA Gulfstream 550. Reece hadn't said much since they'd gone wheels up. He offered Haley the first shower and sat staring out the window at 45,000 feet as the Rolls-Royce engines pushed them toward the country's capital at Mach 0.85. They had packed overnight bags, so at least there were clean clothes to put on. The G550's cabin was separated into 3 living areas, with lavatories at each end of the aircraft. When Haley emerged, toweling off her wet hair, she noticed that the cooler Reece had brought on board was by the ice maker. It was wrapped with duct tape. "You want a drink?" Haley asked, sliding in across from Reece at the 4-seat conference table. "Huh?" Reece asked, still deep in thought. "You know, a drink?" Haley asked, tipping her hand with an imaginary cocktail. Yeah. Maybe another water." "I'll join you," she said, leaning across the aisle and grabbing 2 waters from the fridge. "I need to apologize to you, Reece." "What for? I should be the one apologizing to you after what I just put you through." "First, you didn't put me through anything. Secondly, we are here because of my theory, remember?" "Good point. Apology accepted." Haley laughed. She could tell he was spent. The fighting, the fire, the torture, the knowledge that what he did or didn't do determined the fate of the nation. "As I was saying on the apology front, I had a preconceived notion of who you were, who my best friend was dating. Katie and I have known each other for a long time, and I can get protective." "Believe me, I understand," Reece said. "I had this vision of an ex-SEAL. Do you guys not say ex? It's so confusing with Marines. I think you don't say ex with them. Maybe former?" "I agree with you. It's confusing with Marines." "Anyway, I watched the news 3 years ago like everyone else. I couldn't figure what Katie saw in you. She's never felt this way about anyone." "Really?" Reece said, suddenly more alert. "Really. So here's my apology. I saw myself as a doctor dedicated to saving lives around the globe. Médecins Sans Frontières and all that, battling infectious diseases on the front lines. I looked down on the military because it seemed our missions were so diametrically opposed. You take lives and I save them. I admit to being a bit of an elitist. Just ask my husband. He's the conservative one and I'm the hippie flower child. Our marriage works, though." "He's a doctor at Fort Detrick, right?" "That's right. He does what I do for CDC, but he does it for the Army. Well, not exactly the same thing. We are flip sides of the same coin. He's working on vaccines for soldiers and citizens infected with bioagents. I study naturally occurring infectious diseases and trace them to their index cases so we can better understand how they start, how they spread, and how we can stop them.
I have nothing but respect for what you and your husband do, Reece said. Haley studied the dark green eyes of the man across from her.
I know why you do what you do, Reece. I saw it today.
I just don't see another way. We are close, but we are on the clock.
I have been processing the events of the past few hours. Without you, we would not have the information we do. We'd only have my theory.
Speaking of processing, let's do a hot wash.
A what?
Haley asked. Hot wash. An informal after-action report. To go through what we learned today so we can apply the lessons going forward.
Like an operative report?
I don't know what that is.
A report that goes in a medical record post-surgery documenting the procedure.
Yeah, like that.
Let's start with my theory. This is not a naturally occurring virus.
Starting there, we now have 2 people involved in the plot confirming that you are correct. Downrange, I'd verify those reports via 2 separate and distinct independent networks to ensure we were not getting played.
What do you mean?
In Iraq and Afghanistan, there were those who saw us as a way to settle what were sometimes centuries-old feuds. Could be because someone stole someone else's great-great-grandfather's goat. Anyway, they would tell us that so-and-so was Al-Qaeda or Jaish al-Mahdi, so we would go pay them a visit in the middle of the night. We got wise to it pretty quickly, but it was something we always had to take into account when evaluating intelligence. In this case, Shahram and Ali were not independent intelligence sources, as they were working together.
I see.
So ideally, I'd want confirmation via 2 unrelated human intelligence, networks, and then substantiated via some technical means like phone calls, text messages, or emails.
So you think that Shahram and Ali might have had this story concocted to mix in just enough doubt that we couldn't trust them?
I think that's a distinct possibility and one that our intelligence agencies will certainly highlight when briefing the president. He is going to need solid proof that by avoiding this action he's not condemning 90% of the country to death.
How do we verify their admissions?
Let's go back a second, Reece said. First, why disguise it as a naturally occurring virus?
To hide the perpetrator.
So who has Marburg variant U in their arsenal?
Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran,
Haley confirmed. All countries that could potentially sell it to a terrorist organization, Reece said, thinking aloud.
Maybe they didn't sell it to a terrorist organization. Maybe they perpetrated the attack.
Then they'd be culpable, Reece said.
True.
Which means we could retaliate.
Also true.
Haley, do you know what's on the table as a response to an attack on this country using a weapon of mass destruction? WMD is defined as nuclear, chemical, and you guessed it, biological weapons.
Nuclear response,
Haley correctly guessed. That's right. By mimicking a respiratory spread of a naturally occurring virus, a country or group could turn us against ourselves.
If they knew about the FAE option,
Haley said. You saw it yourself in Africa. There are very few secrets left in the world, and if you created the US or USSR bioweapon programs after World War II, you would have put protocols in place to stop the spread of one of your own weaponized diseases.
Protocols that included destroying your own cities,
Haley said, completing the thought. I think so. We've learned we have plans in place to destroy sections of the country to contain a spread. I'm sure the Russians did too.
Knowing that, who is behind this? Maybe a better question is, what would you do if you were planning this attack?
Reece paused and looked out the window. I'd look to the past.
Meaning?
What has the enemy learned by watching us in Iraq and Afghanistan over the past 20 years? What did they learn before that by watching us react to terrorism of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s?
Well,
they learned that proxies work, Reece said, answering his own question. Iran has been at war with us for over 40 years. Longer if you take it back to the CIA coup in 1953. Ali Ansari is from Iran. He mentioned Hafez Qassem before he died. Qassem is the lead Iranian intelligence chief in the United States. I was involved in tracking down what may have been an Iranian terrorist network before the virus hit. I think that's why Katie and I were targeted.
Slow down, Reece. You were making the case that Iran used a proxy group to release a bioagent in the U.S. so we would think it was spreading naturally. That's right. If we buy that it's from Angola, there are no Iranian fingerprints. If we buy that it's homegrown radicalized citizens, then we still have no one to retaliate against but ourselves. Iran remains clean, just like they have for the past 40 years, using Hezbollah and Quds Force operatives to do their dirty work. Reece, we need to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a bioweapon and that it is not a respiratory spread virus. Can we just look up Marburg variant U in the gene book or compare a picture or something? He asked. It doesn't work that way. Back when the Soviets weaponized Marburg, gene sampling or other electronic microscope documentation didn't exist. We only have samples from more recent outbreaks, and besides, you would have to compare the two physical samples. We need the genome of the sample, not just a photo. So we need a live sample of a weaponized Marburg variant U virus next to a current sample from an infected patient from today? Reece asked, wrapping his mind around the problem. Exactly. I need a sample of the original virus, the original Marburg variant from Soviet days. We do a side-by-side genomic evaluation. If there is no variance, then we will have established that this is an intentional bioweapon release on U.S. soil. It would also confirm that it had to have been released through aerosolized droplets by a pressure source, like the example of perfume in a mall. So, we need the original Soviet strain. Was that a statement or a question? Haley asked. Regardless, good luck finding it. Luck is the residue of preparation, Reece whispered, his eyes focused past the clouds, beyond the windows. What? Just something an old commanding officer of mine used to say. He turned back to Haley. One more time, who do we know has Marburg variant U in their arsenals? Russia for sure. And we suspect China, North Korea, and Iran. And the United States, Reece said, working the problem. Never confirmed, but yes, the United States. We need that Soviet sample, Reece said, thinking out loud. And how do you suggest we get our hands on a top-secret bioweapon that the U.S. may or may not have developed in violation of several international treaties? We are going to steal it. Are you sure you are just drinking water? Haley, what exactly does your husband do at Fort Detrick? He studies Level 4 weaponized pathogens. Pathogens that the United States officially does not weaponize? Reece, how do you think he'd feel about committing treason? Chapter 59. Masada Security Solutions Corporate Office, McLean, Virginia. What can I get for you, Senator? Sawyer asked. They were sitting in Sawyer's office on the top floor of the Masada corporate building, a short drive from both Langley and the Pentagon. Something expensive, now that it's finally on your dime. Fortunately for you, all the selections are expensive, as you put it. How about a martini? That would be ideal. Vodka or gin? Gin, of course. Bombay Sapphire with 3 olives, if you would be so kind. Sawyer made the drink in a chilled glass at his private office bar. He then poured himself a Hennessy Paradise Imperial and sat down in a leather chair adjacent to the sofa where Senator Thwaite now made himself comfortable, opposite an 86-inch flat screen set to a cable news channel. Shouldn't you be in lockdown in the Capitol building for briefings from the executive branch? Sawyer asked. Thwaite rolled his eyes. You best be careful, Senator. You know how the media loves catching politicians breaking their own rules. It makes for great content.
That's why I'm here in this secure building with you and not getting photographed out at the French Laundry or getting my hair done like those jackasses in California.
Sawyer stifled a laugh. It's almost on. Where's the unmute button on this thing? The senator asked, examining the remote control in his hand as if it were a foreign object. Let me, Sawyer said, swiping to his phone's Savant system application, which bypassed the remote on the coffee table. You know, you should invest in some less depressing art, Thwaite remarked, looking around the room. Oh? And what would you suggest? Something a little less morbid would spruce things up in here, he said, gesturing to the 2 large works that dominated the room, one behind the bar and the other between 2 large bookcases on the opposite side of the enormous office. What are those, anyway? The one behind the bar was done by an old friend in Ranger Regiment. He was with me in Mogadishu, Sawyer said, examining the canvas from afar. It's called the Mogadishu Mile. It is a reminder of how quickly circumstances can change.
And that one? Thwaite asked, taking a stiff drink.
You don't recognize it?
Should I?
Remnants of an Army, painted by Elizabeth Thompson, Lady Butler, in 1879. It depicts the 1842 British retreat from Kabul to Jalalabad. Have you been there, Senator?
Afghanistan? Of course,
the senator said, removing the toothpick with 3 olives and sliding the first one between his yellowing teeth. Jabad? Gardez? Khost? Abad?
Eric, you know I visited the troops on base in Bagram in 2004. You provided security. I also spent Thanksgiving in Iraq in 2009. I'm no stranger to war zones.
Fallujah? Ramadi? Najaf?
No, the Green Zone, Thwaite said, making Sawyer's point.
Ah, yes. I remember the photo op now.
Fuck you, Eric. Some of us are soldiers and some of us are statesmen.
I think you mean politicians.
Don't say it with such disdain, Eric. Remember who pays for all this, Thwaite said, devouring his last 2 olives and gesturing to the grand office with his empty glass.
Let me get you another.
Thank you. If you weren't a hired gun, you would make an excellent bartender.
Sawyer chuckled and set about making his guest a second drink.
What happened to our Lone Ranger, anyway?
Thwaite asked, nodding back at the famous oil painting. That's Dr. William Bryden. He was a surgeon. It was rumored that of the 16,000 who began the 70-mile retreat, he and his horse were the only survivors.
True.
There were, in fact, other survivors. Some straggled in after the good doctor, others had been captured and enslaved, but survived. Regardless, the theme and intent of the painting holds true. The poor horse lay down in a stable in the Jalalabad fort and never got up. He, too, a casualty of the Afghan plains.
Poetic.
When you're wounded and left on Afghanistan's plains, go, go, go like a soldier, Sawyer recited.
What's that?
No matter. The original painting hangs in Somerset, you know.
Somerset?
Yes. The Somerset Military Museum, England. One day the original will hang here.
Bloody depressing,
the senator observed. Just like in Mogadishu, the tide can turn in an instant, Senator, even against an empire. The enemy is always watching, always learning, always adapting.
Dismal, if you ask me.
Have you read The Great Game, Senator? Sawyer asked, handing the older man his second cocktail.
I don't have time to read, Sawyer. I am busy running a country.
Pity. And one might argue that the current president is running the country, I'm afraid, Sawyer said, reminding Thwaite of his loss.
Not for long. Turn it up, it's coming on now,
he said, eagerly consuming all 3 olives that graced his refreshed drink. The whore of war turned up the volume through his app and watched as the network led with the caption, Presidential Assassin Targets Innocent Muslims.
Is it taping?
Thwaite asked. Yes, the DVR is recording.
Good.
The newscaster solemnly lectured his audience.
We've received disturbing video this evening. Video that purportedly shows former Navy SEAL James Reece committing murder. These alleged murders are also classified as hate crimes. You will remember Commander Reece from the Capstone scandal, where 3 years ago he went on a murderous cross-country rampage, killing those he believed were responsible for what some say were his own mistakes that led to the ambush of his SEAL team in the mountains of Afghanistan. Commander Reece was pardoned under dubious circumstances by the previous administration, so he never stood trial for those murders. I want to warn you, this footage may be disturbing to some viewers. A crisp image of whites, grays, and blacks filled the screen. Like an old black and white TV updated with 21st century resolution, what was clearly a van parked just ahead of a smaller sedan on the right side of a road filled the screen. A man was leaning against the smaller car, his face and hands white against his darker clothing. White hot, Sawyer said. Excuse me?
It's a thermal imaging system from one of our surveillance vehicles. The hotter parts glow white. The colder areas are dark.
Oh, yes, I know.
The conspirators watched as a man swung his feet over the guardrail and paused to look almost directly into the camera, his face taking on the aura of a ghoul,
with the light and dark portions recreated by the camera in high-resolution pixelated heat. He stared for what seemed like an eternity before turning to move toward the two vehicles. They watched the figure walk along the side of the road and raise his rifle to his shoulder as he approached the sliding door of the van. The audio recorder picked up the shot, and the video caught the smoking man dropping to the ground.
He indexed off the cigarette, Sawyer said.
What do you mean?
It's dark. The man he killed was not a professional. Reece must have seen the cigarette in the darkness, which indicated head placement. He sighted on the cigarette and then fired a few inches left, hitting his target in the head.
This is my favorite part,
Thwaite said. They had both watched the video multiple times before emailing it anonymously to multiple friendly news outlets with agendas in line with the senators. This was the first network to air it. With his rifle still shouldered, Reece then turned to the front passenger window of the van and shot the driver through the glass, quickly stepping forward to shoot again. Security round, Sawyer said, sipping his drink. Thwaite grunted. The ghost then walked to his first victim and shot him in the head. The screen then transitioned to video of a man who was clearly James Reece talking to a police officer and firefighter.
This footage was obtained by Fox Illinois affiliate 32 News and depicts James Reece in Chicago, at the home of Kareem Tlaib. Tlaib was a Muslim man who died of a heart attack while James Reece was at the scene. It is worth noting that it is common for serial killers to visit the scenes of their crimes and oftentimes keep mementos from their kills. The screen then switched to local news footage of police tape in a hallway of what looked to be a garden-variety roadside hotel. The correspondent on scene reporting on the tragic death of Sohrab Behzad, a Muslim-American man working at a local Atlanta mosque. We have new evidence tonight that puts James Reece on site at the time of the murder, along with statements from a woman who has verified that Commander Reece murdered Behzad before kidnapping her at gunpoint. She later escaped as he was driving her to a remote location.
The screen then ran a video of a man pushing a woman down a hotel hallway, a gun clearly visible in his hand. They then displayed a photo of Reece in his dress blues, clean-shaven, rows of medals on the chest of his flawless uniform.
There are still unanswered questions tonight surrounding why Commander Reece would so deliberately target and kill these Muslim American men after meeting privately with the president at Camp David. The only connection between the deceased is that they are all devout Muslims of Middle Eastern descent. Commander Reece's behavior indicates a pattern of violence that fits with his murders following his last deployment. It also perpetuates a cycle of violence against those of Middle Eastern ancestry. Did post-traumatic stress or traumatic brain injury play a role in these killings? Is Commander Reece on another murderous rampage, this time connected to President Christensen's administration? We will continue to update you on what is still a developing story.
I couldn't have written that better myself,
Thwaite said, clearly pleased with the anchor's performance. You did write it yourself, Eddie, Sawyer said, hitting the mute button on his app.
That's right, I did,
the senator said, now even more pleased.
That should give the White House press corps something to pester the president and his press secretary about at Monday's briefing.
Senator, do you even care what Reece was doing in Chicago and Atlanta, or who this team was that targeted him in Maryland?
Those particulars are no longer my concern. That's an FBI issue now. This is politics. We muddy the waters with this tape, and the president is forced to do his job, to live up to his responsibilities as Commander-in-Chief, to eradicate the virus in Richardson and Aurora before it infects and kills 90% of the country. I mean, by God, there are now reported cases in Atlanta. Atlanta! They have isolated the patients thus far, but we know it's outside the containment zones. Can you imagine if he has to bomb Atlanta?
Sawyer remained silent and swirled the brown liquid in his glass.
We insinuate through our contacts in established media that he bombed Texas and Colorado to divert attention away from his association with Commander Reece,
Thwaite continued.
Like when President Clinton bombed Afghanistan and Sudan, when Monica's blue dress stains were the talk of the town.
Ah, yes. Wag the dog. And what if he doesn't drop?
He has to drop, Eric. The country is finished if he doesn't. And I mean that literally. I don't envy him that decision, but we have an airborne virus threatening to destroy the country, possibly the world. Christensen can stop it. In fact, he's the only one who can stop it. It's political suicide, but it's his only viable decision. No one in Congress will publicly support him. They know he has to destroy 2 cities to save the Republic. Supporting it only takes them down with him. It simply has to be done. Only the Commander-in-Chief can make that call.
And the people of Richardson and Aurora?
It's truly heartbreaking, Eric. I don't know what else to say. Their deaths save the United States. Their deaths save the world. We will erect appropriate monuments and give speeches, sincere speeches. We will never forget their sacrifice. Even though it's the only logical decision, Christensen is finished. His party will forever be known as the party that bombed America.
Yes, bombed America to save it, Sawyer pointed out.
But bombed it nonetheless. There is no recovering.
And you benefit politically from these deaths?
Saul Alinsky said it best, never let a crisis go to waste. He was right, you know.
He didn't actually say that. He was much more eloquent, Sawyer corrected.
Oh, I know. Rahm Emanuel had to dumb it down for the masses, but the point remains.
Learning from your enemy, Senator?
That's not just for you military types, Eric.
Sawyer's secure desk phone rang. Excuse me, Senator.
Can you bring me another drink while you are up?
Of course. Sawyer took a seat behind the massive oak desk and picked up the receiver. He listened intently, then said, "Stay on them," before hanging up and making the senator his drink.
Emergency?
Thwaite asked, as Sawyer handed him his third martini. As a matter of fact, yes. James Reece and Dr. Haley Garrett just landed at Dulles. Reece placed a secure call to the CIA, which we intercepted. They believe they have evidence to suggest that the virus isn't airborne. When the senator finished his tirade and finally left the building to return to his office to call the president, Sawyer bent down to pick up the broken shards of what just moments before was a chilled martini glass. Thwaite was prone to these outbursts when things did not go his way, but this latest tantrum was worrisome. Thwaite was convinced the virus was real and spreading. All the signs suggested this was true. The liberal-minded president was looking for an excuse not to do his duty. The senator believed Christensen was too weak to do what was necessary. The president was going to bring the Republic down with him. He was going to destroy almost 250 years of freedom and sacrifice. James Reece was handing him the excuse he needed. For Thwaite, this was not a difficult decision. The few would be sacrificed to save the many. The country would survive. The senator's party would ascend to power once again, with Thwaite leading the way. He would take his rightful place and finally occupy the most powerful office in the land. Sawyer dropped the shards of glass in the trash and refreshed his cognac. Heading for his desk, he stopped and turned toward his bookshelf, approaching Remnants of an Army. He sipped his drink, examining the wounded doctor portrayed in the classic Victorian painting. Dr. Bryden was clearly in anguish. A section of his scalp had been removed by an Afghan blade in battle. His horse shot and near death. Sawyer turned to the large television. He was paused on the IR video of James Reece on the side of the Maryland highway, rifle in hand, staring at the camera, the black and white image intensifiers giving him the look of a creature from hell. The former Army Ranger searched his book titles. There, next to a first edition of T.E. Lawrence's Revolt in the Desert, was the Peter Hopkirk classic The Great Game. Sawyer pulled it from the shelf and turned to Chapter 20. The book fell open easily at the binding, Sawyer having spent much time with it over his years of sending contractors to Central Asia. He read slowly, respectfully internalizing every word from a section titled Massacre in the Passes.
Almost 100 miles of terror through snow-covered mountain passes, the army of Indus marched toward the British garrison at Jalalabad. Afghan warriors snatching souls at every turn, the savages tearing apart the 16,000 troops and camp followers as they pushed forward through freezing temperatures. Raids, sniper fire, horror. Until, a week later, one sole survivor was sighted approaching the fort, wounded on a dying horse. Sawyer looked at the television and then back at the painting. This time he saw something different. He saw himself on the horse, wounded, clinging to life, trying to make it inside the gates before being struck down. The savage Reece putting his finger to the trigger of a precision rifle, Sawyer in the crosshairs. The Navy SEAL sniper wasn't a man in this vision, he was an apparition, a black and white specter of death. He sat down at his desk and placed the great game to his left. Sawyer had been in the business of killing for most of his adult life. After Somalia, he'd learned how to profit from it. As with any enterprise, success in this business meant diversification. The lucrative U.S. military, intelligence, and diplomatic contracts might only last so long. Washington was a machine. The leadership of both political parties was fickle, all part of the same swamp apparatus, cogs in a deep state machine. In business, one had to remain on a trajectory of continual growth. Masada had expanded into worldwide mining security operations and training, advising, and assisting entities who could pay. Precious metals, conflict, diamonds, and oil all fell under the Masada profile and Sawyer's purview. On occasion, he had used certain men to solve problems. One of these men had a vested interest above and beyond money in seeing James Reece in the grave. Sawyer had used him over the past 2 years to eliminate problems in the Middle East and Africa. He was connected to the Russians and currently living in Montenegro on the Adriatic Sea. Sawyer pulled out a pen and paper and began to write a letter to enlist the services of a sniper. Chapter 60. Russell Senate Office Building, Washington, D.C. The fear and chaos that had gripped the nation had similarly engrossed the Capitol. Rumors were spreading that the executive branch was close to bold and devastating action to contain the virus in Richardson and Aurora. A mass exodus was underway in Atlanta while some took to the streets to take advantage of the lawlessness, looting and destroying at will. Speculation, conspiracy theories, and doomsday scenarios flooded the airways and social media channels. If you were against containment and eradication, you were branded as being for the death of the nation. If you were a politician in favor of those measures, you were in the position of supporting the deaths of your own constituents. Elected representatives from Texas and Colorado were in a state of paralysis. Every answer and decision tied to the virus was rooted in death. Ambassadors from countries not yet affected by the pathogen were clamoring for information. Representatives to the United Nations gave speeches calling for the United States to act to protect the global community of nations. Throughout the turmoil, the White House remained remarkably quiet, weighing the most momentous decision ever faced by an American president. Security, press, aides, interns, staff, senators and representatives, caseworkers, legislative correspondents, schedulers, and communications directors crowded the hallways as Senator Edward Thwaite made his way to his office in the Russell Senate Office Building. Leaving his assistant holding his coat, Thwaite barged past his receptionist and into his office, slamming the door behind him. He went right for the gin, attempting to make a martini of the same class he'd downed at Sawyer's building. He ended up foregoing the bitters and lemon twist and emptied what was left of his last bottle of Bombay Sapphire in a glass with ice and a dash of dry vermouth. Unable to find any olives, he swatted a cabinet shut and took a seat in his high-backed leather chair behind the same desk his father had used. It was up to him to save the country, save the world. He took 2 oversized gulps of his concoction to acquire some liquid courage before hitting the button for his receptionist. "Karen, please connect me to the White House switchboard." It still annoyed the senator that he did not have the president's direct line or cell number.
Yes, Senator, right away.
Thwaite tapped his middle finger against his leather desk mat. After 5 minutes of tapping, he emptied his glass and began fidgeting with the cross pen he thought he'd be using to sign bills as president.
Senator?
Yes?
The operator informed me that the president is not taking calls right now.
What? In the middle of a national emergency he's hiding in his bunker? Call back and tell the operator to put you through to the chief of staff. Wait, tell them to put you through to Greg Farber. Tell them this has national security implications that impact Richardson and Aurora, and that I have information on the reports connecting the president to Commander James Reece.
One moment, Senator.
Thwaite's eyes surveyed his dark office, taking in the artifacts of 2 generations in the political spotlight. Photos of history-making legislative moments. Books he hadn't read. A portrait of his father. This could all be gone if the president doesn't take the necessary steps to save the nation. Delay means more death. Inevitably the destruction of more cities. Richardson and Aurora, maybe even Atlanta, must be sacrificed to save the rest of us.
Senator, please hold for the president,
his receptionist said through the speaker. Thwaite straightened up in his chair, took the phone from its cradle, and cleared his throat. After 15 excruciating minutes, a voice from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue said,
"Please hold for President Christensen."
A moment later, the leader of the free world's voice cracked across the line. "Senator Thwaite." Thwaite loosened the Windsor knot at his throat and pulled the tie to the side. "Mr. President, thank you for taking my call."
"Of course. We're in the middle of weighing the options regarding the virus, so forgive me if I ask you to get right to the point."
"That is the purpose of my call, Mr. President. It has come to my attention that you may be delaying the inevitable and unenviable decision of eradicating the virus in Aurora and Richardson."
That is a callous way of referring to the deaths of 500,000 of our fellow countrymen, Senator.
"I mean no disrespect, Mr. President," Thwaite said, biting his tongue.
"Then you will understand why I remain dedicated to protecting the nation, including those in Richardson and Aurora."
"Mr. President, if I may be blunt, without the sacrifice of 2 cities, you are putting the rest of the nation at risk. You are signing the death warrants of millions more. This is time for decisive leadership."
"May I ask where you come by your information, Senator?"
"This town talks, Mr. President. If you waver from doing what needs to be done, my party will have no choice but to take our case to the American people. You are neglecting your duties as Commander-in-Chief, putting the future of the nation at risk."
"Rest assured, I will do what needs to be done in the interests of the American people, and I will exhaust every effort to spare those innocent lives in Aurora and Richardson," the president responded, his tone cold and measured.
"Every second you delay, the chances increase of the virus escaping containment."
"Thank you for your counsel, Senator. I will take it under advisement. I was told you have information on tonight's story about Commander James Reece."
"An unfortunate connection, I'm sure, Mr. President. An irresponsible news media running with only the hint of impropriety."
The president remained silent.
"It would be devastating to the nation if the current emergency was compounded with a scandal. Some might say you took the drastic measures of destroying 2 entire cities to take focus away from your connection to a CIA assassin. The American people and your administration need to stay focused on the crisis at hand, stopping this virus."
"Anything else, Senator?" Thwaite had not managed to fluster the boy president in the least.
"There is something else, Mr. President. I have sources who tell me that this murderer, James Reece, is connected to your administration and has concocted a theory that the virus is not airborne. I'd hate to think the president was taking medical advice from a discredited murderer when the fate of the nation and the world hangs in the balance. These latest murders I just watched on the news seem to fit a pattern for Commander Reece. Some might call him a serial killer. It would be best for everyone if he was locked up in the Supermax prison in Florence."
"Senator, I want to thank you for your call of support,
Before I go, I do have a question for you.
Yes?
Have you ever looked James Reece in the eye? Thwaite's mind drifted to the black and white image from the video, a specter looking straight through him.
No.
Well, the president said calmly, before you threaten James Reece, you might want to do some research. Had you ever looked him in the eye, you'd rethink your approach. Before he could respond, the line went dead. The president had ended the call and left Edward Thwaite holding an empty phone. President Christensen folded his hands and brought them together in quiet contemplation. Visions of 2 American cities burning, possibly a third, haunted him. Innocent men, women, and children incinerated. 500,000 killed on his orders to save 280 million others. He thought of Lincoln, over 800,000 dead on his watch. A country divided, a country at war with itself. Christensen would be responsible for almost as many American deaths in seconds as Lincoln was in 4 years of civil war. You must save the country by killing 500,000 of your fellow citizens. How do you live after making that kind of a decision? If you don't, you are responsible for 280 million deaths. Preventable deaths. The president swiveled in his chair and looked out at the rose garden, then closed his eyes. His predecessor had told him it was lonely at the top. He had been right. Did Senator Thwaite really know something about James Reece and his connection to the president's personal mission? Or did he just say that to get through the barriers and connect to the president to pressure him to order the virus eradication option? Was Thwaite linked to the video and media spin of Reece's engagement in Maryland? It was no secret that the senator felt Christensen had stolen the election. If Christensen ordered the destruction of Aurora and Richardson, he was finished politically. If he didn't give the order, not only was he finished politically, but the entire country was at risk of infection from a disease with a 90% mortality rate. Either way, his presidency would be a single term. One decision to save millions of lives at the expense of 2 cities. Unless what? Unless Reece could prove the theory conjured up by a doctor at the CDC, whose idea was not based on science but upon conjecture and airline manifests. The president had cut as much red tape as he possibly could, by passing all established protocols with a direct line of communication to Reece through the CIA's Special Activities Center. As soon as he received word on the possibility the virus was an aerosolized version of Marburg variant U, he had immediately ordered a briefing. He was still waiting on confirmation that the military had an original sample of Marburg variant U. In a system of government as top-heavy as the United States, even the president had to wait. All his senior medical advisors agreed that the science pointed to a natural hemorrhagic outbreak in Angola that was now spreading rapidly on U.S. soil. The high infection rate of hospital workers caring for the sick and dying seemed to verify that assertion. He did not have time to wait on an inept bureaucracy for answers. If the virus was spreading, as the experts believed, he had no choice but to eradicate it before it killed 90% of the country. If it wasn't, he needed to know, now. Christensen turned back to his desk and hit the button connecting him to his receptionist, who worked just feet from the Oval Office. Alice, connect me to Vic Rodriguez at the CIA. Chapter 61. Fairfax, Virginia. Well, how do you want to play this? Reece asked. They had landed at Dulles, where the agency also kept a fleet of Tahoes and Suburbans at the ready, and had pulled up to the curb outside of Haley's Fairfax, Virginia home. The modest split-level house was built on a corner lot surrounded by trees and not overly close to the neighbors. The first level was brick and housed a single-car garage at the end of a short driveway. A row of hedges obscured a screened-in, well-lit front porch. The second level's vinyl siding looked like it had been dropped on as an addition by someone more concerned with functionality than aesthetics. Just as we discussed, let me go in. I'll explain. My husband is more doctor than colonel, if that makes sense to you. It does. Let's hope the doctor part is on duty today.
I'll break it down for him and then I'll open the door and you can come in. But listen to me, no guns, no jujitsu, just logical and pragmatic discussion. Check. What does that mean?
10-4. Understood.
Okay, then. Wait here.
Reece watched Haley walk up the drive. Motion-activated lights illuminated the darkness as she passed the garage, stepped up onto the porch, and entered her home. The street was silent. Even without a mandatory curfew or lockdown orders, citizens were self-isolating in their homes. The uncertainty surrounding the new virus coming so quickly on the heels of the COVID-19 restrictions had beaten a traditionally fiercely independent citizenry into submission. Maybe it's just an overabundance of caution, Reece thought. I hope that's all it is. Reece kept his head on a swivel. If the president delayed dropping the FAEs on Aurora and Richardson and the virus was, in fact, a respiratory spread airborne virus, then almost 300 million Americans would die. The commander-in-chief couldn't delay while a bureaucracy figured out the ramifications of admitting to the world that the United States had an active biological weapons program in violation of international law. By the time pulling back the curtain was approved, if it was approved, the fate of the country would already be sealed. With cases popping up in Atlanta, the countdown timer was almost at 0 hour. Reece looked from shadow to shadow, wishing he had a set of nods and a thermal. He had the shotgun from Colorado in the back seat of the Tahoe, but contrary to popular belief, CIA operatives didn't typically run around the country with issued weapons. The paramilitary officers and contractors of Ground Branch applied for their concealed carry permits just like everyone else. Reece reached back for the Remington and slid it muzzle down on the passenger side floor mat with the stock leaning against the seat next to him. At the first opportunity, Reece would get back to his safe and rearm. Being without a pistol was disconcerting. Reece saw the door open and Haley gestured to him to come up. Here we go. Reece looked at the 870. No guns, no jiu-jitsu. He exited the car and walked up the driveway to the house. Come in, Reece. Tom just went to get a notepad and pen. He's a planner. The first floor of the house looked like it had been constructed well before open floor plans had become the norm. The wood floor creaked just inside the threshold. Reece noticed a sitting area to his left with a large easy chair in the corner. The wall that was visible to Reece was adorned with shelves full of books. Reece heard footsteps in the hallway and turned to shake hands with the doctor. Instead of a handshake, Reece found himself staring into the working end of a .45 caliber 1911 pistol. Chapter 62. Tom, I told you Reece is one of the good ones. Reece slowly moved his hands to what police officers refer to as the interview stance. Hands up at about shoulder level, palms out to give the illusion of being non-aggressive and unarmed. In reality, it was a fighting stance. Easy, Colonel, Reece said, his mind naturally calculating distance to target, type of weapon, and additional threats. Tom, put that thing away, Haley said. Please listen to her, Dr. Garrett. I'm not here to hurt anyone. We need to talk. Reece noted that the colonel's finger was on the trigger. Normally that would be an issue, but the thumb's safety was still up. Reece was not dealing with a gunman. Haley, come over here behind me, the colonel said. His left hand held a cell phone. Mr. Reece, you are all over the news tonight. I have to call the police. News? Reece asked. Yeah. Video of murders in Maryland, Chicago, and Atlanta. Tom, Haley said, jumping in. I was with Reece and Katie after they were attacked in Maryland. It certainly wasn't murder. I don't know what it is, but I'm calling the police. Please don't do that, Doctor, Reece said in an even measured tone. And why not? Because if you do, you're sealing the fate of 500,000 Americans, citizens of the country you serve. Let's put down the pistol and talk. If by the time we finish you still want to call the police, then there is nothing I can do. You are the last hope the people of Aurora and Richardson have. Colonel Garrett's eyes went from Reece to Haley and back to Reece. Haley explained what you want me to do, Garrett said, keeping the pistol pointed at Reece. A sample of the Marburg variant U? Are you insane? If we had a sample, and I am not saying we do, it would be classified and for research purposes only.
Tom, if there is a sample at Fort Detrick, I need it to do a genomic sequence analysis and an EM comparison, Haley said. Imagine what would happen with an official request. How long would it take to get what would be a denial of even having it when a sample is stored 50 miles from here and can prove that what's happening in Aurora and Richardson is an aerosolized Marburg variant U bioweapon and not a respiratory spread airborne virus?
I didn't say we have a sample.
But if you did, how could we get it?
Reece asked. You are talking about stealing a bioweapon that the United States denies having. A weapon that would put us in violation of several international treaties, of which the country is a signatory.
That's right, Reece confirmed. Think about your oath as a doctor.
Over my oath to country,
Garrett countered. Doctor, Reece said, intentionally not using Garrett's rank to frame his position. This is about saving lives. Your oaths to your profession and to the nation support this action. Imagine, a bioweapon developed in the Soviet Union to destroy this country can now be used for the exact opposite of its intended purpose. It can save 2 American cities and prevent a disaster unprecedented in American history. It's up to us. No one else is coming. No one else can stop this.
Tom, please,
Haley said.
Do you realize that assuming this virus from the Cold War was weaponized into aerosolized bacteria and was capable of targeted deployment, and assuming a Fort Detrick lab contained a potential sample of Marburg variant U, you are asking me to commit treason, be court-martialed, and to spend the remainder of my life in Leavenworth? Treason, Haley.
Dr. Garrett, I'm going to slowly reach in my pocket, okay? Reece stated. I'm going to take out a phone and make a call.
I don't understand,
Garrett said, raising the 1911. I think this will help, Reece said, taking out a small flip phone. Who are you calling, Reece? Haley asked. Reece deliberately opened the phone with his left hand, keeping the right one up to signify that he was not a physical threat. He pressed in a memorized 10-digit number and held it up to his ear. On the second ring, the phone connected. Sir, it's Reece. We are close. I need you to verify and condone. To Garrett's questioning look, Reece held out the phone. Colonel Garrett, the President of the United States would like a word. Chapter 63. Colonel Garrett's first call after his conversation with the President was to his research partner, Major Courtney Burke. The second was to the lab security supervisor at Fort Detrick. The third was to John Culpepper, the lab's lead animal technician. It was out of the ordinary to plan an unscheduled experiment in a Level 4 biocontainment facility on a weekend. Stranger still when that facility housed the Batcave. Garrett dialed Major Burke. They were seated around a small round kitchen table. Reece hadn't noticed any pictures of children or the toys that go along with them. They were alone. Courtney, it's Tom. I just received a call from General Keating. He's concerned about the results from the last trial, inconclusive, and with everything going on in Texas and Colorado, he's getting pressure to do an Ebola Zaire respiratory spread test to compare to past results. Yep. Tomorrow morning, 0600. Thanks, Courtney. Have a good night. See you in the morning. Think she bought it? Reece asked. Let's hope so, Garrett replied. These are unprecedented times, so it's conceivable. This isn't a request coming completely out of the blue. I think we are good. It's still the military, after all. General to colonel to major. Even in the medical corps, we remain rigidly flexible. Colonel, in the SEAL teams, we would red cell different bases and facilities. I think you can call me Tom now. We are about to steal a bioweapon together, after all. And what does red cell mean? All right, Tom. Red Cell was originally a team of SEALs that tested security on military installations. I think I remember reading a book about it. You probably did. They did their job a little too well. Got in a bit of trouble, if I recall. That they did. The term is now used to reference thinking about a problem from the enemy's point of view. If you were a terrorist, how would you strike? Ah, I see,
Dr. Garrett said. So, in this case, you have been going into these secure Level 4 biocontainment facilities for years. Have you ever thought through how you, or how an adversary, would gain access? Garrett nodded his head. Okay, let's start there, Reece said. And remember, it's important to think like a terrorist. Chapter 64. National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center, Fort Detrick, Maryland. At 0530, Tom Garrett pulled his Jeep Cherokee up to the front gate of Fort Detrick. He rolled down his window and handed the contracted security officer his military identification. The guard force was an assortment of military police and private security contractors. The portly guard was dressed in a blue shirt and dark pants to give him the illusion of being a police officer, replete with a gold badge on the front of his black plate carrier. "Morning, Colonel," he said, scanning Dr. Garrett's ID with an RFID scanner. "Morning," Garrett responded. Reece and Haley held up their military IDs. The guard nodded. Haley had a military ID as a dependent, and Reece had one as part of his CIA alias credentials package. Despite being the site of the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center and the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, Fort Detrick was a military base, like any other. It had a gym, fire department, PX, commissary, barracks, and housing. Those with the proper identification could come and go as they would on any other military base. Things took a decidedly different turn in the facilities that the United States government denied even existed. Accomplishing their mission in those secure areas would require some ingenuity. The colonel dropped Reece and Haley off at the base gym. They were dressed in workout clothes and looked like anyone else out for a run to start the day. Garrett had loaned Reece some ill-fitting and brightly colored workout attire. Fort Detrick had recently amended its reflective belt policy. Soldiers were now free to go for a run without the belts if they were wearing bright-colored clothing. Garrett didn't have reflective belts, so Reece and Haley were dressed in a way that would pass inspection from an overzealous first sergeant looking to bolster his ego on an early Saturday morning. "You ready?" Reece asked. "Yes, just don't hurt anyone." "Let's go." They made their way to a grassy area for a pre-run stretch, keeping their eyes on Porter Street for a red, lifted Ram 2500 truck belonging to Fort Detrick's lead animal handler. Traffic was light on a Saturday morning, even lighter with most people at home glued to their televisions, watching the unrest in and around the containment zones. At just before 6:30 a.m., a large 4x4 lumbered down the main road in front of the gym and turned left onto Friedman Drive. "That's him," Reece said. "Give him a minute to get settled, and then it's go time." Colonel Garrett and Major Burke passed the 4 airlocks within the biocontainment Level 4 area, going through what to them was a routine process of preparing their bodies and minds for their experiment. Their naked skin was first washed in a warm, soapy spray, then in UV light. They donned their disposable bunny suits and finally zipped themselves into the impervious rubber of their bioprotective suits and attached the power cords and oxygen hoses that served as their lifelines. They moved to their assigned alphanumeric keypads against the false wall and entered their 7-digit access codes. Colonel Garrett half expected the green light to instead blink red, but it recognized the code and permitted the doctor to move to the next phase of the access sequence. He looked into a small keyhole camera as Major Burke did the same, a laser biometrically scanning their faces. With identities confirmed and access granted, their clearances were reviewed by a guard at a remote site, who then hit a button to allow them into the inner sanctum of bioweapons research. The guard watched, as he had thousands of times before, as the 2 researchers passed into the Batcave and beyond the reach of video cameras. What happened behind those doors was known only to those who entered. Compartmentalization was used to prevent the right hand from knowing what the left hand was doing. Need to know and various levels of classification were part of the protections that safeguarded America's best-kept secrets. Those walls and barriers also prevented assorted agencies of the federal government from communicating in the lead-up to 9/11. Unable to share intelligence and information, those protective barriers allowed terrorists from abroad to enter the country and take flying lessons. Now Reece was going to use that same compartmentalization to steal one of the deadliest pathogens in existence. He and Haley jogged on the sidewalk not far from the gym, looking like any normal couple getting in some exercise before the commissary opened for business. Beneath a fluorescent zip-up windbreaker to ward off the cold, Reece wore a fanny pack they had pulled from the back of a closet at the Garrett's home. Inside were his marshal credentials, zip ties, duct tape, and the 1911 that Colonel Garrett had held on him the night before. It turned out to be a gift from his father. Colonel Garrett had shot it once with his dad, and then packed it away in a box. Reece had given it a quick clean and done a function check. It was loaded with 230 grain full metal jacket 45 ACP. When Reece shook it, it had rattled. That was part of the beauty of the old school 45s. The parts were interchangeable on a battlefield far from home. Reece trusted that the one he carried would work. He just hoped he wouldn't have to take any long shots. Colonel Garrett had sketched out a detailed diagram of the animal research facility that was separate but attached to the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center. Its security cameras were a closed-circuit network to prevent animal rights activists from somehow hacking the system to show the world what was taking place on the grounds of Fort Detrick. On a Saturday, there would be 5 people assigned to the one experiment. 2 security guards would monitor the closed-circuit cameras while 3 animal technicians would sedate the primate and load it onto the stainless steel tray for delivery into the Level 4 laboratory. As Reece and Haley approached the parking area that Tom Garrett had sketched out, Reece looked at his watch. "They should be inside. Let's do this." They veered off the sidewalk and over a grassy mound, dropping down onto the parking lot of an unmarked building that was a non-human primate housing and quarantine facility. 5 cars were in the parking lot near a loading dock of what looked like a warehouse. Reece and Haley bounded up the steps to a back entrance and stopped by a steel door with a camera attached above. Reece removed his marshal's creds and held them up to the camera. He took a last look at Haley and knocked on the door. Chapter 65. John Culpepper had been an animal handler for almost 30 years. His wife and kids thought he was a veterinarian assistant attached to a benign animal research institute run by the U.S. Army. None of them knew that he cared for primates that were part of a top-secret bioweapons development program. Culpepper didn't exactly know that himself, but after all these years, he had his suspicions. He had signed non-disclosures and had to submit to a periodic background investigation, but that was the extent of it. He knew that once a month trucks arrived in the middle of the night with primates from a facility in Texas. He would supervise the transfer to their new facility, where he would care for them until he was given instructions to prepare one for delivery to the National Biodefense Analysis and Countermeasures Center next door. He liked to believe the research was vital to national security. Even so, knowing what would happen to them, it was never easy to sedate one of the strong animals and load it onto the tray. After that, the system was automated. He knew the body would be incinerated after the experiment. Once loaded onto the tray, he'd never see the primate again. Coming in on a Saturday was not normal, but these were anything but normal times. He'd been expecting it. Though he didn't know what went on at the end of the incineration tunnel, he knew it had to do with infectious diseases. He had read enough online over the years to know that the Army was probably developing vaccines to protect soldiers from contagious viruses in the more tropical parts of the world. He said hello to Carl and Scott, who watched the cameras to make sure the primates were all in their cages. Someone monitored the cameras 24/7. If they noticed a problem, they had a flowchart to follow with an associated phone tree. More often than not, those calls went to John and the veterinarian. Most of the time, it was because an animal got sick and had to be either treated or euthanized so as not to infect the entire population. Carl was engrossed in the latest Brad Thor thriller and would glance up from time to time to observe the screens. Scott hit pause on his iPhone long enough to say hello. He was listening to a Joe Rogan podcast where the podcaster was somehow discussing psychedelic drugs and bow hunting with Cam Haines in the same episode. A small locker room was attached to the security station. Here John and his two subordinate animal technicians changed into the PPE they were required to wear when handling the primates. A white lab coat over a tan flight suit, steel-toed shoes, a surgical mask with clear plastic goggles, and arm-length, bite-resistant gloves of Kevlar and stainless steel mesh to prevent an animal from breaking the skin if they attacked. His PPE was designed to protect from the physical threat of animals whose strength was 4 times that of a human. Even when the animals were sedated, the National Research Council mandated that technicians be protected, just in case. When they were ready and had buddy-checked one another to ensure they were all following the proper safety protocols, he let Carl know he was going in. Carl looked up from his book and gave a little wave before turning his attention back to the page. John unlocked a nearby door and descended the metal-grated staircase. The next step was to prepare the sedative and tranquilizer guns for their mission. The baboons were housed in single stainless steel cages to help prevent the spread of disease. Referred to as NHPs, or non-human primates in the scientific community, the facility received 10 of them a month, which was far fewer than most of the research facilities around the country. It was John's job to care for the animals before they were sent to their deaths. It gave him no pleasure. Instead, he took pride in keeping the facility clean, the animals healthy, and being skilled in administering the anesthesia to sedate them for transport. As he prepared the long stick that would allow him to inject the animal through the bars of its cage, Walter and Chris removed the tranquilizer guns that acted as backup in case the animal somehow awoke from the sedation and attacked. Carl had seen it early in his career. A baboon had been given an ineffective dose of ketamine and sprung to life on the way to the incinerator, almost killing a female animal handler and disfiguring her face for life. He thought about that day every time he approached a cage to do his job.
"You guys all set?" he asked. "Ready," Chris said. "Good to go," Walter confirmed. "Let's do this and get home. It's my 3-year-old's birthday today. My wife put together a little playdate for this afternoon. If I know what's good for me, I better be there." "Ha! Smart man," John agreed. "One sedation and transport, and we will get you out of here. Keep those tranq guns out of sight. You know how the other animals hate seeing them." "We know. You tell us that every time we do this," Chris reminded the senior technician. "Just habit." John visually inspected his technicians before exiting the prep station and approaching specimen 8462 to begin the process that would end its life.
"Tom, what are you doing?" Major Burke asked, her digitized voice cutting through the silence of the Batcave. Colonel Garrett was manipulating the controls of the mechanical arm that allowed him to access the pathogens behind the thick plexiglass barrier. He had opened a plastic composite freezer and extracted a vial labeled MVU-874.
"Colonel, that's Marburg,"
Courtney said, her pen hovering over the stainless steel clipboard.
"I know, Major. There was a slight change today. General Keating wants this done."
"Colonel, today's experiment was for Ebola."
"We need a comparison to the inconclusive Ebola results. I've got a hunch about this."
"A hunch? Colonel, what's going on?"
his confused partner asked.
"We will get the paperwork sorted out,"
he said, trying to buy time as he extracted the Marburg variant U and maneuvered the mechanical arm toward the sedated baboon.
"Sir, we can't do this."
Perspiring profusely inside his suit, Garrett wished he could wipe the sweat from his brow. He hadn't felt claustrophobic in a suit in years. His hand shook as he tried to focus on the injection.
"Tom, come on! This is not right! What are you doing?"
With no cameras or recording devices in the Batcave, Major Burke's options were limited. The protocols and security measures were based around 2-person integrity, clearances, and background checks. They were specifically designed to get an extremely limited number of people into a small space to conduct experiments not officially condoned by the U.S. government, experiments that were in direct violation of the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention.
"Sir,"
Courtney said more forcefully. Colonel Garrett's next action caused Courtney to drop the clipboard and pen and step toward the exit. Instead of using the arm to move the baboon to the observation cage, Colonel Garrett left him lying on the delivery tray. He moved to a separate control panel and hit a series of override switches designed for testing the incinerator. Major Burke watched in horror as her superior officer returned their test subject to the anteroom without initiating the cremation cycle.
What in God's name have you done?
John confirmed that the primate had successfully been transported to its destination. The only communication John's facility had with the lab was through the machine that delivered and then incinerated the test subjects. This experiment was scheduled to take 2 hours. John and his 2 subordinates would clean areas around the other cages and then wait in the break room until the tray returned. They would then visually confirm that it was disinfected and ready for experiments next week, before signing the paperwork confirming that NHP Subject 8462 had been successfully incinerated. As John and his crew turned to tend to the cages, a red light began to blink on the wall next to the incinerator.
"What the hell?"
John said.
"What's going on?" Walter asked. "They done already?"
John studied the display on the terminal in front of him.
"This can't be."
"We're not scheduled to do an incineration test inspection, are we?" Chris asked from over his boss's shoulder.
"No,"
John said, looking down at his paperwork in confusion.
"Then what's happening?" "The tray is coming back, but it shouldn't for another 2 hours."
"Maybe the paperwork got messed up," Walter offered.
"No, we don't do override tests with an animal in the lab."
"Could they have hit the wrong button on the other side?" Chris asked.
"I guess it's possible. The animal will be on the other side for a couple hours. Let's get back to the control room and figure this out."
As they turned to go, the control room door opened. A man and a woman in workout gear rushed down the short flight of stairs. John looked at them in disbelief. This was a first. The ramifications of what was happening didn't become clear until the bearded man hit the landing and approached, a 1911 pistol in his outstretched hand. When Reece and Haley exited the building less than 10 minutes later, 5 men were zip-tied and duct-taped in the facility break room. The infected baboon had been sent back into the crematorium for incineration, and Haley had a capped, triple-bagged syringe filled with 5 milliliters of blood. Blood that was infected with the original Soviet strain of Marburg Variant U. Chapter 66. Centers for Disease Control Laboratory, Washington, D.C.
Reece, we are on the clock.
"I know. Let's do this."
"There is no way you can come in with me," Haley responded. "I'm going into a biohazard level 4 containment lab. You need badges, clearances, and approvals, which you obviously don't have. I am going in with this sample of Marburg variant U and will compare it with our samples from Richardson and Aurora. If the virus samples match variant U, then we know it's not a respiratory spread infection."
"And if it doesn't match?"
"If it doesn't match, the president only has one option."
"Be careful."
"I will, Reece. To my knowledge, no one has ever stolen a bioweapon from Fort Detrick," Haley said. "My husband is probably in an interrogation room right now. Someone is going to start putting the pieces together. If we are wrong, we are going to jail for a long time."
"And if we are right, 2 cities will still be standing this afternoon."
"We will know soon, if I can get in there and pull this off."
"So I just wait in the car?"
"Yes. I will do this as fast as I can. If the weaponized Marburg variant U is a genomic match to the samples from Texas and Colorado, we can get that information to the president and he can rescind the eradication order."
As Haley exited the vehicle, Reece leaned across the seat. "Haley."
"Yes."
"Good luck."
"I thought you had a thing about luck," she said, smiling to break the tension.
"I do, but in this case I'll take it."
"What the hell were they doing at Fort Detrick?"
Thwaite yelled into the phone.
"We don't know, Senator. My surveillance team did not have access to the base." "And where are they now?"
"The CDC office is in Virginia. Have they made any calls?" "Not since this morning."
"Fuck, Sawyer! You find out what they are up to. For all we know, they are terrorists and have released the virus themselves."
"That seems unlikely, Senator."
"Listen to me. Reece meets with the president, is at the site of a suspicious death in Chicago, murders a Muslim man in Atlanta and kidnaps his girlfriend, where now, by the way, we have infected patients. He then executes 2 Muslim men on the side of the road in Maryland, flies to Denver, where your team is unable to follow him, flies back to D.C. and is now sneaking around at Fort Detrick and the CDC labs? He's involved somehow. What if this disease is not airborne? It is airborne, Sawyer. All the experts agree. The deadline is upon us. The only chance to save the country, possibly the world, is here. It might be too late already. If the patients in Atlanta were not locked down in time, we are done for. It's all over. Think of your family, Eric. Dead. All dead.
And if the virus is eradicated, no one will ever know if it was airborne. Your path is paved into the White House.
This is not about that, Eric, and you know it. This is about saving the Republic.
How patriotic.
Something is not adding up here, Eric. Find out what Reece and his doctor friend are up to, and find out now. 2 excruciating hours later, Haley emerged from the CDC building. Reece half expected her to be in handcuffs, escorted by federal agents in dark blue windbreakers. He looked around the parking lot for signs that he was being set up. He scanned the windows in the floors above that would give snipers a clear shot, looking for anything that might indicate a hastily established urban hide site. Nothing. But if they are good, you'll never see them coming. An HRT sniper could have you in his sights right now. Haley rounded the front of the vehicle and slid in across from Reece. Even though it was cool, he saw the beads of sweat on her temples. She clasped her hands together to steady her nerves. "Are you all right?" Reece asked.
"It's Marburg. It's variant U."
"Jesus," Reece whispered. "Where is it now?"
"It's in the lab. It's locked in a safe. I sent all the documentation to Vic via email. I want this sample destroyed, but for now we need to keep it as evidence."
"Just so I have it straight, this confirms that the virus in Colorado and Texas is a weapon. We have that weapon in our arsenal and can prove that it spreads only through direct aerosol droplets from a pressure source."
"That's right, Reece. It only spreads via an aerosolized cloud, a man-made cloud. After the intentional release, it spreads the same way as any standard hemorrhagic virus."
"Through direct blood-to-mucous membrane contact, correct?"
"Correct. It's incapable of human aerosolization like COVID-19. That's why it's the perfect bioweapon under lock and key at Fort Detrick. It strikes with incredible efficiency, but only against a targeted population center. That way it doesn't infect the planet."
"And you sent everything to Vic?"
"I did. I followed up with a call from my desk. He said the director is assembling a team for an emergency meeting at the White House, and he wants me there to brief the president."
"Well, let's go."
He also said something else.
"Oh?" Reece asked.
"He said we have a problem. That secure phone you've been using? It's compromised."
Chapter 67. "I can't believe you agreed to this."
"It was actually my idea,"
Haley said as Reece drove toward the off-site CIA building in Chantilly, Virginia.
"It wouldn't work if you left the CDC without me. I just asked myself, what would James Reece do?"
"That's a dangerous question. I think we've been spending too much time together," Reece said with a smile.
"Look, we pull into the parking lot. They are expecting us. I'm going to sprint inside. Vic will have a team ready to pounce. He said it was the same team I met at the Annapolis house plus some guy named Beast or something."
"Ox."
"That's it, Ox," Haley confirmed.
"I still don't like it. They could hit us between here and Chantilly," Reece said, his eyes in constant motion.
"Just a few more minutes, Reece. Almost there, and we are home free."
"You know, Haley, you would have made a good team guy." Haley couldn't help but laugh.
"Senator, we intercepted a call between our subject James Reece and the director of the CIA's Special Activities Center, Vic Rodriguez."
"Well, what did they say?" Thwaite asked, through his Cryptol phone.
"Reece said they have proof that this outbreak is a bio-attack, something that infects via an aerosolized spray that cannot be secondarily spread," Sawyer reported.
"What kind of idiocy is that? It's in 3 different cities. People who never came into physical contact are dying of it. That means it is airborne. We are getting cases in Atlanta, for Christ's sake."
I can only report what I've heard.
Where are they going now? The clearly agitated senator asked.
They are bringing their evidence to an office park in Chantilly, Virginia.
Sawyer, they are obviously involved in this plot. They are terrorists themselves. Hell, James Reece was labeled a domestic terrorist by the FBI. He's clearly finishing what he started all those years ago. He wants to bring down the country he blames for the deaths of his family and his SEAL troop. It's your job to prevent that from happening.
He's in a new vehicle, so we don't have him under electronic surveillance, but we know where he's going.
Well, take him out. Save the country.
The office park is a CIA processing facility.
Fucking CIA's involved too, then. Sawyer, you take them out. Save the country. I will not let 200 years of blood, sweat, and tears be destroyed by a domestic terrorist. Kill Reece and the doctor. Help me save the world.
Holy shit, did I hear that right? We get to kill James fucking Reece? Woody asked.
That's the order, and the doctor, Crimmins confirmed.
Well, fuck me. How illegal is this?
It's a national emergency. Apparently they are involved with the shit in Texas and Colorado.
The virus?
Yeah.
We are going to take down a terrorist SEAL. Oh, shit! Think they'll put me on the cover of Recoil?
Probably, if you pay them enough. You ready to finally be a hero, Worthless?
I'm already a fucking hero, brah. Now I get to add Killer of James Reece to my resume,
Woody said, press-checking the AR from the back of the minivan. Just be ready, and don't fucking miss.
I don't miss, bro.
I hope not.
It's just up ahead, Reece said, looking in his rearview mirror and noting the dark minivan that changed lanes a few cars back. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Haley said.
Okay, then. Vic has cleared the parking lot except for a few vehicles to make it look occupied. The building is locked down, so no one is coming in or out. Your path to the front door is clear.
Haley shifted nervously in her seat.
Seatbelt on? Reece asked.
It's on. We're going to turn in behind them and pull right next to them as they park, Crimmins said.
Fuck yeah, then I pop the door and take them out.
Just remember to take the safety off, Crimmins advised.
Fuck you, Charlie. I know what I'm doing. We did low-vis vehicle interdiction black ops in the stand.
Sure you did. Just remember the safety. Reece slowed the Cherokee and turned into the office park that operated as the processing center for the CIA's clandestine service, watching closely as the minivan pulled in behind them.
Hold on, Haley.
Just inside the parking area, Reece paused as if he was looking for a place to park. Then he slammed the vehicle in reverse and stepped on the gas. What the fuck? Crimmins exclaimed, seeing the target vehicle's reverse lights come on and quickly accelerate toward him. By the time Crimmins' brain registered the fact that the hunters had become the hunted, it was too late. His hand put the van in reverse just as Reece's vehicle made impact with the front bumper. The impact sent Woody, who was already kneeling by the one sliding door, to the floor. Hitting the gas to reverse out, Crimmins felt a second impact and looked at the screen on the dash, seeing that a security barricade had risen behind them. The van was jammed between Reece's vehicle and the barrier. Reaching for the door handle, he abruptly stopped when a black Suburban slid to a stop, cutting off another avenue of escape. Ignoring Woody in the back of the van yelling about a broken arm, he looked up in time to see a second Suburban skid into place in front of Reece and the doctor, trapping the minivan in a textbook L ambush. He barely registered that the passenger side door of the car had flung open. A female was sprinting from the vehicle, 3 men in tactical gear falling in with her to escort her to the building in front of them. Hard-looking operators emerged from the SUVs. Crimmins noticed a man in each element held an MK-48 7.62 by 51 machine gun. The others had M4 carbines with suppressors. Maybe I can still push this thing out of the way and get us out of here. As he put the minivan back in drive and stepped on the gas, he heard the unmistakable sound of a suppressed automatic weapon erupt to his left. Steam exploded from the engine as the open-bolt machine gun tore through the hood and front quarter panel of the vehicle. Crimmins took his foot from the gas pedal and put the van in park. His hands slowly went to the wheel. Don't give them an excuse. Woody, put down the AR, he said.
What the fuck just happened?
My fucking arm's broken! As worthless Woody attempted to prop himself up with his one good arm, the side door opened and he found himself face to face with James Reece. Chapter 68. Russell Senate Office Building, Washington, D.C. Senator Thwaite watched the president's address from the Oval Office in disbelief. He looked so presidential and reassuring, so sure of himself. How could this be? I want to assure the American people that the end of the crisis is near. We have confirmed through exhaustive international investigations by the world's leading infectious disease specialists that this new virus is indeed a hemorrhagic fever. It originated in Angola, but has burned itself out on the African continent. It has done the same here in the United States. We have studied the Angolan virus closely and determined that it will not spread via respiratory pathways, as we saw with COVID-19. Once again, to be perfectly clear, this is not spread like the flu or COVID-19 or the common cold. We had early spikes in Aurora, Colorado and Richardson, Texas, with one-off cases in Atlanta. Since those early spikes, the curve has flattened, naturally, and current infection rates are almost at zero. I don't believe it, Thwaite thought. Even though it was just after noon, the senator held a drink in his quaking, clammy palms. I can now assure you that this terrible disease has taken the worst of its toll. It has impacted our society and tested us to our core. But we are Americans. We will rise above the fray. The scientific community is working on a vaccine so that if we ever face this enemy again, we will be ready. Thwaite leaned back in his desk chair. He's actually turning this into political capital, the son of a bitch. There have been reports that the virus was a bioweapon delivered by a foreign enemy. These reports are false. There have also been reports that the virus escaped from a lab here in the United States. Those reports are false. What are you up to, Mr. President? Thwaite whispered. I want to address the rumors that there are strategies in place to eradicate viruses on home soil with incendiary bombs. I want to address those rumors honestly. I recently became aware of plans put in place during the Cold War, plans that remained in place until today. Effective immediately, I have signed an executive order placing what are known as eradication measures on hold. A bipartisan commission will submit a report to me within 90 days concerning these legacy policies, with recommendations on how to proceed so that in the face of a future virus we have other options at our disposal. I commit to you tonight there will be full transparency in these proceedings. We will harness the power, ingenuity, and brilliance of our scientific community, technology sector, and pharmaceutical industry to develop the most effective means of combating emerging hemorrhagic viruses. You have my pledge that you, the people, will be heard, and we will move forward together, stronger and united. This is unbelievable. He can't do this. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected by the virus, and with the frontline workers who care for them. We are with you. No effort or expense will be spared to provide you with the resources you need to see this through. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. The video feed switched to a panel of very relieved-looking news contributors. Thwaite continued to stare at the television, not hearing a word. The phone buzzed on his desk. Slowly, he hit the intercom button to connect with his receptionist. Isn't this wonderful news, Senator? What? The president's address. The virus is no longer spreading. We are going to be okay. Yes, Karen, that's, incredible news.
Yes, sir. Well, I have a call waiting for you from the FBI. It sounds important.
The FBI?
Yes, Senator. Special Agent Andrew Klein would like to speak with you.
Please take a message. If he requests a meeting, please schedule it out as far as possible.
Yes, Senator.
Thwaite terminated the connection.
Deliberately, he opened a desk drawer and removed his secure phone, looking at it skeptically. Without another viable option, he called Sawyer.
Did you see it?
I did, Sawyer responded. And I was just about to call you.
Really?
Yes. A source at the FBI has informed me that you and I are both under investigation for the attempted murder of James Reece and Haley Garrett in Virginia, along with a host of other less serious offenses.
I'm thinking now would be a good time to vacate the premises.
I'd agree with you.
Out of the country.
I'm way ahead of you. Meet me at Signature Aviation at Dulles. If you aren't there in 40 minutes, I leave without you. Thwaite dropped his Kryptol and BlackBerry into the drawer. He took one last look at the portrait of his father, and then departed for the airport. Chapter 69. Embassy of Pakistan, Washington, D.C. Hafez Qassem sat at the conference table in the secure room in the basement of the Pakistani embassy in Washington, D.C. Without taking his eyes from the box, he made a slight motion with his right hand. An administrative assistant sliced through the packaging tape and looked to the intelligence chief for further instructions. With another wave, the underling was dismissed, relieved to be out of the presence of the Iranian intelligence chief. It had been labeled a diplomatic pouch, but clearly it was not. The box had been addressed to Qassem personally, which was an anomaly. The Americans knew he operated out of the embassy and even surveilled him occasionally, as they did with all members of the Iranian staff. It was expected for adversaries and even allies to spy on one another. It was all part of the game. Qassem's job was strategy. He was no longer a tactical player. He hadn't been for a long time. The box had the return address of a UPS store in Annapolis. He observed it for any suspicious signs that should have been warnings to some of his brethren in Hezbollah and the Quds Force, when mailing death had become a popular tactic of the Israeli intelligence services. It wasn't leaking. It didn't smell. There were no protruding wires. It had been swiped for chemical residue, and the Pakistani embassy had the dogs sniff it for explosives. A company provided the service off embassy grounds so as not to offend with the filthy animals. All those tests had returned negative. It had also been X-rayed. The electromagnetic radiation had revealed the contents. Qassem knew what it was. He needed to confirm who it was. Qassem was confident it would not explode. It contained a message meant for the lead Iranian spy in the United States. Qassem stood and pushed away the cardboard to reveal the next layer. Whatever was inside had been wrapped in aluminum foil and plastic wrap. It reminded Qassem of a wrapped present the Americans were so fond of giving one another on the bastardization of the prophet Jesus' day of birth, when Isa ibn Maryam was sent with the Injil to foretell the coming of the prophet Muhammad. Rumin Allah, the Spirit of God. The Iranian spymaster carefully sliced through the foil with a jambiya, the traditional curved blade of his ancestors. Nizari Ismailis. Carefully he parted the shiny plastic and aluminum barrier to reveal the tan plastic top of a cooler. He worked his fingers down the front and lifted the rubber latches, continuing to inspect for wires just in case something had been missed in its prior security inspection. It was also never beyond the realm of possibility that someone in the ISI, Pakistan's intelligence service, wanted him dead. One could not be too careful in the world of espionage. All clear. Then, slowly, he opened the lid. Looking up at him was the severed head of Ali Reza Ansari. Instead of horror, Qassem studied the upturned eyes of the man he'd passed the Marburg virus to just weeks earlier. Dried ice had been packed around the head to keep it fresh, so that Qassem would have no trouble with identification. There was something peculiar about the mouth. A piece of plastic was protruding from between purple lips. Qassem pinched it between his thumb and forefinger, extracting a Ziploc bag with a single piece of paper inside. He turned it over. It read simply, September 10th. They know. Hafez Qassem reached for the phone on the table to his right.
Ready the plane. I will be returning to Iran tonight.
Chapter 70. Reece sat in the back of the smallest version of Mercedes's venerable Sprinter van. This one was painted white with a floral business moniker on each side. If someone Googled the business to find the website and called the listed number, they would hear a recording in which a pleasant woman's voice would explain that they were busy arranging flowers and would return the call as soon as possible. The call, of course, would never be returned. Inside it was anything but a flower delivery van. The walls, floor, and ceiling were lined in black, sound-dampening material, and there was no access to the driver's compartment. Shackles were attached to the floor and wall. A bench seat was built into the right side, and one chair was bolted into the floor. Okay, he's departing the embassy on foot. No variation from his daily profile other than the time and the fact that his phone is still inside.
Good copy,
came Ox's voice over the encrypted radio. You get that, White Knight? White Knight copies, Reece said into his radio. Just need to know if he's going home or to the airport. He's taking Route 3, a voice informed them. The voice belonged to the UAV operator whose ISR platform had electronically tagged their target. They had been tailing Qasem for 6 days and had identified 3 routes he used to walk from his office in the Pakistani embassy to the house the Iranians rented for him through their Pakistani surrogates in the North Cleveland Park area of the city. Hitting him at the embassy was a no-go, and security at the rented apartment was run through the Pakistanis. He varied his daily routine, but one could only take so many routes home. There would always be an identifiable choke point. Choke points presented a problem when dealing with a trained intelligence operative. They knew the choke points as well as those who hunted them. That's why Reece wasn't going to hit him at a choke point. Qasem noted that pedestrians were on the streets as they emerged from self-imposed isolation and returned to businesses in the aftermath of the virus scare. Some 5,872 Americans had died from the virus, most of those in Aurora and Richardson, with a few isolated cases in Atlanta. Ali having to use the remote dispersal device had hurt their numbers. Releasing the virus in high-traffic areas before hitting the hospitals had been a stroke of genius. It had been Ali's idea, and reinforced to the scientific community that medical staffs were getting it from patients just by breathing the same air. Another 257 people had died in clashes with the military and law enforcement. In Qasem's estimation, American confidence in government, elected politicians, and the military had hit rock bottom. But unfortunately, there were glimmers of recovery. The new president was leading the country out of the pits of despair and working with Congress on an economic stimulus package focused on Colorado and Texas. Americans were a resilient lot. President Christensen had flown immediately to Texas following his address to the nation. In a video that had since gone viral, a camera crew caught Marine One making an unscheduled landing on University Park Field near the hospital in Richardson that had first reported the virus. A body bag had been removed from a refrigerated truck. It was on a gurney and was draped with an American flag. The president had placed his hand on the flag, taken a knee, and bowed his head in prayer. He had then stood, saluted, and walked back to the waiting aircraft. The media suggested the president was paying his respects to an Air Force doctor who had led the hospital through its darkest hours. The president had then walked the halls of medical centers, first in Richardson and then in Aurora. He wore no PPE. He shook hands, gave hugs, and offered hope. Hope was something that Hafez Qasem knew was a course of action reserved for those without viable alternatives. Would the Americans grab him in broad daylight? The FBI would. They would come screaming in, driving black Suburbans with their badges out and guns drawn for a very public arrest. What the FBI would not do was send him a severed head in the mail. This was something else. A different type of animal was hunting him. He'd exited the embassy and passed the Malaysian and Egyptian embassies on International Court Northwest. He walked north to avoid the Israeli embassy. He moved on to a wooded path near the Austrian embassy to cut through to 36th Street. From there it was a short walk to his residence. At first, Qasem thought he was having a heart attack. When he felt the second impact, he knew it was something else. His neurological system shut down as his brain lost the ability to communicate with his muscles, and he toppled to the ground face first. He rolled to his side and grabbed at the impact area. That was exactly what the designers of the weapon had intended. Qassem's hand connected with the exposed wire attached to the 4 barbs of the 12-gauge projectile. His hand convulsed. He was unable to pull it away, and another 500 volts surged through his system. Logan cycled his Taser X-12 Mossberg and emerged from his hide site 40 feet off the path. He was joined by a second operator who did the same, both quickly approaching the Iranian spy and ready to hit him again with the 500 volts of the specially designed less-than-lethal shotgun rounds. A third man approached with an Axon Taser 7 in the low ready. When he was 10 feet away, he pressed the trigger and sent the attached barbs into the downed man, shooting 3,500 volts through his body. His 2 partners slung their Taser X-12 X-Rep shotguns and quickly zip-tied the man's hands and feet. He would be dead weight for at least 20 seconds. They carried him 30 yards to 36th Street Northwest, where a flower delivery truck had backed over the curb, its rear doors already open. They loaded him inside and attached him to a chair with restraints before exiting into the street, securing the doors behind them. Chapter 71. Qassem opened his eyes and attempted to raise his arms to the areas on his chest and stomach that burned, but was unable to move. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he became aware that he was in a moving vehicle, and that his legs, arms, and head were strapped to some sort of a chair. He was not alone. A figure was sitting on a bench seat across from him, a figure dressed in a fully encapsulating orange biohazard suit. Strapped to the face of the man wearing it was a black rubber mask attached to a self-contained breathing apparatus beneath the suit. Even in the dim light, Qassem recognized the man behind the mask. "I know you, don't I?" Qassem asked. "I think you do. I take it you make it a point to know the target when you send a hit team to assassinate him," Reece said through the internal microphone. "James Reece. You killed 11 of my men." "I did." "I should have sent more." "You should have sent professionals." "Ah, yes. Fortunately for you, professionals are hard to come by in this country. You've used amateurs before." Qassem paused and attempted to tilt his head, but it remained clasped to the chair. "I am a diplomat, Mr. Reece. As I am sure you know, you are in violation of international law, specifically the Vienna Convention. I have diplomatic immunity." "You are a spy. We have a separate set of rules for spies. Usually, one would need proof of some sort. You wouldn't want to create an international incident. Even with evidence, you can only expel me." "Usually, that would be true, but this is far from a usual case." "Do you plan to torture me, Mr. Reece?" "Your fate is in your hands, Qassem. I know you planned the Marburg attack, that you passed variant U to Dr. Ali Reza Ansari of Biodyne Medical Systems, that you wanted us to think it was a respiratory spread virus that would kill 90% of the country in an attempt to get us to trigger an eradication protocol that has been in place since the beginning of the Cold War." Qassem remained silent. "And there is something else," Reece said, picking up a photograph next to him. "It's grainy, and it might be difficult to see in this light, but I think you will recognize the man in the photo. He's aged 20 years, but I'm confident you know him." Reece held up the photo in his left hand, illuminating it with a small Streamlight stylus penlight. The photo was indeed grainy, black and white, and in low resolution. "That could be anyone, Mr. Reece." "But it isn't anyone, Qassem. It was taken in Portland, Maine on September 10th, 2001, at the same restaurant that also captured photos of 2 men who would be dead the next day." "Oh, what happened to them?" "They flew a plane into the North Tower of the World Trade Center." "I was in Iran in September 2001, Qassem said, in a voice devoid of emotion. Just prior to midnight that same day, this man crossed the border into Canada. Reece continued, holding up another picture. It was still black and white, but the resolution was better. Facial recognition technology was still in its infancy when these were taken, but it has improved significantly over the years.
He does not look familiar.
Look closer, Kassem. I'm sure you will recognize him, Reece said. Here he is checking into the Montreal Airport Marriott Hotel a few hours later. He had a flight scheduled for the following day, but of course flights were grounded for 3 days, so he stayed in the hotel and took an evening flight to Frankfurt on September 14th. A couple of blurry photographs of a Middle Eastern-looking man you say are from September 2001 mean nothing. Oh, to the contrary. It means everything when that man re-enters the United States as a diplomat of a foreign nation and has access to the diplomatic pouch and is on U.S. soil at the same time a virus is unleashed on the 20th anniversary of the most devastating terrorist attack in the nation's history. It wasn't released, Kassem countered. I heard your president tell the world it was from Angola, and that it burned itself out after an early spike when it was at its most potent. I heard that too, Kassem. Did you believe it? Why would I question it? Because you brought Marburg variant U into the United States in a diplomatic pouch. You passed it to Dr. Ansari, who then replicated it in a lab in Denver and unleashed it through surrogates to simulate a naturally occurring respiratory spread virus. That seems far-fetched, Mr. Reece. It does. Which is why I want just a little more information from you. Reece set the photographs to the side and opened a nylon case. I know nothing about this, and I will not be coerced into taking responsibility for 9/11. Everyone knows it was the work of Al-Qaeda and Bin Laden. Reece made a production of taking out an IV bag and hanging it just behind Kassem on a hook on the wall of the van. He removed medical scissors and cut the left sleeve off Kassem's shirt to expose the arm. "What are you doing?" the Iranian intelligence officer asked, trying in vain to pull his arms and legs from the restraint. "Do you know who you killed that day, Kassem?" "I killed no one." "You certainly did. You may not have flown the planes, but you met with Mohammed Atta that night in Portland. No one was able to figure out why Atta and Al-Omari drove to Maine the night before their mission of death, but I know," Reece said as he attached a thin rubber band tourniquet to Kassem's upper arm. "I killed no one," Kassem repeated. "I heard you the first time. You won't mind if I forego cleaning the site, do you?" Reece anchored the area by grabbing Kassem's upper forearm and pulling the skin tight with his thumb to prevent the vein from rolling. He then flipped the cap off the end of the needle and inserted it into Kassem's vein. Reece watched the flash chamber fill with blood. Keeping the needle in place, he advanced the catheter into the arm with his forefinger, exerting pressure on the inserted portion to keep it in place. He removed the rubber band on the upper arm with his right hand and attached the IV tubing to the catheter. "Do you know why I'm wearing this suit?" Reece asked through his respirator. Once again, the aging spy chief remained silent. Reece opened a small aluminum case and extracted a vial from the foam. "Recognize this?" he said, holding the small, clear bottle up to the man strapped to the chair. "It's Marburg variant U." Reece inserted a needle and extracted a milliliter of its contents. He attached it to the injection post on the side of the drip container that fed saline solution into Kassem's arm. "I know you are familiar with what this will do to you, Kassem. Unlike the innocent people you killed on 9/11, and those you killed in Aurora and Richardson, you get a choice today." Kassem's eyes darted from the IV to his arm to his captor. "You answer my questions, and I drop you off at Dulles, and you fly home to Iran. You don't. I hit this plunger and then I drop you at Fort Detrick. The doctors there are very anxious to study the effects of Marburg variant U on the man who brought it into the country. They've only performed experiments on baboons and read the reports from the Soviet days of Dr. Ustinov slowly liquefying from the inside. That was over 30 years ago.
You will add to the body of classified bioweapons research. Who knows? Maybe something we learn from watching your body decompose from within will help develop an even more formidable weapon that we unleash on Iran.
Qassem felt the perspiration soaking his clothing and his bowels begin to loosen.
Your choice, Qassem. And just so you are aware, there is nothing I want to do more than hit this plunger and avenge everyone you've killed. Please give me an excuse.
What do you want to know?
I want you to confirm for me that it is you in these photos.
Qassem's eyes went to the pictures and back to Reece.
Give me an excuse, Qassem,
Reece encouraged. Qassem squeezed his eyes shut.
Authu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I seek refuge with Allah against the Satan, the outcast.
Qassem, answer me now or become a biomedical test subject. Those doctors at Fort Detrick, they won't take you out of your misery. They will keep you alive as long as possible to prolong your misery and extract as much research data as they can.
Qassem attempted to nod his head, but the restraint kept it in place.
Enjoy your stay at Fort Detrick,
Reece said, raising the plunger to Qassem's face and applying pressure.
It was me,
Qassem said.
Say that again,
Reece ordered.
It was me. But I only delivered the message. I didn't make the decision about 9/11. I passed along a word.
What word? A word that triggered 9/11?
Eid al-Shaitan.
Arabic?
Yes. Those Al-Qaeda Sunnis did not understand Farsi. I swear I didn't know what it was.
Somebody knew, Qassem. Somebody knew, because the next day 3,000 of my countrymen would be dead.
I thought it was for an attack on the White House. A car bomb, maybe. My job was just to pass along a word and then drive to Canada. I found out about it on the news with everyone else.
But then you made the connection, didn't you, Qassem?
Qassem tried to nod.
So you waited until flights resumed and then you flew to Germany and back to Iran?
Yes.
Who ordered you to deliver the message?
Qassem's eyes darted to the syringe filled with liquid death. Not just death, but weeks of misery, or bleeding through skin pores, through eye sockets, through his penis and anus, a pain no one but Allah could stop.
Jafar al-Sadiq,
Qassem whispered. Louder, Reece said.
General Jafar al-Sadiq.
Who is that?
He's now the Minister of Intelligence.
Did he plan it?
No.
But he facilitated it, didn't he? He gave the green light. You delivered the message.
Yes.
And you planned this Marburg attack.
Your country is on its knees, Commander.
Your response to COVID surprised even our brightest minds.
Close down your schools and businesses and destroy your economy for a virus with less than a 0.3% mortality rate? With that kind of a response, what would you do with a respiratory virus with a 90% mortality rate? I wanted to call the operation off. You were already doing such a good job destroying yourselves from within. All we needed to do was sit back and watch as COVID, race riots, and identity politics further divided an already weak nation. It's just a matter of time.
Why didn't you?
I am not the Minister of Intelligence. General al-Sadiq wanted to capitalize on the conditions set through your response to the coronavirus and riots. He has been on the front lines all his life, but he is getting old. Rumor has it that he was with Imad Mughniya on the hill overlooking Beirut in '83. He's killed more Americans than Al-Qaeda or those ISIS fools could ever hope. He should have been more patient, but I believe he wanted to see the great Satan in ruins before he passes through the gates to paradise.
Qassem smiled.
Now, drop me at the airport and go fuck yourself.
Reece's thumb lingered over the plunger. He looked into Qassem's eyes as he began to increase downward pressure, the Iranian agent struggling in horror against the restraints. Reece pulled his thumb away and detached the syringe, carefully capping it and locking it back into its padded case. He then toggled a switch next to him on the wall and said, "Dulles." They both felt the van turn to the left. Reece looked into the eyes of the man still strapped to the chair across from him.
You never answered my question about 9/11, Qassem.
Which question?
When I asked you if you knew who else was killed that day.
To his unknowing expression, Reece answered,
President Christensen's fiancée. Her name was Jennifer.
So that's what you were doing in Chicago and Atlanta,
Qassem deduced.
And it's what I'll continue to do once you were on that plane. You Americans,
Qassem said, attempting to shake his head.
You should kill me, you know. Don't think I won't one day, Qassem. Right now the president wants you to send the regime a message.
The van pulled to a stop, but Reece didn't move. He continued to stare into his adversary's eyes as the doors opened, and 3 men jumped inside, releasing Qassem from his restraints and roughly escorting him out the door and into a Goodwill store parking lot. You can find your way from here, one of the men said, before moving back toward a trail vehicle and getting inside. Reece moved to the back of the van to close the doors. Hey, Qassem, I'll see you again, in this life or the next. With that, Reece shut the doors and the van accelerated to the exit and onto Sunrise Valley Drive, leaving the man who delivered the order for 9/11 standing alone in the parking lot. Vic Rodriguez joined Reece on the roof of the CIA annex at Dulles. Reece stood behind a thick waist-high wall that encircled the roof.
Think he bought it?
Vic asked. Not sure. I think he bought that I wanted to kill him. That wasn't a hard sell.
I imagine not,
Vic said.
You think he believed you had Marburg in that vial?
We'll never know.
Which one is it?
Vic asked, changing subjects. That one there, Reece said, pointing to an aircraft on the tarmac. Vic raised the binoculars around his neck and observed the twin-engine Beechcraft King Air prepare for takeoff.
He's on board?
Vic asked. He is. I watched him board with a few others.
Good. We've confirmed that it's a chartered flight making a short hop to JFK. The Iranian ambassador to the UN is staying in New York, but his plane just filed a flight plan to Tehran via Madrid.
What type of aircraft? Reece asked.
Dassault Falcon 50, French long-range business jet flown by Iranian Air Force pilots.
Reece watched the small commuter plane taxi to the end of the runway, turn, pause, and then accelerate, gathering lift under its wings until it took to the sky.
Good riddance, you son of a bitch.
Chapter 72. 1st Fighter Wing, 27th Fighter Squadron, Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. The pilots from the F-22 squadron had been scrambled before. Each time had been a false alarm. This alert was different. Operation Noble Eagle consisted mainly of F-15 Eagles and F-16 Fighting Falcons flying combat air patrols over the nation's capital, critical infrastructure, and high-profile public events. Authorized 4 days after September 11, 2001, the program was designed to shoot down hijacked aircraft to avert another 9/11-style attack. The 1st Fighter Wing, with its 27th Fighter Squadron of F-22 Raptors, trained for a different mission. While the Noble Eagle aircraft patrolled the skies in and around Washington, D.C., the F-22s were tasked with intercepting incoming planes deemed a threat to the homeland while they were still in international airspace. The two $334 million machines rocketed through the clouds at 62,000 feet per minute, hitting Mach 2 and closed quickly with their target. Designed by Lockheed Martin with stealth as a primary requirement, their low radar cross-section and radar-absorbent material rendered them all but invisible. At 40,000 feet, Langley handed off tactical control to the Eastern Air Defense Sector, headquartered at the Griffiths Business and Technology Park outside of Rome, New York. Targeting single on the nose, 80 nautical miles, Angels 37. Elvis communicated to his wingman using the 5th-generation fighter's intra-flight data link. A low probability of detection, low probability of interception communication system designed to augment the plane's stealth capabilities. Check pointer. Painting a single, 80 out, Burbank replied via data link. Their mission was not simply to engage and confirm destruction. Their mission was to first conduct a flyby to ensure the target aircraft identified them as Americans, and then to blow it out of the sky. Switching from data to voice, the lead pilot said over the MIDS-J, the multifunction distribution system that allowed F-22s to communicate in VHF when stealth was not a primary concern. In this case, U.S. attribution was a mission requirement. Target aircraft is leaving U.S. airspace, not incoming, Burbank said. Charlie Mike, Elvis replied, using the military jargon for continue mission, as the two pilots closed the distance. "Confirming remote ID," Elvis continued. "Confirmed." "Roger, remote ID verified," Burbank said. "Visual confirmation of tail number required." "Good copy. We don't want to get this one wrong." The two fighters closed on the Iranian business jet. "Tally," Elvis said. "Tally," his Dash 2 confirmed. Elvis slowed his aircraft to keep pace with the large passenger jet and approached at its 8 o'clock. "Tail number Echo Papa India Bravo Alpha, confirm." Burbank pushed his Raptor to the 4 o'clock. "Confirm, Echo Papa India Bravo Alpha. This is it." "Roger, Burbank. Let's let them know we're here." Elvis and Burbank both hit their afterburners, passing the unique tri-jet-configured aircraft within feet, before circling back around to take up positions on the starboard and port sides, close enough that they could see the panicked looks of the pilot and co-pilot in the cockpit. Burbank decreased his speed and visually confirmed that the windows were clear of passengers before throttling back up and taking up his position off the starboard fuselage. Elvis did the same on the opposite side of their target. "Elvis, no passengers starboard side." "Roger that, Burbank. One passenger port side." A national intelligence satellite captured the SATCOM transmission from the Iranian aircraft to Tehran. As with the targeted assassination of Admiral Yamamoto by American P-38s over Bougainville in 1943, the president didn't want to leave Iran with any questions as to who was responsible. That information was relayed to Eastern Air Defense Sector headquarters, who in turn sent an encrypted message to the F-22s. "Target aircraft verified. Weapons red and free." Elvis confirmed receipt. The two F-22s fell back to 2 nautical miles and established the airspace was clear. Both aircraft locked onto their target. "Standing by," Burbank said. "Roger," Elvis acknowledged. "Cleared hot. Stand by. On my count. 3, 2, 1, Fox 3. 2 AIM-120C air-to-air missiles dropped from the internal weapons bays of their fighter aircraft, propelled forward by solid rocket fuel motors at Mach 4. Unlike Air Force One, this aircraft did not have countermeasures, and just like April 18, 1943, there would be no survivors. The first advanced medium-range air-to-air missile impacted the port wing. A millisecond later, the second missile hit mid-fuselage, igniting the fuel necessary for transatlantic flights and turning the Dassault Falcon 50 into a ball of fire over the Atlantic. Chapter 73. Mustique Island, Grenadines, West Indies. "We need to come up with a plan, Eric," Senator Thwaite said, cutting into his lazy lobster. They sat at opposite ends of a long rectangular table with a stunning view over the Caribbean east toward Barbados, just beyond the infinity pool. Sawyer offered a condescending smile that bordered on pity. He clamped his hand around the stainless steel tool and crushed the protective shell of his steamed Caribbean spiny lobster. "You know you are eating that all wrong, Eddie," Sawyer replied, laying his seafood cracker on the table and using the long crab fork to pierce a section of the creature's succulent meat. "You are just making a mess," Thwaite countered, "just like you did with this whole surveillance business." Thwaite reached for his glass. "Enjoy that, Senator. It's a La Châtaignière Saint-Aubin Première Cru 2017, perfect for this meal." Thwaite took a large enough gulp he hoped would annoy his host. "Well, we've been here for almost a month. I'm starting to go stir-crazy," Thwaite said, dunking a chunk of lobster into warm butter. "Where would you prefer to go? Here you are all but invisible. You've seen the news. Everyone thinks you left town to avoid questions about illegal campaign contributions and conflict of interest issues." "Those stories are planted. Christensen has the media in his pocket. They'll do anything for him, to include running false stories to ruin me." "Regardless, it appears to me that the country is getting along quite well without you." "Fuck you, Eric," Thwaite spat. "Remember, Senator, it was your ill-advised call to the president that tipped your hand. You were a bit too eager to save the country by dropping bombs on it."
"That fucking virus. How could it not be contagious?"
"If you were in your congressional seat, perhaps you'd be privy to classified briefings and might even know the answer to that question."
"Christensen probably orchestrated the whole thing just to give the country something to rally around and then
Ride in as their savior.
With talk like that, you should probably embrace your new life as a retired expatriate.
I can't stay here forever.
You do what you'd like. You are not here free of charge. I'm keeping track.
Oh, I know you are, Eric. Mustique was a place one with means went to escape, to disappear. A private island situated between St. Lucia and Grenada. It rose to A-lister prominence in 1960, when the island's owner gifted 10 acres to Princess Margaret. Since then, the destination had hosted the likes of Queen Elizabeth, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, Mick Jagger, David Bowie, and Tommy Hilfiger. The land, once the exclusive domain of royalty, entrepreneurs, and artists, was now being encroached upon by financiers and tech oligarchs. With no cruise ships anchored in the harbor, no paparazzi prowling the streets, and a strict no-drone policy, it remained a bastion for those in the jet-set crowd more concerned with privacy than society-page stories.
Lucky for you, my father was not a fan of government-imposed inheritance taxes. He made his money and wanted to keep it. He even made sure he passed away here.
Lucky for you, Thwaite countered.
Yes, he was a thoughtful man. Point being, you flew by private jet to Barbados, and we used a private charter to get from Barbados to Mustique, as the one runway here is too short for the jet. This plot of land was owned by my father and is now the property of a holding corporation that shelters it from anyone who might want to tie it to me or Masada.
That may be, but I don't feel safe with only 4 of your goons on site for protection.
Believe me, that is more than enough for Mustique. You are free to leave any time you desire.
If I go back, I'll be questioned by the FBI. They probably already know about the FISA warrants. Your idea, I remind you. I'll be destroyed.
Then maybe you just retire down here. You have enough to rent a shack or guest house.
Fuck off, Eric. I just need time.
Time for what?
Just time.
You are not still spooked by that James Reece character, are you?
No. Well, yes, aren't you? He's a fucking madman, the president's personal assassin. We were close to proving it. You saw what he did to those men in Maryland. What was it, 10 people?
11, Sawyer corrected, turning his attention out to sea.
11. Jesus. 11 against 1, Eric. And he killed them all.
Calm down, Senator. He is not coming to Mustique. He doesn't even know you are here. Trust me, you are safe.
Safe? I trusted you to eliminate him in D.C.
Actually, it was Virginia.
You failed, Eric. It was a simple mission and you failed. Don't think for a second that a man like Reece will let that go.
You are right, Senator, and that is why I've taken measures to ensure we won't have to deal with James Reece ever again.
Oh, what are you talking about? Your goons couldn't handle him before. What makes you think they can handle him now?
Because I'm not using my goons, as you call them. There's a man who solves problems for me. A man whose only job now is to kill James Reece.
A problem solver. Like an assassin?
Thwaite asked. Just like that, Sawyer said.
Delightful,
Thwaite acknowledged.
Where is this man and when will it be done?
Patience, Senator. These things can't be rushed when dealing with professionals. Men like this are careful. They don't take chances or make rash decisions. They are calculated and discerning. That's how they stay alive.
Well, finally some good news, Thwaite said. In celebration, I think I'll pour myself another glass of your fine wine. Chapter 74. Reece and Ox stepped from the small yacht tender and onto the dock at Basil's bar. Live music cascaded from the deck where the Wednesday night band provided entertainment to residents, guests, and sailors. No one paid much attention to the 2 men dressed in the appropriate attire of those who belonged. Beige slacks and tropical-colored button-down shirts. Ox wore a light tan jacket to ward off the breeze, and Reece had added a navy blue blazer, just in case he needed to melt into the shadows. The outerwear also helped conceal the suppressors attached to their subcompact pistols. The 80-foot catamaran moored just offshore belonged to a charter company owned by the CIA's maritime branch. The seaborne equivalent of Ground Branch, they reported to Vic Rodriguez's Special Activities Center,
and operated covered maritime assets around the world. The two operators ascended the steps to the main-level bar and passed among the dancing revelers, free to let loose with the bar's no-camera policy, knowing their pictures would not be plastered all over social media the following day. "What do you want?" Ox asked as they approached the bar. "Whatever you're buying," Reece replied. Ox waited at the bar while Reece scanned the crowd. He was searching for someone. "What can I get for you?" a distinguished-looking black man asked. His hair was almost all gray, and he was dressed in a long, flowing white robe open to his chest. A beaming smile pushed his round glasses up off his cheeks, the soft lights that illuminated the bar reflecting off the thin lenses. "What do you suggest, sir?" Ox asked, scanning the selections. "I recognize a kindred soul when I see one," the old man said. "How about a Hurricane David? Most powerful drink on the menu, blend of rums and vodka. Since I can tell it's your first time here, I'm going to mix in a new Kohana rum from a friend in Hawaii." "Mighty kind, I'll take 2, Ox said. The CIA man turned back to Reece. "See him?" Reece nodded. Their target was not hard to find. Young, gelled hair, tight polo to show off his chemically enhanced muscles, covered with full-sleeve tattoos. He danced with a woman twice his age on the dance floor. Instead of a Patek Philippe or Panerai on his wrist, he sported a Casio G-Shock. "I've got him," Reece said. "Here you go," the old man said from behind the bar, sliding the drinks across. "Thank you, sir," Ox said, putting 2 20s and a 10 in US dollars on the bar. "Thank you. Call me Basil. Enjoy your stay." The former Delta Force Sergeant Major turned back to Reece and handed him the most expensive cocktail he'd ever purchased. The two operators moved to a darker corner of the bar, pretending to drink and enjoy a carefree conversation, like the rest of the patrons. When the contractor they'd already nicknamed Muscles broke away from his cougar and sauntered across the floor, Ox looked to his partner. "Ready to ruin his night?" he asked. Reece set down his untouched drink and moved toward the restroom. 15 minutes later, the 3 men approached the driveway of Sawyer's villa on the eastern side of the island, just south of Macaroni Bay. Muscles drove the Mule, a side-by-side 4-person vehicle used by most island residents to go from the tennis courts to the beach to Basil's. "Like I said," Ox reminded Muscles, "you cooperate and you get immunity from whatever comes of this. If not, at the very best, you are entering into years of legal trouble where your opponent has government attorneys and you have to pay for yours." "We're here for your boss," Reece said, "not you or your friends." "I understand," Muscles said. It hadn't taken much. A marshal badge and the recognition that 2 serious CIA operatives wanted a word with Eric Sawyer and his guest. The suppressed SIG P365 pistol Reece held as Ox explained the situation didn't hurt either. "Once again," Reece clarified, "we have no issues with you or your team, we just need you to stand down. If not, we will kill all of you, and I'll make sure you take the first bullet." Muscles swallowed hard and nodded. "How about a cigar?" Sawyer asked. "This one's on me. I won't even add it to your bill." "That's generous of you," Thwaite said, his voice the epitome of contempt. "The deck, then. It's a beautiful night," Sawyer said, rising from his chair and picking up a glossy black and red box from a wood sideboard filled with china. The doors leading to the balcony that overlooked the pool and ocean were already open. "I smoked my first cigar out here," Sawyer said, taking in the view. "We'd spend a few weeks here every season." "You were a lucky fucking kid," Thwaite said. "That is true," Sawyer conceded, opening the box and holding it out for his guest. "What do we have?" Thwaite asked. "Cohiba Spectre. Even I had a tough time finding them." Thwaite picked a thick cigar from the box and ran it under his nose, closing his eyes to inhale the sweet nut and maple flavors of the exquisitely aged leaf. "A woman is only a woman," he said. "But a good cigar is a smoke," Sawyer added, completing the Rudyard Kipling line from The Betrothed. "Ha! Isn't that the truth?" the senator stated. "Pass me your lighter, would you?" Reece left Ox holding his weapon on the kneeling 4-man contracted guard force and made his way up the stairs and down the hall. The contractors were the modern equivalent of mercenaries. Their loyalty was to the dollar. None of them were ready to die for their CEO. One way or another, their boss was going down. They were not about to drown with a sinking ship. Ox's Glock 43, along with zip ties reinforced with riggers tape, ensured they wouldn't have a sudden change of heart. At the end of the hall, Reece inched a tall door open. 2 dirty dinner plates were at opposite ends of a long table. Hearing voices from the balcony, he moved toward his objective. A shadow warned them they were no longer alone. The blood drained from Thwaite's face and his hand fell to the armrest of his wicker lounge chair, the ash from his cigar dropping to the deck. Sawyer's natural reaction was to go for his pistol, but he recognized the intruder immediately and thought better of it.
James Reece, what a surprise,
the Masada CEO ventured, his voice masking an unease he hadn't felt since the streets of Mogadishu. Reece moved onto the expansive balcony, weapon extended, a light breeze rustling through the fronds of the imported palm trees below. The 2 men sat in high-backed dark wicker chairs. A rattan coffee table was positioned between them, adorned with a massive glass ashtray. Reece redirected the pistol from Sawyer to the senator.
This ends one of 2 ways, Senator. You either come back with me, or I spill your brains all over your friend's outdoor furniture.
And what about him?
Thwaite asked, pointing his partially smoked cohiba at the whore of war across from him.
Oh, he's coming too.
Sawyer took a deep pull of his cigar, exhaling the sweet smoke into the island air.
How did you find me, Mr. Reece? I'm curious.
Trade secrets, Sawyer. You aren't quite as smart as you think.
Fascinating,
Sawyer said, making a mental note to fire his attorneys.
You can't just come in here and threaten me. I'm a sitting United States Senator, for God's sake.
Reece raised the pistol and watched Thwaite shrink back into the cushions of his chair.
You, Senator, are much more than that. You leaked a video extremely damaging to the security of the country. You also issued an order to kill me and a doctor trying to save the lives of almost 500,000 of our fellow countrymen.
I deny these unfounded accusations.
You can deny all you want, Senator. Sawyer's wannabe operators sang like canaries. You can come back with me, or you can die here and end up a part of island lore.
Thwaite's mouth opened agape, looking to Sawyer for help. The former Army Ranger took a drawn-out puff of his cohiba, weighing his options. When the opportunity arose, he'd go for his Glock and do what his underlings had proven incapable of. He would kill James Reece.
Create your opportunity. I think we will stay right here, Commander, Sawyer said, buying time. The American public will soon forget any good you may have done. They will be much more concerned that a president has a lone wolf assassin running around in violation of international law and our very own Bill of Rights. Just create the space you need to go for the Glock. Action is faster than reaction. You've got this. That's a distinct possibility, Sawyer, and something we can't control. What you can control is how this night ends. My lawyers will have me out of this as soon as I set foot on U.S. soil. It's best for you to let this lie. No good can come from it. That's where you're wrong, Sawyer. Something will come from it. Oh, yeah? And what's that?
Sawyer asked, shifting his weight to give him better access to the modified pistol in his waistband.
Justice,
Reece said. 3 shots tore through the night air in rapid succession, but they didn't come from Reece's gun. The first 2 rounds missed completely, sailing off into the night. The third caught Sawyer just below the heart, his body contorting around the wound. His hands fumbled at his shirt as he grabbed for something in the front of his pants. Reece spun back to the senator and went to a knee to change his elevation in time to see Thwaite fire another round from a shiny silver small-framed revolver. The 4th round entered Sawyer's forehead, taking most of his skull with it, a large chunk of gray brain matter catching on the wicker seat back. His head dropped to his chest and his lifeless body fell forward in his chair. Reece slowly stood, his weapon trained on the senator, who still had his pistol pointed at the man who had so tormented and ultimately failed him. Depending on the model, Reece knew it still had 1 or 2 live rounds in the cylinder.
Senator, you have one chance to put that down.
Unable to take his eyes off his psychological tormentor, Thwaite slowly moved the Smith & Wesson revolver to his lap.
It's over,
he whispered.
It's over,
Reece repeated, his finger taking up slack on the trigger.
You know,
Thwaite said, a knowing smile slowly forming on his lips as he turned his head to Reece.
you won't live through the year.
To Reece's inquisitive look, he continued,
I just killed the one person on Earth who can call off a hit on you.
The senator's smile broadened. Then he brought the revolver to the side of his head, closed his eyes, and blew his brains across the veranda. Chapter 75. Catoctin Mountain Park, Maryland.
I give us a 1 in 10 chance of making it alive,
Katie teased. It was the inaugural voyage of the 1985 Jeep Grand Wagoneer that had once belonged to Reece's father. It was finally up and running, the 5.9-liter V8 delivering a whopping 140 horsepower. Katie couldn't help but give Reece a hard time about his classic, as the heavy 4x4 lumbered up Route 15 toward Thurmont. Oh, come on, Reece replied. 60% of the time it works every time. Katie rolled her eyes at the old movie line. I even got the back window to roll up, he said proudly. Correction, an army of mechanics attempted to fix the back window, but now it's stuck in the up position. You see, progress. They turned onto Rocky Ridge Road and crossed over Big Hunting Creek. This is where she really excels, Reece kidded, stepping on the gas. Yeah, this beast corners like it's on rails. Nice 80s reference, I'm impressed, Reece said. Katie turned to the man she loved. Thank you, James. Thank me for what? Without you, without Haley, this, she said, gesturing outside. This doesn't exist. We'd be driving through a different country. Haley put it together. Rumor has it the president wants to honor her with the Presidential Medal of Freedom and the SecDef Medal for Valor. Of course, it would remain classified. When I talk with her, she gives you all the credit. I think she's being intentionally vague on a few details. Maybe that's best, Reece said. Maybe, Katie granted. And Katie, try to go easy on him. What do you take me for, Mr. Reece? You think just because this is an exclusive interview at Camp David, and that you refer to him the way you would someone you play softball with, that I'm going to give him layups? I think you are mixing your sports metaphors. I don't even play bowling. You know what I mean, Mr. Reece. I know what you mean. Do your interview. Then we'll shoot some skeet and have dinner. You say that like it's normal. Katie, I don't know what normal is. Katie tried to hide her fading smile as Reece turned on to Park Central Road and began to wind his way through the white oaks, poplars, maples, birch, and eastern hemlocks toward the presidential retreat. Chapter 76. Camp David, Aspen Cabin. Reece took his offered seat on the small couch in Aspen Cabin. Following Katie's interview, the three had shot skeet and had dinner at Laurel Lodge. Katie had retired to Hawthorne Cabin to go over her notes from the interview and to give Reece and the president some time alone. I thought you were going to touch the place up, Reece said as the president set a whiskey in front of his guest and took a seat in the chair across the coffee table. I've decided against it. I've grown to like it as it is. Simple. Peaceful. Camp David isn't mine. I'm just a guest. This is the presidential retreat, and I'm only here for a term. Maybe 2. Looks like 2 from what I see, Reece said, raising his drink to touch glasses with the president. We'll see. If the people trust me with another 4 years after what we've just been through, I owe it to them. How did it go with Katie? Ms. Baranek is quite the journalist. She hit me hard on the revamped plans for eradication in the event of another naturally occurring virus. She is tenacious. What did you tell her? The truth. That the Bipartisan Commission has issued me a classified report that I am still digesting. Wise answer. Reece, less than a handful of people in government know that the virus was Marburg variant U and that it was an intentional bioweapon attack against the country. I know, sir. I lied to the American people in my address, and I didn't bat an eye. You did what you had to in order to prevent a war with Iran. A bioweapon attack means retaliation in kind, which in this case means the nuclear option. I'd be the first president since Truman to use the nuclear weapons against an adversary. Ironic that Truman also put the eradication measures in place that almost led to the destruction of Richardson and Aurora. Some things are best handled quietly. Ah, yes. The third option, the president said, taking a sip of whiskey as he recalled the motto of the CIA's Special Activities Center. You know why I lied, Reece? To avert a nuclear war. Partially. But I really lied for Jen. Sir? I thought of that day. September 11th. Seeing the planes hit, running through the streets, digging through the rubble. Thinking that I'd find her alive under each slab of debris. Reece remained silent. There was never any hope. I guess deep down I knew it. In weighing my options in response to Iran, I thought of all the Jens in Iran. All those young men and women just starting their lives with hope of a better future. I wanted her life to mean more than further deaths. They still have it, you know. What's that, sir? Hope. We had a saying in the teams, hope is not a course of action. Cynical, but true. We also know who gave the final go-ahead in Portland, Maine on September 10th. And he's now at the bottom of the Atlantic, Reece said. Yes. That was the shot across the bow to let the Iranians know we are willing to use any means necessary to protect the homeland. Just like with Yamamoto, Reece observed. Correct. Though the downing of his aircraft was the prologue to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, my goal is to avoid that outcome. Yes, sir. Iran waited 20 years after 9/11 to hit us again. They used their long-term deep penetration agents on a mission that kills them off in the process. Had that facilitation network been killed following September 11th, we would have pieced it together, but no one would notice when they are among the thousands killed 2 decades later by a virus or FAE. A part of me respects their ingenuity, the president said. They learn from their successes and failures. We seem to repeat ours. They've been studying us since the 1953 coup, Reece confirmed. Their success using proxies in Lebanon in the 80s got them the results they desired. Up until 9/11, we gave them no indication that we were serious about defeating terrorism at the source. And then we handed them our playbook. They've watched us on the field in Iraq and Afghanistan. They adapted and applied those lessons to their battle plans. Then they watched us take a knee with COVID-19 and the civil unrest that followed in its wake. A house divided against itself cannot stand, the president said. Lincoln was right, Reece said. The enemy recognized that and hit us while we were down. There is still a lot of work to do, Reece. I know, sir. What about the remainder of names on your list? The president paused. With malice toward none, with charity for all. Lincoln's second inaugural, Reece said, with firmness in the right. We can all evolve, Commander. FBI has them back under 24/7 surveillance, electronic and physical. If they are contacted, we will know it. Maybe we can use them to prevent more gens from dying. I think that is a prudent move, Mr. President. And, not being a complete idealist, the intelligence you and Dr. Haley Garrett provided gave me leverage. We can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Iran planned and executed the bioattack. The Iranian president is scared shitless. He knows that we've confirmed their role in 9/11, assisting al-Qaeda with materials and a support network in the United States, and that, if it were ever to go public, I would have no choice but to retaliate in a way that sends them back to the Stone Age. NATO, the UN, the international community could do nothing to intervene. That leverage has allowed us to send in U.S. and UN inspectors to oversee the dismantling of the Iranian nuclear, bio, and chemical weapons programs. There is nothing they can't access. I've been following along. Rumor has it you might be a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize. So I've heard. I'm no Lincoln, Reece. My heart still has the capacity for malice. I'll do what I can to not get caught. We can't have an American captured on the ground in Iran. Don't worry about that, Reece said, visions of the bullet-ridden bodies of his wife and child imprinted on his mind. Maybe he'd see them sooner than anticipated. Do you feel comfortable with the intelligence? With the plan? I do, sir. I was part of a team that studied the target area back in 2004. A DIA analyst had pinpointed Abu Musab al-Zarqawi in the same location. He was in Iran, and we had him dead to rights. Why didn't we hit him? The president asked. They don't tell you that sort of thing at the tactical level, sir. All we knew was that the insurgency in Iraq was gaining headway and we were losing control. Al-Zarqawi had emerged as the leader of AQI, al-Qaeda in Iraq, and the DIA had cracked the code on the enemy's Thuraya sat phone network. I remember seeing a highway of lights from Baghdad through Tehran and up to Challis on the Iranian coast. Lights? Sat phone pings. The analysts told us it was like a resort town for terrorists, a place where they could get a little R&R on the shores of the Caspian Sea before crossing back over the border to kill more Americans. Respite from killing the infidels and Jews, we were told. What was the plan back then? To drop into the Caspian, go over the beach, and raid the house. We had Kurdish dissidents run by the CIA confirming our technical intel from the sat phone network. He was there, and we were ready to take him off the board. But somebody pulled the plug? That's right. Maybe the president or SecDef, somebody high up the chain, didn't want SEALs killing a terrorist 80 miles from Tehran. Imagine if you had. The insurgency might have looked a lot different. Perhaps, Reece said, thinking of all his friends who had been killed over the intervening years as the United States continued to bog down in the cradle of civilization. Okay, then. Get it done, then come home and marry that girl. Sir? Katie, your girlfriend who is waiting on you at Hawthorne Cabin, the president reminded his guest. Well, maybe, sir. I need to figure a few things out, he said, thinking about the note and safe deposit box he'd found in the weapons case in the back of the old Wagoneer. His father's message from the grave. Well, don't take too long, Reece. She might not wait forever. Trust me. Life is about what you two have together. Reece took another sip of the smooth brown liquid and looked at the president. He'd aged since their first meeting. The gray in his hair was more pronounced, as were the creases around his eyes and across his brow. I know, the president said, reading Reece's mind. This office puts some years on you. Sir, before I go, I have a request. Oh? I need you to sign an executive notification for the elimination of Nizar Katan. Christensen looked into his drink and back to Reece. He took a shot at the Russian president in Odessa, and he killed my friend Freddie Strain, the man who saved President Grimes. It's personal for me. I want it to be professional for the rest of the country's intelligence apparatus. I want this to become priority number one until he's dead. I see. I knew you would, Reece said. He's a terrorist, which puts it under the purview of the 2001 Authorization for the Use of Military Force. It's legal, as long as you deem him a clear and present danger to the United States. He was part of an assassination attempt on your predecessor. That should be enough. The president considered it for a moment. It will be done. Something else. I don't want a hellfire from a UAV to take him out on his way to the mosque, and I don't want a Delta or Dam Neck squadron paying him a visit in the middle of the night. I just want him found. Leave the rest to me. The president studied the man before him. It wasn't long ago that he was asking the same thing of Reece, in this very room. Since we are in the business of asking for favors tonight, Christensen said, I have one of my own. Reece nodded as the president reached behind his neck and removed a necklace with a simple platinum band on it. This was Jen's wedding ring, he said solemnly. We picked them out together before she died. When I got out of the hospital, I put it on this chain. I've worn it every day since. Do me a favor. When you kill him, leave it with the man responsible for her death. Reece took the burnished gray band and examined it. He remembered sliding a similar ring onto Lauren's finger on their wedding day, lifting the veil and looking into her soft blue eyes. It's inscribed with your name, Reece observed. It is. Mine had her name inscribed inside the band, and hers had mine. Reece put it in his pocket, stood, and extended his hand. It will be done, Reece said, before exiting into the crisp winter night. Chapter 77. Chalus, Iran. Jafar al-Sadiq sat on a stool in front of a spigot that protruded from the wall on the second level of a house overlooking the Caspian. He began the ritual cleansing of wudu to prepare for Salat al-Isha by washing his right hand and then his left, each one carefully purified in accordance with the second pillar of Islam. It was closing in on midnight. He leaned forward and brought a handful of water to his mouth, spitting it back into the sink to remove any impurities. He remembered going through the same ritual the morning of October 23, 1983, He cupped another handful and inhaled the cold smell before cleaning his face, starting at his forehead and scrubbing down to his chin, making a special effort to clean his ears. The sleeves of his white robe were pushed up past his elbows, and he took time to scrub his forearms, first his right, and then his left. He then slicked back what remained of a full head of graying hair. He was sure to once again wipe down inside and around his ears. He then brought his right foot to the spigot and washed it carefully 3 times before switching to his left. Finally, he reached down to pick up a toothbrush. One could not be too careful. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had looked favorably upon him all these years. The Islamic ritual did more than purify his body. It gave him time to prepare his mind for prayer. He had been thinking of the early days with greater frequency lately, something he attributed to advancing age. Tonight, he remembered the first blow against the invaders, watching the cloud form over the U.S. Marine Corps barracks in Beirut as he stood next to Imad Mughniya. They had been young men that October day. It was hard to believe Mughniya had been gone for more than a decade. His presence and influence still felt within the ranks of Hezbollah, even after the Israeli pigs, with help from their American CIA masters, had killed him in Damascus. How this latest attack had failed remained a mystery. Still, he had put more than 5,000 Americans in the grave. It could have been so many more. The al-Qaeda martyrs of 2001 had succeeded beyond al-Sadiq's wildest expectations. The Americans had then focused their efforts on hunting down a wealthy Saudi who had taken refuge in Pakistan. Fools. Iran had used al-Qaeda as a proxy force to strike at the heart of the West. It was masterful. General Jafar al-Sadiq was proud of his triumph. Now bin Laden was dead, shot down by American SEALs. Had he taken refuge in Iran, he might still be alive.
The Americans are nothing without their technology. They are soft. Yes, they are soft, but now they know the truth. They have already shifted focus to Iran. You underestimated them? Perhaps. But as before, we must adapt.
U.S. and UN inspectors were scouring the country to dismantle the programs designed to defend the Islamic Republic from the infidels. The president had not stood up to the invaders this time. Perhaps a regime change was in order. As director of the Ministry of Intelligence, Jafar was one of the few with the power to alter Iran's trajectory. He still had work to do. Sleeper cells remained embedded in the Western world. If they continued to welcome those who wanted to destroy them inside their gates, it would be the death of them. Allah would see to that. The feeble Americans had never set foot in Iran. Instead, they labeled the regime a state sponsor of terror. They applied sanctions. They issued harsh rhetoric, not realizing that their weakness allowed Iran to shape the next generation of Fedayeen, a new generation of holy warriors determined to see the United States in ruins. It might not happen on Jafar's watch, but it was inevitable. A space in the beachfront structure had been converted to a musalla years ago, a prayer room reserved for those warriors of the Prophet Muhammad who would come to Chalice to rest and plan. It had seen considerable use since the Americans invaded Iraq. Al-Sadiq entered the sacred chamber, faced the Al-Kaaba al-Musharrafah in Mecca, placed his AK at his side, and began to pray. Chapter 78. They had launched out of the Iranian fishing town of Jirebagh, just east of Dastak on the edge of the Caspian Sea, and trolled the waters off Chalice. No strangers to this southwestern part of the Caspian, the 4-man crew had 2 additional passengers on this run. They were after beluga caviar, the salt-cured eggs from female sturgeon, so sought after by those with means. Classified as a critically endangered species, the sturgeon was nearing extinction. To the fishermen aboard the trawler, it simply meant their catch brought a higher price on illicit markets. Iran was not a country known for adhering to international norms and conventions. As with most prohibited substances, the prohibitions created even more demand. The same networks that moved people, drugs, and weapons also moved illicit wildlife. In this case, a portion of the income generated from smuggling illegal roe helped fund the PJAK, the Kurdistan Free Life Party, a Kurdish separatist group classified as a terrorist organization by the Iranian regime and the United States. Though the CIA was prohibited from having any official connection to the PJAK, those who worked in the charcoal gray area of the clandestine service knew the value of maintaining relationships with the enemy of one's enemy. The caviar smugglers were about to receive a healthy payday to help fund the resistance, while at the same time removing an Iranian official involved in what amounted to a genocide against the Kurdish people. The boat had red paint markings to signify they had paid the appropriate bribes to the right officials to prevent boarding and inspections. The fishermen had their orders. Insert their package off the coast of Chalos, 125 miles to the southeast, and continue on their usual path. They were to return to the waters off Chalos 2 days later, wait until just before dawn, and then continue back to their home port if their package failed to return. Reece had entered Iran through Iraq by way of Turkey. The agency maintained a base in Erbil for their Peshmerga fighting force despite the official policy of the United States toward Kurdistan. The CIA-trained Direct Action Force also ran operations into Iran across borders the Kurds did not recognize, gathering intelligence and atmospherics and distributing cell phones into the black market, loaded with spyware from the whiz kids at Langley's Directorate of Science and Technology. Kurdish smugglers moved everything from weapons to cigarettes to alcohol to cars to jeans to illegal drug precursors to walnuts. 2 nights ago, they had smuggled in their first American. The phones the Kurds had been feeding into Iran's economy had penetrated the upper echelons of the Iranian military and intelligence apparatus and had led to the death of Quds Force General Qasem Soleimani at Baghdad International Airport. That same technology had given the CIA access to Jafar al-Sadiq's travel schedule. The American hadn't said a word to anyone other than the Iraqi who accompanied him. When they spoke to one another, it was only in whispers. A traditional shimah covered his head and face, obscuring his features. They could tell he was bearded, dirt and dust visible around eyes that seemed to change from brown to green depending on the light or his mood. A chameleon. The man sat watching the coast or looking north, out to sea. He accepted the offered tea and dates. The intensity radiated by his calm, silent focus made them nervous, but his companion helped put them at ease. They had been instructed to only call him Mohammed, but they heard the American call him by another name, Mo. When Mohammed wasn't whispering to the infidel, he shared stories and cigarettes with the crew. His easy smile, dark slicked-back hair, and dashing looks made them all feel comfortable with what they were about to do. Around midnight, the American unrolled a dirty rag from his satchel and began to assemble what the fishermen recognized as a Kalashnikov, though this one had a thin metal stock that folded under the weapon. One of the smugglers had seen his share of fighting and recognized the flip-up grenade sights, 3 cutouts on the handguard, and Arabic markings identifying it as a tabuk, named in honor of the Prophet Muhammad's final military expedition. The fishermen watched as their passenger ran his thumb over a symbol of the Lion of Babylon, engraved on the left side of the rear sight block. The mariner found himself wondering what, or who, the man was remembering. They watched as he carefully wiped down the bolt and applied grease to its stem and triangular lug with his finger. He then wiped grease on the bottom of the bolt lugs and across the lower portion of the bolt carrier assembly. When it was finished, he attached what they knew as a silencer to the end of the barrel. He then pointed it out to sea, reached under the weapon, and racked the charging handle with his left thumb. He pushed the selector to its top position and pressed the trigger. Nothing happened, indicating the safety worked as intended. The smugglers watched their passenger move the selector lever to the bottom position and press the trigger. He was rewarded with an audible click. He then racked the charging handle again, with his fingers still retaining the trigger reward in the pulled position. As he released the trigger, another audible click could be heard as the trigger's disconnector returned the hammer to a ready-to-fire state, confirming that the weapon functioned properly and semi-automatic. He then moved the selector to the middle position and pulled the trigger. Click. He racked the charging handle a third time, keeping the trigger depressed. This time he slowly rode the bolt home, hearing the automatic click of the hammer as the bolt seated into battery. He then released the trigger. Silence. No click permeated the night air, which verified that the hammer had followed the bolt home on the rifle's fully automatic setting, exactly as its inventor had envisioned. With what the fisherman could tell was practiced efficiency, the American inserted a dark metal magazine and clicked it into place. He then racked the charging handle, returned the selector to the safe position, and pulled the bolts back slightly to ensure a steel casing gleamed back. Americans were strange. He reached into his bag, stood, and lifted a dark green chest rig with what looked to be 3 magazines over his head, adjusting it before sliding his arm through the sling of his rifle and moving it to his left side. The fisherman had never seen anyone handle an AK like that before. They'd shot a few themselves and had only put in the magazine and pulled back on the charging handle before letting loose on full auto. The rifles had worked every time. He then did something even more peculiar. The foreigner pulled out what looked like a trash bag and snapped it open to fill with air. He pushed more than half the air from the bag, tied it off, and stuffed it into his satchel. He stood and whispered something to his companion. The 2 men hugged in the way of old friends. Then the American slipped over the side and disappeared into the Caspian. Chapter 79. Reece pushed the satchel in front of him as his legs worked beneath the surface, propelling him toward shore. The air-filled garbage bag provided flotation, and Reece rested the venerable AK on the leather satchel. He was confident it would work, even when filled with sand and salt water. That was the genius of Kalashnikov's iconic design. Even so, Reece did his best to keep it dry, just to be safe. He could see the lights of Chalos ahead. From the water it appeared no different from any other seaside town or coastal city in which he had trained or operated over his time in naval special warfare. In this case, he'd studied the coastline years ago when he and his team had waited for the green light to capture or kill Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, a mission approval that never came. Tonight that training and those rehearsals would prove valuable. He didn't come in directly on the urban center of Chalos, choosing instead to come ashore at the far eastern end of the beach, an area devoid of lights. 50 yards from shore he paused, holding his homemade flotation device and treading water with his legs as he scanned for threats. He tasted the salt of the Caspian on his lips, its strength diluted by the numerous freshwater inflows to what was essentially the world's largest lake. The water was cold, even this far south of the Volga. Being immersed in a maritime operating environment was not a new experience for the former frogman. Without a wetsuit or dry suit, Reece felt oddly more in tune with his surroundings than he had since he'd ventured across Siberia the year before. He also knew he couldn't scan the shoreline all night. He had someplace he needed to be. It was imperative he get into position before the sun came up. His local dress, the satchel that fit the underfolder, stocked Iraqi-manufactured AK, and shima would allow him to pass at first glance. Anything other than a cursory inspection, and Reece was going to guns. The PBS-1 suppressor and subsonic ammo would buy him time. How much time? That was an unknown. Satisfied that this section of the resort town shoreline was clear, Reece alternated between breaststroke kicks and scissor kicks and drove himself toward his target. I come from the water. Chapter 80. Placing his mind below his heart in the position of prostration, kneeling to symbolize submission to God, Jafar al-Sadiq was tranquil and at peace. He moved from kneeling to sitting for the final verses of Isa, which he internalized, eyes closed and focused. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min atabil kabri, wa min atabi jahannama, wa min fitnatil maya wal mamati, wa min sharri fitnatil masihi dajjal. O Allah, I take refuge in you from punishment of the grave, from the torment of the fire, from the trials and tribulations of life and death, and from the evil affliction of the false Messiah. Allahu Akbar. A'udhu billahi min hashaytanir rajim. Before he could finish the verse, Jafar al-Sadiq felt the pressure change in the small room as a door opened behind him. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. He completed the prayer. He turned his head to bark at the guard and instead found himself staring down the barrel of a rifle. The candles provided just enough illumination to identify the suppressor protruding from the end of a Kalashnikov held by a tall man, head and face wrapped in a beige and black shima, a cloth rig of extra magazines strapped to his chest. "Who are you?" Jafar demanded in Farsi. The man moved to Jafar's left, kicking the AK out of arm's reach. "Guard!" Jafar yelled. "They won't hear you. Not until you join them anyway," the man said in English. "American. You are American," Jafar said, switching to English. The AK's selector lever was in the down position on semi-automatic and the man's finger was on the trigger. "You really shouldn't be so afraid of dogs. Had you cleared this place with them, you might not have died tonight." "What do you want?" Jafar asked, attempting to get to his feet. "You can stay on your knees, General. This won't take long." Jafar settled back on the ground, calculating distances to the door and to his AK in the corner. "Who are you?" With the Kalashnikov still trained on the veteran of terror, Reece reached up with his left hand and pulled the shema around and down to hang loosely at his neck. Jafar's eyes widened in recognition. "I know you." "You don't know me. You may know who I am, but you don't know me." Jafar's eyes narrowed. "And you are here to execute an old man on his knees." "Not an old man. An enemy. A terrorist." "Ah, yes. A terrorist," Jafar said thoughtfully, bringing his eyes up to meet his intruder's gaze. "You Americans are so fond of that word. War on terror. Dropping bombs from the sky and killing entire families with drones. The world knows the real terrorists, Mr. Reece." "And Beirut? 9/11? Marburg?" "Don't insult me, Mr. Reece. Beirut would be a legitimate military target even by your definition of terrorism. I've read your literature. Car bombs are the poor man's air force." "And 9/11? Marburg?" "You and the Israelis give us no choice. This is a struggle for the soul of the world. It always has been about religious and economic domination. Bringing the Holy Land under Kafir control, the objectives of the Crusades are still very much the goals of U.S. foreign policy." Reece shook his head. "Where do you think that fool Bin Laden got his fatwa?" Jafar asked. "From al-Zawahiri, the brains of the base. He is too smart to tip his hand that way. That Al-Qaeda fatwa came from me." Jafar bowed his head again and recited the fatwa that had been a declaration of war against the West, a war that only one side recognized when it was issued in 1998. "To kill the Americans and their allies, civilians and military, is an individual duty for every Muslim who can do it in any country in which it is possible to do it."
You killed innocent men, women, children, even fellow Muslims, Reece said.
I think you Americans coined the term collateral damage. They are martyrs for the cause and sit at the right hand of Allah.
Before you join them, I have a message for you to send the regime.
A message? I think you sent that message when you shot down a diplomatic aircraft over the Atlantic.
This message is more specific.
A message from an assassin. I'm curious, Mr. Reece. The United States does not typically employ assassins. If they do, they are expendable traitors recruited from the lands of Allah, brainwashed, wound up, and sent off to do the West's bidding. You are known for dropping bombs on innocent women and children from above, not sending assassins like this.
I'm not an assassin.
Then what are you?
I'm a messenger. Jafar grunted.
And what message would you have me pass to the regime?
Just this, Reece replied. He leveled the AK at General Jafar al-Sadiq's face and depressed the trigger. The 7.62 by 39 bullet entered just to the left of the right eye. The round caved in the right side of the general's head, a mass of brain tissue hitting the wall behind him and sliding to the floor of the musalla, showering the area in a dark red mist. He collapsed on his right side, blood seeping into the prayer rug. The man who had collaborated with Al-Qaeda and provided them materials, support, and sanction, and who had ultimately approved the plan for September 11, 2001, and the bioweapon attacks on its 20th anniversary, was killed by an American on Holy Land. Reece stepped forward and followed up with 2 more rounds to the head to ensure his target was dead. He then slung the Kalashnikov and removed a chain from around his neck. He held the ring between his fingertips, remembering Lauren and Lucy, and wondering what would have happened had Jen survived that Tuesday morning in September. Would 2 American cities now be smoldering piles of rubble? Did her death inadvertently save 500,000 lives? Reece knelt, opened Jafar's left hand, and placed the ring inside. He pressed the dead man's fingers around it in a fist.
They'll get the message,
Reece whispered. The messenger then made his way back through the house just the way he'd practiced in his team's rehearsals all those years ago, when al-Zarqawi was planning the Iraq insurgency from this very compound. He worked his way through the shadows, past the bodies of Jafar's 4 bodyguards. He climbed the back wall and dropped into a dark alley, sinking into the shadows, as he listened for any sounds that betrayed his presence. He stood, folded the stock under the AK, and placed it in his satchel. He then adjusted his shema and walked toward his extract. He hit the beach and made his way to the water's edge, feeling the sand give way beneath his feet, just as it had in Coronado all those years ago. He could see the fishing trawler loitering 500 yards off the coast, trolling for sturgeon in the early morning darkness. He knelt behind a cluster of rocks protruding from the sand and scanned the slope that led to the street above. Nothing signified that a foreigner had invaded or that one of the most formidable terrorists in the world had just met his maker. He had sent the message. It was time to go. Reece took one last look, then turning, moved through the light shore break, out beyond the waves toward the beckoning sea. Epilogue. I have a message from God unto thee. Ehud the Assassin. Judges, chapter 3, verse 20, King James Version. Ulcinj, Montenegro. The envelope arrived via courier early that morning. Nizar Katan tipped the boy a €5 note and rolled the letter over in his hands. It had traveled a long way. Although originally developed to transfer money, in the modern world the ancient system of Hawala persisted as the most secure way to pass information. With the CIA and Mossad collecting electronic communications from almost every keystroke worldwide, sifting it through complex algorithms developed by the tech titans in the private sector, it was becoming increasingly difficult to remain anonymous in a data-driven economy.
It amused Nizar that those technology-dependent intelligence organizations could be fooled by a handheld package trading hands and crossing borders with impunity. All one needed was time and patience. Nizar had been given multiple assignments in this fashion. All were profitable when coming from Masada. The Russian mafia had initially offered him refuge, but only because of an arrangement with a banished colonel, a colonel who had been turned into mulch when a PG-32V 105mm anti-armor heat round destroyed his armored Mercedes in Switzerland. Intelligence agencies and the media had pointed the finger at a terrorist known as Mohammed Farouk. Nizar wondered if he had really pressed the button that had killed the Russian colonel. It seemed too convenient. What the West liked to call the free press was not to be trusted. After the Odessa operation, Nizar had seen the writing on the wall. He was expendable. True, he'd always been expendable, but without Russian blood in his veins, it was only a matter of time before the Bratva separated his head from his body. He had always scoffed at those who had sacrificed themselves for Allah. Die? For the Prophet? For the cause? Nizar preferred to live for himself, not for a prophet or ideology. He'd seen too many young, idealistic warriors strap on suicide vests and martyr themselves for a religion they didn't even fully comprehend. That was not Nizar's way. He favored freelance work that benefited his multiple bank accounts. He'd done a job for the Bratva in Montenegro and never returned to the Russia that had become his base of operations after he sent a bullet at Russian President Zuborov. His partner's bullet had found its mark, eviscerating their target in front of the world. Nizar had adjusted and put his second shot into a man on a rooftop, a man who should have killed President Grimes. Nizar had read the papers. His round had not connected with his intended target. It had killed an American spy. It did not take much digging to associate that death with a funeral in South Carolina of a former Navy SEAL named Frederick Strain. The sniper wondered what Strain was doing on the rooftop in exactly the position of Nizar's mark. He should not have been there. Nizar had been hired to kill a member of President Zuborov's FSO security detail, a man with nationalist leanings and ties to Ukraine. Instead, his bullet had killed the American. General Yedid had passed him the details when he'd given him the order that had elevated Nizar to prominence as one of the top guns for hire in the business. He had felt nothing when he pressed the trigger on the suppressed Stechkin and sent the 9x18 round through the head of his partner, the legendary sniper known as Tasho al-Shishani. The student had become the master. Now he worked alone and solved problems. That skill set put him on the radar of a company called Masada. The Masada CEO had told him he was free to work for anyone as long as they weren't other Americans. Masada wanted sole American rights, a demand to which Nizar readily acquiesced. Masada paid well. Eric Sawyer had brokered an introduction to Montenegro's president, a man who had previously served as prime minister, a politician who maintained power through connections with the Montenegrin mafia. He had recently been bestowed with the rather dubious honor of Person of the Year in Organized Crime by the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, an organization dedicated to ferreting out corruption through political links to the underworld. That's how things were done in Montenegro. Nizar was protected by the Montenegrin mafia through the president. He maintained 2 homes, a flat in the coastal city of Ulcinj and a mountain cottage in Zabljak. He preferred the Mediterranean climate and beaches of the ancient settlement on the Adriatic to the mountains of the northern region, but in his line of work it was wise to have options. With the influx of tourists in both areas, he was able to blend in. He was also learning English from the prostitutes run by the mafia in the port town. He'd grown up at war and knew women served a purpose. The Ukrainian girl still slept. He enjoyed what she did to him in bed, and with her help his English was improving. He knew she liked it when he was in town because he paid for her services, and the Mafia did not pimp her out to businessmen or criminals from abroad, many of whom used the powerless as heirs to their violent frustrations. The arrangement worked well for them both. Nizar did not use a cell phone or own a computer. He had operated without them for long enough to know that their convenience had a distinct and obvious downside. Early on, he noted a commonality between those the West took out with their drones and hit teams. They all used cell phones. Sometimes they even found those without the mobile devices. Bin Laden had found that out the hard way. Montenegro offered access to Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. But as soon as Nizar felt the tides shifting, he would be on his way to his next temporary home. Thailand? Panama? Argentina? There were options for a man with no ties. All one needed was capital. Nizar had grown to like the ancient seaport, a settlement that had once been the pirate capital of the Adriatic. The Mafia ensured it remained connected to its roots. He varied his routine between the flat on the coast and the cottage in the mountains. He traveled enough to keep anyone tracking his movements from being able to discern distinct patterns, though Nizar knew that no matter how many precautions he took, there would always be patterns. A skilled hunter just needed to be able to study him long enough to discern them. He bought and read newspapers at various shops in the city. There was one cafe by the water that he particularly enjoyed. When he needed to do further research, he would visit one of the internet cafes that still existed in Montenegro, plug in an external hard drive, and run his search through the installed search engine to minimize his trail. The Montenegrin government had provided him with passports and identities along with accompanying credit cards. He would miss the Balkans, but that was how one survived. You had to keep moving. There were other Ukrainian girls, no matter where he ended up. They were quite popular in the human trafficking trade. He had read that Eric Sawyer had passed away at an island home in the West Indies. Details were sparse, which was suspicious. Sawyer's death was disappointing. The Masada founder had sent him quite a few lucrative contracts over the past 2 years. Sawyer's death was also a sign. It was time for Nizar to leave Montenegro behind. He pulled a book from the shelf, a book he couldn't even read. The Great Game. It was written in English, a language he could not yet understand, though he was working on it. The book had been given to him 2 years earlier when he met with Sawyer in Africa. The American needed him to do a job, to eliminate a problem in Nigeria. Sawyer had also taught him a code. A note would arrive by courier. Inside were a series of numbers. An intelligence service could attempt to decipher it until the end of time. Its genius was its simplicity. Page number, line number, letter number. Even if someone knew how it worked, without the exact edition of the correct book, breaking it was impossible. Nizar flipped to page 176, ran his finger down to the 8th line, and then moved it across to the 12th letter. J. It took him a while, but by the end he had a page full of letters. Nizar had no idea what it said. There were no spaces between them, just a series of letters that only someone who could read and write English could break down into sentences. He returned to the small bedroom and nudged the naked blonde woman awake. "Translate," he said in Russian. A destination country for human trafficking, Montenegro was a waypoint for organized crime syndicates that routinely moved young girls and women from Ukraine, Serbia, and Bulgaria to Europe and the United States and into forced prostitution. Despite international pressure, the Balkan nation remained a hotbed for the growing industry. The young woman slipped from beneath the sheets and moved to the small desk in the main room. It was early and she needed her fix. At least he didn't beat her or put cigarettes out on her skin, nor did he cut or choke her or invite other men to join. Though she was never permitted to leave the flat, he treated her well. She cooked, cleaned, spread her legs, and taught him English. She sat naked at the bureau with the sun beginning to break through the thin curtains. It was going to be a beautiful day. After she was done, she'd make them breakfast. She liked the view from the kitchen, out over the city with a slice of the Adriatic Sea in the distance. Nizar started a kettle of water to make tea, keeping his eye on the lithe young figure at his desk. She circled the words, breaking the unending letters into coherent sentences. She then translated the English into Russian on a separate sheet of paper. By the time her tea was ready, she had finished her work. She handed the document to Nizar. The assassin held it up to the light and read. It was a contract. It was structured in a similar fashion to Nizar's other work for Sawyer. It informed the assassin that €2 million had been laundered through a yacht brokerage service in the British Virgin Islands to a construction company in Montenegro in the form of a fictitious invoice that would be paid to Nizar for consultation on an ongoing commercial development project. The money had already been deposited in the usual account. Unusual to this contract was that Nizar was free to leave it unfulfilled. With Sawyer being dead, that was certainly an incentive. The contract went on to state that another €6 million would be transferred upon completion of the job. Nizar thought of the cost associated with moving his operation from Montenegro to a place like Argentina if the current president was deposed, arrested, or killed, all of which were distinct possibilities. There was another sentence that stood out. The mark is actively targeting you. It would be best if you found him before he finds you. Additional incentive that was just like Sawyer. Was it true? Nizar read on. By the time he finished the document, he was certain of its veracity. He had connected the events in Odessa to the death of the SEAL to the news reports of a man who was now in the employ of the United States intelligence services, a man who had proven very hard to kill. He lit a match and held the papers to the flame. They caught easily, the fire creeping up the parchments until it threatened to burn the assassin's fingers. Moving to the kitchen, he dropped what was left into the sink and turned on the water. The faucet sputtered until it seemed to catch a second wind that was powerful enough to carry the charred remains of the contract into the pipes of the ancient city. The girl remained sitting at the small desk, sipping her hot tea. She'd learned early on to speak only if spoken to, and to simply do exactly as she was instructed. She was a survivor. Nizar approached her from behind and stroked her hair. It felt good. She closed her eyes and smiled. Perhaps he would stay for longer this time, and she wouldn't have to go back to the house with the other girls. That would be nice. Maybe if she proved worthy, he'd buy her outright? She would be sure to continue giving him nights to remember. His hand brushed softly down the left side of her head, past her cheek, and to the back of her neck. Maybe there truly was hope. The terror lasted only a second. Her eyes opened wide as he yanked her hair back, exposing the soft skin of her neck. He inserted the thin blade behind the windpipe, its sharp edge slicing completely through to the other side. Locking her body against the chair, he sawed outward, the way the Russian advisors had taught him in the Syria of his youth. She struggled only briefly, scratching at the hand that was taking her life, the blood rushing from her severed carotid artery draining down her breasts and spraying onto the desk in front of her, in cadence with the beating of her heart. Nizar controlled her head as the pumping weakened. When her heart lost the strength to circulate blood through a failing system, the pressure subsided, and her hands fell to her sides. He looked once more into her dead eyes before letting her head drop to the desk. He'd have the Montenegrin mafia clean it up. True, he would have to pay for her, but Sawyer's money would take care of that. There were always plenty of girls. With the founder of Masada dead, she was the only other person privy to the contract and the translated note. Only in death could she be trusted to keep the secret. No one would miss or mourn her. No loose ends. That was how Nizar stayed alive. He walked to the sink and washed the blood from his hands. He then cleaned the blade, wiped it dry with a towel, and returned it to a drawer. The sun had broken the horizon, an emerging dawn with a new contract for Nizar, his most profitable to date. It was time to study his prey. If what Sawyer had written was accurate, the man was already hunting him. To Nizar, killing Frederick Strain was business. He did not wish death to the infidels like the true believers who sacrificed themselves for the cause. To his new mark, Strain's death had been personal. Nizar would use that to his advantage. His target's emotion was something he could exploit. Nizar was a sniper, a hunter of men, an assassin. He dropped the small thumb drive in his pocket and grabbed his coat. He closed and locked the apartment door behind him and smiled at an old woman who was already awake and sweeping the hall the way she did every morning. He descended the steps to the path that led to a winding road. It was time to buy a newspaper and a tea. It was time to think. He had a problem to solve, a problem to eliminate. As he walked the narrow stone streets of the port city, the final line of the contract echoed in the recesses of his mind. It would be best if you found him before he finds you. When the internet cafe opened, he would pay his €3 fee in coins, plug in the external search engine, and begin developing a pattern of life on Lieutenant Commander James Reece. Author's note: this is a work of fiction. Fiction with whispers of truth. On August 7, 2020, Al-Qaeda's second-in-command, Abu Muhammad al-Masari, was assassinated. It is rumored that the gunmen were Israeli operatives acting with tacit or explicit support from the United States. Also killed in the assassination was the widow of Hamza bin Laden, Osama bin Laden's son. The assassination took place in Tehran, Iran. In the fall of 2017, I had a remarkable conversation with a man in Argentina. He will remain anonymous in this work, though he is mentioned by name in the 9/11 Commission report. He asked me how 19 foreign nationals could pass through security at 3 separate international airports and 1 regional airport, some even flagged for additional screening, and not have 1 report in subsequent investigations of a screener noticing a box cutter or knife. The regulations pertaining to knives allowed on aircraft prior to September 11, 2001 were confusing. Federal Aviation Administration regulations prohibited knives with blades 4 inches long or longer and/or knives illegal under local law. Seemingly in contradiction to that regulation was a non-regulatory checkpoint operations guide for screeners interpreting those FAA regulations and prohibiting box-cutting devices. For 19 terrorists to pass through screening without 1 security screener at least noticing a blade and ensuring it was of legal length struck him as odd. That conversation provided the basis for The Devil's Hand. The first sentence of the notes to Chapter 1 of the 9/11 Commission report reads, "No physical, documentary, or analytical evidence provides a convincing explanation of why Atta and Omari drove to Portland, Maine from Boston on the morning of September 10th. 20 years later, that question has still not been successfully answered. Mohammed Atta and Abdulaziz al-Omari took that secret with them to their graves." On the topic of Iranian involvement in 9/11, the report states, "We have found no evidence that Iran or Hezbollah was aware of the planning for what later became the 9/11 attack. However, we believe this topic requires further investigation by the U.S. government." The report also notes that at least 8 of the 9/11 terrorists traveled to Iran between October 2000 and February 2001. Tehran is believed to have been a waypoint in travel to and from terrorist training camps in neighboring Afghanistan. There is evidence that suggests senior Hezbollah officials were aware of and actively tracking the travel of these al-Qaeda operatives. To what purpose remains unknown. Al-Qaeda, Iran, and Hezbollah have an incestuous history. The foundations of the relationship were laid in the early 1980s with the founding of Islamic Jihad, but were cemented during the 1990s when Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri, then al-Qaeda's second-in-command, took refuge in Sudan. In the 1990s, Sudan was a breeding ground for terror. Chapter 2 of the 9/11 Commission report notes, in late 1991 or 1992, discussions in Sudan between al-Qaeda and Iranian operatives led to an informal agreement to cooperate in providing support, even if only training, for actions carried out primarily against Israel and the United States. Not long afterward, senior al-Qaeda operatives and trainers traveled to Iran to receive training in explosives. In the fall of 1993, another such delegation went to the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon for further training in explosives as well as in intelligence and security. From Sudan, al-Qaeda sent operatives to train in Iran and Lebanon. In April 1991, Ayman al-Zawahiri traveled to Iran and met with Hezbollah operations chief Imad Mughniyeh. Mughniyeh was responsible for the 1983 bombings of the U.S. Embassy and Marine Barracks in Beirut, the kidnapping and murder of CIA Lebanon Station Chief William F. Buckley, the hijacking of TWA Flight 847 in 1985, the 1992 suicide bombing of the Israeli Embassy in Buenos Aires, the 1994 attack on a Jewish community center in Argentina, and the 1996 Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia. Mughniyeh would later meet with bin Laden in Sudan, further bridging the Sunni-Shia divide and cementing the al-Qaeda connection with the regime in Tehran. 2 days prior to 9/11, Ahmad Shah Massoud, the leader of the Northern Alliance, was assassinated by 2 al-Qaeda operatives posing as journalists. A declassified, though heavily redacted, November 2001 Defense Intelligence Agency cable, obtained through the Freedom of Information Act by the National Security Archive at George Washington University, reads, "Through Northern Alliance intelligence efforts, the late Commander Massoud gained limited knowledge regarding the intentions of the Saudi millionaire Osama bin Laden and his terrorist organization al-Qaeda to perform a terrorist act against the U.S. on a scale larger than the 1998 bombing of the embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. Massoud's al-Qaeda assassins obtained their forged documents via the Iranian embassy in Brussels." One of the most damning pieces of evidence on Iran's complicity in 9/11 comes from a classified Iranian document dated May 2001, a transcript of which can be found in Ronan Bergman's The Secret War with Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran, the intelligence apparatus of the Supreme Leader, top secret. Date May 14, 2001. Reference 4-325-80/S/M. By Head of the Intelligence Apparatus of the Supreme Leader. 2. Head of Operations Unit Number 43 in the Iranian Intelligence Ministry. Orders regarding the decision of the Honorable Leader Khamenei. Dear Hujjat al-Islam wal Muslimin, Mustafa Purkanad, Director of General Operations, Unit Number 43. We wish your dedicated and courageous team every success. The results described in your recent reports have been examined along with other opinions. After consideration and in order to remove the existing lack of clarity regarding support for al-Qaeda's future plans, the Honorable Leader has emphasized that the battle against the global arrogance headed by the U.S. and Israel is an integral part of our Islamic government and constitutes its primary goal. Damaging their economic systems, discrediting all other institutions of these 2 allied enemies of the Islamic government in Iran as part of political confrontation with them, and undermining the stability and security of the U.S. and Israel are obligatory duties that must be carried out. The Honorable Leader Khamenei stressed the need for each of you to be vigilant in his field of activity, and asks you to be particularly attentive. He also stressed the need to be alert to the possible negative future consequences of this cooperation between Iran and al-Qaeda. The Honorable Khamenei said that this struggle must be stepped up by tightening the collaboration with other security and intelligence apparatuses in Iran and with supporters outside Iran, thereby hindering the enemy's steadily expanding activities. Khamenei further instructed that in carrying out your duties, you must operate under the direct supervision of the Security Division of the headquarters of the organization, i.e., the intelligence apparatus of the Supreme Leader. Naturally, identifying potential damage is the responsibility of the Vigilant and Diligent Unit, number 43. It has also been decided that in the upcoming meetings, discussions must be held in order to formulate clear goals and remove the main obstacles and difficulties in achieving these goals and in promoting the issue of expanding the collaboration with the fighters of al-Qaeda and Hezbollah, Lebanon. Finally, I wish to convey Khamenei's full satisfaction with Unit Number 43 and his full support in the implementation of its future plans. The Honorable Khamenei is aware of the important and dangerous nature of the tasks you perform. He emphasizes that with regard to cooperation with Al-Qaeda, no traces must be left that might have negative and irreversible consequences, and that the activity must be limited to the existing contacts with Hezbollah operations officer Imad Mughniya and bin Laden's deputy Ayman al-Zawahiri. May Allah grant you success. Seal and signature, Ali Akbar Natek Nouri. Ali Akbar Natek Nouri was the chief advisor on intelligence to Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. Following the death of Osama bin Laden, Ayman al-Zawahiri ascended to lead al-Qaeda. The United States Department of State has offered a reward of $25 million for information leading to al-Zawahiri's apprehension or conviction. At the time of this writing, he remains at large. I was well into the research for this novel before the COVID-19 pandemic gripped the world. I was investigating the weaponization of infectious diseases, particularly from the end of World War II through today. It did not escape notice when information began to emerge that a variant of coronavirus had emerged in a market in Wuhan, China, just 3 football fields from Wuhan's Huanan Seafood Wholesale Market, where China tells the world that the COVID-19 outbreak originated, is the Wuhan branch of the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention. That same market is less than 10 miles from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which houses China's only biosafety level 4 laboratory, called the Wuhan National Biosafety Laboratory. On February 16, 2020, Senator Tom Cotton said, "We have such laboratories ourselves in the United States run by our military, in large part done for preventative purposes or trying to discover vaccines or protect our own soldiers." The key part of the senator's interview is that we have such laboratories ourselves. Unintended release of biological and chemical weapons is not without precedent. In 1979, a Soviet research lab in what was then called Sverdlovsk in the Urals accidentally released anthrax, killing at least 100 people. The facility was using data from Imperial Japan's bioweapons program captured in Manchuria during World War II. The medical records of those exposed to anthrax were all edited to limit evidence that the Soviets were in violation of the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention, of which they were signatories. The deaths were explained away as coming from contaminated meat. In 1968, 6,000 sheep mysteriously died near Dugway Proving Ground in Utah. Dugway was established during World War II in an effort to counter the Axis biological and chemical weapons programs. It remains in existence today. The U.S. Army had been conducting open-air VX nerve agent testing in the days prior to what is now called the Skull Valley sheep kill. An internal Army investigation 2 years later would find that lethal chemical agents tested at Dugway on March 13, 1968, may have contributed to the sheep deaths. The history of biological weapons is both fascinating and chilling. Bioweapons data from Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany in World War II informed the U.S. and Soviet bioweapons programs of the Cold War years. In the spring of 2002, I was part of a small group of military personnel assigned to a training mission in Uzbekistan. As the junior member of the team, my job was to train up partner force snipers on the SDV, better known as the Dragunov. It was during this assignment to Uzbekistan that I first heard mention of an island on the Aral Sea, an island synonymous with bioweapon research. My later open-source research would indicate that this was Vozrojdeniya Island, Rebirth Island, a former Soviet biological weapons test site called Aralsk 7. It is clear that the Soviets had not adhered to the United Nations Treaty. The history of Marburg variant U described in The Devil's Hand is true. Dr. Nikolai Ustinov worked at the Vector Bioweapon Research Center in Koltsovo, Siberia. In April 1988, he accidentally injected Marburg into his thumb. He was immediately quarantined. Over the next 3 weeks, The virus liquefied his organs and drove him insane as it ate away his brain cells. Ever the scientist, he detailed his demise in a journal, its pages stained with blood, vomit, and mucus from his decaying body. Following his death, organ samples were taken. During his autopsy, a doctor pricked his skin with a needle that had extracted bone marrow. He was dead a month later. Upon further study, the samples of Marburg taken from Dr. Ustinov's organs appeared different from the original strain. The virus had evolved. It was now more virulent than the original. The Soviets weaponized this new strain and called it Variant U in honor of Dr. Ustinov. By all indications, the Soviet Union stepped up their bioweapon development and stockpiling programs following the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention. Biopreparat was the lead Soviet agency tasked with weaponizing infectious diseases. What happened to these programs with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991? What happened to the scientists who developed these programs? According to Dr. Ken Alibek, the deputy chief of Biopreparat from 1988 to 1992, many of his former colleagues relocated to the United States, Europe, and Asia, as economic conditions in Russia forced scientists to look for work beyond their borders. In Chapter 20 of his book, Biohazard, he writes, "In May of 1997, more than 100 scientists from Russian laboratories, including Vector and Obolensk, attended a biotechnology trade fair in Tehran. Soon after that, Iranians had visited Vector a number of times and were actively promoting scientific exchanges." How far along is the Iranian bioweapons program, and does the success of using proxies over the past 4 decades mean that Iran could or would use these weapons through non-state actors as an instrument of terror? It is certainly a possibility and should not be discounted. Has the United States remained in compliance with the 1972 Biological Weapon Convention? There is no international agency tasked with verification to monitor compliance. It's essentially the honor system. The convention bans bioweapon agents, toxins, weapons, equipment, and means of delivery. We would be naive to assume that classified bioweapons programs do not still exist. Interestingly, the language of what is officially called the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Bacteriological, Biological, and Toxin Weapons, BTWC, does not ban biodefense weapons. Does the United States have protocols in place to eradicate a respiratory spread virus that threatens to kill 90% of the population? I don't know the answer to that question, but inferring what I can from the research for this novel, I would be surprised if those plans do not exist. If you were experimenting with the weaponization of viruses, even biodefense weapons, that had the potential to render the human race extinct, what would you do? Following the targeted assassination of Quds Force Commander General Qasem Soleimani in January 2020, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said, "With his departure and with God's power, his work and path will not cease, and severe revenge awaits those criminals who have tainted their filthy hands with his blood." Iran does not forget. Of note, the United States signed the Biological Weapons Convention on April 10, 1972, the same day as Iran.
The Devil's Hand, a thriller, was written by Jack Carr and read by Ray Porter.